Fuck it! We'll do it live, Mr.
Um,
Zod.
Holy shit! I took a bite of lasagna right as you went on. I was like,
Welcome, 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 welcome. And also welcome to, I have to say it to him so that he feels special. If I only said it to him one time, he'd be like, oh, I know that you sent me the link, but I feel like just another person here. Yeah, you've been welcome very much. Also, welcome to all the wonderful people in the chat. Yeah, I just highlighted the chat on my computer like a dipshit. You know what I mean?
yes, I've
Like
done
I
that.
highlighted all the words and I was like, oh, I can't read nothing. No, I don't want to put the user in timeout. What the fuck? God dang. Q screen says shred the like button. Plus says hello. Christine says good morning. Anybody else show? Janie, Dave. No, I don't want to stop clicking the three buttons. God dang, I've never done it before in my life. All of a sudden I'm clicking three buttons like crazy. Jeepers, criminy. The hell is happening? Okay, let's send out a tweet to say that. What are we talking about?
I believe we are talking
We're
about
talking about the Batman.
no more lies. If you are vengeance, please do not lie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh man.
I've seen this twice now. The thing I like about his voice is like I have to go loud for that because he does like that inflection where it's really loud and then he'll say something fucked up super low.
Hold on. I got to unplug and replug my microphone, so entertain the people for some mere moments.
Hey, how you guys doing? So, if you guys don't know, we're doing full spoilers for the Batman. Um, and I am not Mr. Zod. I'm actually Riddler for this. I just did not change this little bottom piece here. I'm like Zod's psychotic cousin who comes over for Thanksgiving. They don't talk about me. So
Am I still all crackly? What's up, Landon? Is it better
no,
now?
you
Is it
sound much
worse
better.
now?
You sound much better.
Okay, good. Like, you
My
put me
headphones
in
are slightly
timeout, I'll
fucked up.
put you
I
in.
thought it was just me.
Nobody puts me in timeout. That doesn't happen. Well, I gotta send this tweet so that people know that we are live. Talking about hashtag, even though hashtags are irrelevant on Twitter now. Did you know that?
Yeah, apparently.
I was like, I didn't notice that until the war broke out, and then all of the sudden, I was seeing these tweets out there with these blocks of words where it would just say Russia, Ukraine, USA, World War III, invasion, and I was like, this is not a sentence. This is just a bunch of random fucking words. I was like, what is happening right now? So that I'm scrolling down, scrolling down. I was like, there's a bunch of people that did this. Even without the hashtag, it still puts the word in the search term. So it's just looking at the word. It's not looking at the hashtags. So I mean, I guess hashtags are relevant if you're all trying to like stick together per se, like you and your little band of merry men. But if you're talking about like individual words or groups of words, they're pretty irrelevant. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use a hashtag.
Hashtag Joker. Hashtag Riddler. Hashtag.
You like the thumbnail for tonight, guy?
I actually have not checked out the thumbnail yet. Let me check it. I've been at work and eating lasagna. So we'll see.
Hello,
Ooh,
Rose.
ooh, I
I
like that.
had I had some help from my favorite Mad Squirrel.
Squirrel does some fancy work. Like it.
You see, one notices it's. You see, no one whoops, notices it's me. I've been lurking too much. I noticed you. I always notice the three letters. I don't
Oh
know
yeah.
what the T. I assume the L is what stands for Landon. The T and the B. No, I have no idea. Like every time that I read it, I want to say the lonely banter, but it's not him. Which I do
Uh,
find it funny that it was 2.0, because then the first time that I ever seen it pop up, I was like, somebody fucking trolling you, LB? That's what I
or
thought was
maybe
going
he's
on.
trolling them.
I mean, maybe. I guess it's possible. I mean, I don't. He's been around a while. I don't know how long Landon been around on either Twitter or on YouTube. But LB been on YouTube for a while. He been on YouTube longer than you've been on YouTube.
Yeah, actually.
Hello, Carmen. Am I still going robot?
I don't hear it unless it's just.
Okay, we'll ask a reliable source. Lemon pie, because I mean the only other person that can give me the instant feedback is Odd, and he said that I sounded good. And to me, of course, I always sound good to me, but I don't hear myself through the microphone. So lemon pie, is it all crackly, or am I coming through loud and clear? Because if it's all crackly, that could be a problem. I might have to try a different USB port. I still never got a new cord. I mean, this one
Oh,
stopped. This one stopped giving me problems, so I was like, "Hey, problem solved, right?"
oh wow. So yeah, that could be a big.
I mean, it could be. It wasn't giving me problems just yesterday. I sounded fine just yesterday, or not yesterday, day before. Sorry, not yesterday. We didn't talk about the Batman yesterday. I'm not salty about it.
Yeah, I know.
Hello, Karen.
Hey, yeah, everybody says you're crackling. Hey, Karen.
Okay, so I'll try a different USB port. You want to try and entertain the people again?
Sure, sure, sure. So,
Here.
we did not get to do a Batman review. If you guys don't know why we're doing a spoiler review, was we did not get to do a Batman review last night with Herb. So we decided to do our own sort of breakdown of the Batman. So we were like,
Just what you think people is it still all crackly? Because I'm on a different USB port. I don't know what else I can do. Would be very. You think people understand what's going on if I put Spider-Man spoilers on the thumbnail that's Batman?
I think you'll piss off a lot of people. It'd be like, oh,
Holy
wait.
shit!
They'd be like, wait a second. Wait. Why did he say
I'll
Robert
edit
Pattinson?
it.
But yeah. Um uh Here we go.
We'll save and then I'll put the ticket. Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah. The bad it's sin. I like it.
So first point, because I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to dick around anymore. We've been dicking around for 8 fucking minutes and haven't said hardly anything about the Batman. So I'm gonna say something about Batman. You want to know the one thing that I realized about this movie? Like the number one thing I realized about this movie? Can you make it? Can you hazard a guess?
No, because I feel like you're gonna hit it from a different angle. You're
I
very
feel like I don't know if anybody. I mean, I haven't really listened. I watched your 44-minute stream review. I watched that one. I listened to some of the review last night. But no, the one thing that I realized, after I stewed on it for a little while, I was like, okay, this is number one takeaway. Biggest takeaway from the movie is it couldn't be more aptly named, because as you brought up in your review, Bruce Wayne barely fucking shows up in this movie.
Oh my god. Oh, so my girl put my fucking work hand. Okay. So my girl puts my work hat on the other on my cowboy hat. She's like, it fits perfect. I'm so goofy.
Oh, he's
Okay,
on his original account. The original Landon is back. Watch on
so
both accounts. Go ahead.
so yeah, like I said, I hated these reviews that said, "Oh, Pattinson, he's a good Batman, but I don't know about his Bruce Wayne." And it's like, I know about his Bruce Wayne. It's non-existent. It does not exist in this movie. He is literally the Batman throughout this whole thing. Like, yes, there are points where he doesn't have his suit on, where you would assume that that's Bruce Wayne, but that's actually just him being Batman without the suit because this is years 2, and I think this is him starting to construct that Batman
No,
persona.
I get exactly what you mean. Like, he gets back to the Bat Cave and he's still doing Batman detective work, but he's not wearing the suit. Like, very rarely do we get an interaction where I feel like it's actually Bruce Wayne. Like, at no point, like, the only interaction you get with him as Bruce Wayne is when he's at the funeral.
Yeah, I want to say Bruce Wayne because
Now,
I still feel like he was.
now a lot of people will classify it. He's not in a mask, therefore he's Bruce Wayne. Now, I heard every single word that Batman said. Did you hear any of the words that Bruce Wayne said? Because it seemed like as soon as he took the fucking cowl off, there must have been some built-in microphone in there. Because then he started talking like this.
The thing, okay,
Like
besides
when Alfred comes in and he's like, the investors are coming here because I wouldn't go there. And he's like, they're coming here.
like, okay, so I did want to address that. One, they did say yes, he had like a mic or a modulator in there. I believe they said. Although the interesting fact is that Pattinson actually did that voice. They just amped it up, but they said, um, yeah, he had like a mic, a mic and an amplifier in there. So I think
So
his
they were,
Bruce,
oh my god, there was, son of a bitch. Like, I didn't
yeah,
fucking know that. You gotta be kidding
his
me. So
Bruce
he was
Wayne is
talking
very
about,
introverted.
no, like, yeah, like, if you wanna, what do I wanna say? Christian Bale does not do Bruce Wayne the hermit crab justice.
No,
Like, that is Bruce Wayne a la Robert Downey Jr.
the one thing I appreciated, and I think the one
Oh,
thing we
before
can
you say
agree on,
that, lemon pie. Janie Davis flirts with everybody, even the furries.
I think the one thing we can agree on is that Pattinson does a great Batman. Like he is, you can hear him more, except for when he takes the cape off. But minus that, you can hear him more. He doesn't sound like that was my biggest complaint about Christian Bale. Like the Playboy billionaire thing was great, but like I know we all remember. Where's it?
No,
Where?
it's where's
Where?
the trigger?
Like, I mean, like everybody. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now, and this really pisses me off. And look, I'm a Christopher Nolan fan. I've seen all of his stuff. Like, I love Christopher Nolan, even Tenet. I love all of his movies. I think he's a great film director. I think he understood the Batman uh, better than anybody up to that point. But his movies are not fucking perfect. Okay, stop taking every fucking Batman movie or anything Batman adjacent and like holding it up like Nolan's the gold standard. Okay, Nolan films had fuck ups. They had plot inconsistencies. The Dark Knight Rises has a
What?
shitload of issues.
No.
Yeah, it's like you guys forget there's still issues in these
What's up,
movies.
Keely Chow?
And I absolutely love this Batman, but it's a very different take, and I always hated how people kind of hold these. Uh, I think he's a better Batman. Bruce Wayne is yet
You,
to be seen because Bruce
I
Wayne's
was gonna
not.
say, like, it's
I
hard.
think
It's real hard to judge his Bruce Wayne. Is he a better Batman than Val Kilmer? Yes.
100%.
Is he a better Batman than Michael Keaton? It's been a
I
long time since I watched those movies, but they're
I
not
just watched
necessarily
them.
made to be the same. You know what I
I
mean?
just watched them, and I would say if I had to compare his performance as Batman, I would say it would be what Michael Keaton did with Batman because they're both dark. Like when you really watch that
Yeah,
movie,
they're wearing the bat suit.
no, I mean like Michael Keaton is introverted in that movie. He's the only other person who does the introverted take on Bruce Wayne. Like when you see the shots, he's always sitting in the chair in the Batcave. I think he interacts with the commissioner or something like 2 or 3 times in the whole film. So I would say Pattinson's performance is probably the closest to Keaton.
Wait, I mean, this Batman doesn't interact with the commissioner at all.
I mean, because Gordon isn't commissioner yet.
Bingo, motherfucker, which, oh
So
my
I mean,
god. Okay,
but
so
but
quick tangent, quick tangent.
yes,
Um, I love the fact that Commissioner Gordon wasn't Commissioner Gordon yet, especially considering it's supposed to be at the beginning of the Batman story, because it lets them grow together instead of him being, let's say, established and people wondering why, like, hey, how come you, who made it through your entire career up to this point, all the way to police commissioner, now you're relying on a vigilante? Where it's just like, oh, you were a, detective, and the Batman helped you with this case or that case, because I'm assuming that he helped him with something in the last 2 years, because they've been working together. And now I have a question for you. Is this the first super villain that they've dealt with?
I'm
Is it?
going
I
to
don't think
say
so.
no. As a matter of fact, I don't want to jump into the very ending,
No, we
but
will not do that yet.
yeah, but given who we saw, I almost want to say that they dealt with that individual first, and then
Well, I mean, they didn't.
Riddler came
They
along.
weren't magically put where they were.
Exactly. I want to say like I think they were dealing with like maybe
sorry, sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you, but we don't. Nobody answers this question. Like, if you're gonna ask that question, you have to ask it the inverse way. Like, did they do it as bad as George Clooney? Because George Clooney is number one of the bad Batman.
and
What's
honestly,
up, Darren?
I've never blamed George um, for his take. I think
No,
he
I thought
was,
that he did. I thought he does a good Bruce Wayne.
yeah, I think he did a great Bruce Wayne. I
For
think,
that point in his life, because you gotta figure that this isn't year two Bruce Wayne anymore. He's got his dick.
oh yeah, bad nipples. Like, we don't want to think about that. Jesus, I'm so glad they've killed the bat nipples. It's dead. We never have to see it. But no,
So
I I love
interesting.
Jeffrey Wright, and this was the thing that pisses me off because okay, so there's been a lot of talk about race swapping. I think that with race swapping and getting upset about that, I think that applies to your main cast. And by main cast, I mean Batman, Superman, the people that we traditionally know that part of their characteristic is they are, you know what I mean? The way that they are in the comics. But with
I mean,
Commissioner Gordon
I
or
guess,
side characters,
like, I would be inclined to agree with you, but like, Captain Marvel used to be a man, didn't he?
Captain Marvel not only used to be a man, but then the first female was black. So
That's what I'm
I
saying. So
never got
they did a
why
swap,
nobody
and
got
then they did
pissed off
another.
about that. Like, where are these
Right.
SJWs? Like, hello, this is how much they don't care about source material. Because if they really gave a shit, they would have known, instead of just being for Brie Larson or being mad about whatever. Uh, yeah, Monica Rambeau, who was actually a very entertaining Captain Marvel, had a lot of layers. She was probably the best Captain Marvel. They skipped over her, and now Marvel's going back.
They skipped to the hot Captain Marvel. I
Yeah,
mean,
they switched them.
that's debatable. The hottest one is Ms. Marvel or Miss
Hey, the
Marvel.
only one I
Miss
have a
Marvel.
poster
True.
of.
Janie Davis said, "Fuck that fucking movie. Fuck bat nipples." Captain Marvel passed his powers on to his family. Is that a
Yeah,
fact? Okay, well,
yeah.
we're not talking about Marvel. We're talking about the Battinson.
But getting back to Batman, the thing I wanted to say was the biggest
Race
thing that
swapping.
that pissed me off was people were certain individuals were talking about race swapping, and I wanted to say Jeffrey Wright is a very good actor. Saw him in Westworld. He's been in a lot of other like different films. He's like one of those actors. He's kind of like Christopher Walken. You know, he does a lot of different roles, but you see him and be like, oh, yeah, you know,
Sure.
he's from there. Um, I think he does a great job, and he's got the spirit of Commissioner Gordon. Like, for me, he really came across as a tired, like, they've been doing this for 2 years. You know what I mean? I don't know about you, but I just got that vibe. Like, he gave me Commissioner Gordon vibes, and I think that that's important, that the person should embody that role, right? So I didn't get as offended apparently as a bunch of other people did about the change. I didn't realize Commissioner Gordon was that big of a fucking character
No,
in Batman.
I feel like you have to be when it comes to this kind of stuff, and I suppose if that's where you're gonna draw your line, that's fine. Like that's where you've drawn your line. I draw my line at, if you're going to race swap one person, anybody can be race swapped. Anybody. Like, especially if we're talking about something that's fantasy. And I know that you're going to get all upset, but I mean, like, a black elf don't matter, man. It doesn't change the story. It's not going to change the
I'm
story.
not going. This is going to be another night. I'm not going into that.
It's not going to change the
There's a lot
story. It
more.
won't change the story. It just won't. Nothing will happen.
It's a regional thing. Never mind. Never mind.
Just like
I
if
will.
let's die let's because they already made Captain America black, except it's not Steve Rogers. Why can't Steve Rogers be black? Of course, Steve Rogers could be black. Why not? I mean, I don't
No,
see
I think
why you want to change a character's colors. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, the character is who they are, and the fact that you want to do that seems kind of racist to me. But, I'm not the expert on race relations. But if you're not going to be upset about all of them, then you shouldn't be upset about one individual. So to be like, well, this commissioner, or I shouldn't say Commissioner Gordon, my mistake, he's not commissioner. This Jim Gordon's not the right color for me. I was like, yeah, but how did he do in the role? Because, like, okay, let's put it this way. I knew that he was Jim Gordon before I was 100% that the Penguin was the Penguin. because you're just kind of thrust into the movie. And I was like, wait, I was sitting there watching. I cocked my head to the side at one point, and I was like, wait a second, is this the Penguin or is this Falcone? Because I don't fucking know right now. Because
Like,
nobody said any fucking name at the start of the conversation, and I was like, I know who he asked to see, but maybe that's not who he ended up seeing. And I don't know what position we're putting people in right now. Like, I didn't know what the hierarchy of villainy was going to be in the movie.
yeah, I like and I like the fact too that they don't
You
say
fucked up
penguin.
your
They call him,
microphone again.
what's that?
You sound like you're in a tin can again.
Oh, really? I
Yes.
don't.
Now talk.
Does it sound any
Don't
better?
put your hand in that spot.
What spot?
Wherever the fuck you had it set down when you were talking and then you moved it. That's where the microphone is.
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ. Anyway,
Yeah.
so is Rebecca okay? Like, I think that she's okay. I just seen her putting some stuff on Twitter yesterday or the day before. I haven't seen her in the stream for a while, but you know, I don't think she's a huge Batman fan. I'm a Batman fan. I mean, would you be upset if Batman was black? Would that be upsetting to you?
I would be if it was Bruce
Why?
Wayne. No, if it was Bruce
Okay, so
Wayne,
that's what I'm
Batman
talking about.
was
Like
being
you're like, well, I don't have a problem with Superman being gay because it's not Clark Kent.
exactly.
Okay,
It's the
except then he's
name.
not Superman. I'm sorry. Like, if you're gonna take the title from somebody else, like anybody who becomes Batman, like, I'm sorry. Terry can be Batman all he wants, but he's always going to be forever Batman Beyond.
Beyond
Like,
or Terry McGinnis.
nobody calls him Batman. Nobody calls him just Batman. Like, if you want who he is, you say Batman Beyond, and people, are, oh yeah, Terry.
Yeah, like this mantle is different than, like, say, Captain America or something like that. Okay, sure, Captain America can be like Falcon, right? I forget his name already.
Sam Wilson.
Sam. I find him uninteresting. I thought it should have been.
See, I'm 50. Like, it's funny that you say that because I like 50-50 when it comes to him. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, my fucking like one of my favorite lines in all of the MCU, which should naturally come up in a Batman spoiler talk, is on your left.
Actually, that works really well. I see
But
what you did there.
it's my favorite when he says it because it's an Endgame, and I was like, don't cry.
Let's see. My thing is,
Good
okay,
morning,
so
Caroline.
I can explain the differences clearly. With that, it's a mantle. Batman is Bruce Wayne. That is not a mantle. That is literally, and that's what I love about this movie, is that Pattinson proves that that Batman is who he is, and Bruce Wayne is the disguise he wears. Bruce Wayne, who should be the person,
Dude,
is actually the facade.
every time you think that you're going to see Bruce Wayne, like what I said
You never
before,
know.
when those people were coming to the house, I was like, oh, we're going to get a board meeting now. We're actually going to see Bruce Wayne interact with people. Because don't you get a board meeting in one of the two Michael Keaton movies that he
Yeah,
goes to a board meeting and then I think all hell breaks loose or something like that? I don't remember which. I want to say
it was
Two-Face shows
Batman
up.
Returns, I believe, and
Right.
all hell breaks loose because Catwoman like drops in. Which,
Oh, Catwoman. Okay.
yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer. Believe it or not, I have
Okay,
her and then
so
Anne Hathaway.
what constitutes the main character? Because like Catwoman in all three Batman movies has been different colored, right? She went
That's
white.
different
She
though
went, hold
because
on. she went white, white, black. But when she was in her own movie, when she was the main actor, she was black.
They're actually, I do get bothered by them using Selena Kyle because there is actually a black Catwoman. She has a different name, forgot the name. And it bugs me because it's like, okay, if you're going to make the character black, then why not use this other character that was specifically made for that role, who's kind of cool, like Selena, a little bit different. Like that annoys me because it makes me feel like, why are you guys not going with this black character? Are you trying to say people wouldn't relate to this or understand? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, we want to make the
No, it's
character
that
black,
they
but
want to
people
make
recognize Selena,
right,
so
exactly. We want to make the character black, but we want to leech off of the name recognition, which I think is kind of a nasty thing to do. And I would say tokenizing,
yeah,
tokenizes a fucking A.
tokenizing.
What the, you know the thing.
And here's the thing: I think Zoe Kravitz does an amazing job, but it's that, like, knowing the comic book lore, and we don't even have to go comics because I know how you are about source material. Even just
You just were made Batman. Did you know that? You're Batman. I'm Robin. Lady Squirrel is Batgirl. I don't know, like, I don't understand. See, like, you need to take it a step further because we have more people than that. So, like, you have to have, if he's Batman, then I'd have to be like Nightwing, and then Purp would be Robin, and then Squirrel would still be Batgirl, and then there's a Batman has a dog now because I seen a trailer for that movie, so Husky can just be a dog, and then Justin can be Batwoman. So now Batwoman, for all of the ire that it draws, they did their character change the exact right way, and they had both characters to pull from.
and that was the thing. As much as I hate Batwoman, I fucking hate that show, and I hate Jennifer Drives. I really hope something unfortunate happens to her. But
Wait,
anyways,
who?
uh, Jennifer Drives.
Which one is that?
She's the fucking creator.
Oh.
I looked it up. I hated the show so much. I considered sending threatening stuff, but then I thought, no, I don't want another court case. Um, what is it up? But no, um, no, I loved Batwoman because, or at least what they did, because they did each character, their name and everything. They were like, okay, you know, because Kate Kane or whatever for
Katie Kane.
yeah for the first season, and then what's that Hella's
Katie
name?
Kane. Um,
New season.
her name is Black Woman. See, it just sounds racist when you try to make the pun funny because it's supposed to be Batwoman, but she's black. So then you say black, but then it just comes across as Black Woman, and you're like, that's not funny. That's just stating a fact.
But yeah,
I
I
don't
mean
remember what her name was, but you know the actress because she was in God Friended Me.
yeah, and
You want
she
to know
was
what her special? You want to know misogyny point coming through here? You know what her special skill was in God Friended Me?
what?
Not wearing a bra. That's a fact.
But no, see, the problem I didn't have is because there has been, even with the Selena Kyle, there's been several changes. This is in the comics. I was just like,
He's too much of a putz. Sorry.
um, I don't
Ahoy.
have. Hey, Captain
What's up,
Jack.
Jack?
I
You see the
don't. I
Batman
don't.
Jack? Did you see the Batman Jack? Or are you abstaining from WB movies too? Because Johnny Depp quit. Oh, I said it.
Um, I like. Wow.
I
was like,
sorry.
oh,
I
dang.
can't help myself. Continue.
But no, also too with the mayor, I thought the mayor was a good role, and I like the fact that it was an
The mayor. The
innocuous
mayor.
mayor.
Oh, you're talking about the. Oh, you mean the fact that the whole mayor thing didn't make any sense because she was just the mayor elect?
Yeah, like I like that the mayor elect wasn't anybody I knew off the top of my head. I was like, oh, she's just specifically for this movie. Good for you.
I
Like,
see, but I don't like. I mean, that was one thing that irked me when once I realized what was exactly happening in the movie. I was like, wait a second, there is an actual election being held on the 1st of November. Does the math
yes.
on that don't come out? Like, you could never have an election on the 1st of November, can you?
But they did it just to make another reference because remember how everything uh went crazy by the 5th?
The 5th of what?
The 5th of November is when all of that shit winds up happening. And do you know what the 5th of November is?
The 5th of November. What November? November. Not January.
No, the 5th of November is from V for Vendetta. Remember,
Oh fuck.
remember the 5th of November. That was
No,
supposed
I
to
don't
be
remember the 5th of November because I have a life.
gee, okay. I'm a nerd, but so what? But basically, the reference is supposed to draw a parallel between V for Vendetta, which is also about a thing about overthrowing the governmental structure.
I don't know if he was trying to overthrow the governmental structure per se. Like
More of the corruption.
it comes across as that because almost all of the government is corrupt because it's Gotham City.
Yeah. I mean, you just pretty much you throw a stone and everyone's fucking corrupt. I'm sorry. That's why I thought it was
Oh,
ridiculous. When it was like, oh, well, it seems like, you know, everybody is, um, you know, black people are the good ones and white people are corrupt. And I'm like, no, Gotham's pretty equal. Everybody's a shithead.
I was like, yeah, there's okay. So, second big point. Like we talked for about half an hour here. Second big point. It was some nice conversation that we had. First, Janie Davis says I was going to suggest Perp as the commissioner, but now that sounds racist. No, no, no. He would appreciate the role. I'm sure that he would. I'm sure that he would. Second big point of this movie, at least the way that I see it, I'm sure that somebody out there will see it the exact opposite way. It doesn't have anything to do with any kind of woke bullshit. Like, yes, individual characters have their grievances, but they also have the motivations for their grievances. Like, you don't have you have you have the villain who was on the screen before going after the hero who's on the screen now, and he didn't know that he was. See that now? I got a question about that because this is a story beat that I have a problem with. Being that we don't have to talk about the movie not being woke, do we?
I mean, yeah, because here's the thing, and I hate this narrative. Okay, so for I'm not gonna point out specific names. You fucking know who you are. So for everybody who even digs, when you talk about woke,
It's talking about you, Jeff Johns. I mean Jeremy Johns. My bad.
if if you want to pull that bullshit, okay, you can go to your holy Nolan trilogy. There is literally a line in there where Catwoman in that one talks about the 1% as well. I don't think it was woke for the thing everyone focuses on is what Catwoman says to
She has one
Wayne.
speech. She's like, bitching about the aristocracy
Yeah,
and the
here's the thing.
corruption, and she's
It's
bitching about and then
to the
she
rich guy. That's supposed to be, I
to
think,
the rich
funny.
guy, right? She literally names him, and I was like, oh, almost fell out of my seat with a chuckle. Like, god
I
dang,
thought that
man.
was like if this is the problem, and this is an issue that is going to hurt a lot of these
I don't know how
movies.
to add that emoji.
Me neither.
Hold on, I can figure it out. I can figure it out. Just keep.
This is an issue that's going to hurt a lot of these movies. Is that even when they try to make commentary that makes sense to the world, to the movie, people are still going to be mad about it because everybody's all like, "Oh, woke shit." But here's the thing: within the story,
Oh shit.
within the world of Batman, it makes sense. Like his whole struggle is he is the 1% who's seen like these people doing shitty stuff, and that's part of the story. Them calling that shit out. That's part of Batman. That's always been in there in one way, shape, or form. Any Batman movie you watch, anyone, you can go back to the fucking 1984, or you can go to Batman Returns, any of them. There has always been some kind of social commentary about wealth, political structure, the poor. That's kind of like the thing because it's Gotham's elite and how they seem to be fine while the citizens of Gotham seem to get the shit end of the deal. And that's like every movie. Maybe it's just me. I don't know how many you've seen,
Well,
PD.
how many?
But
Like half the police force was working for the mob. So, just doing the quick math on that, half of the police force is also minorities. So, therefore, half the minorities were working for the mob and are bad guys. Like, I'm just doing the easy math. Like, did you see the first fucking scene of the movie?
yeah.
The first fucking scene of the. Okay, now I could be entirely wrong. I could be. But Garen fucking Teed, the guy who was getting initiated into the. See, now what's confusing is they looked like a group of jokers, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what
The
I was
Joker
thinking.
shouldn't exist, right?
No, he does.
No, but he
He's
shouldn't
just
be a
not.
known thing. He shouldn't be a known thing in year two, should he?
I want to say that he is established low key in year one, but he isn't like
Okay, anyway, so the
prolific.
guy who's getting initiated, guaranteed, is black, right? You can see
Yes,
his face. He's black. The rest of the people in the group, I'm pretty sure are black, but I can't be certain that all of them are black. Fair?
fair.
Like I'm sure that most of them are. I can't be certain about all of them. They're
I want
playing
to
the
say there might
fucking
have been some Latinos in there too.
they're playing the fucking knockout. Right, there might have been some Latinos in there. They're playing the knockout game on some fucking unsuspecting Asian guy. And I was like,
Yep.
is this real life?
Dude, I laughed. I laughed when they like. I was like, oh, they went there. Okay, like I think Matt Reeves to me paints a pretty fair picture. When I was watching the movie, I got more of a feeling of him expressing that it is fucked up on both ends, like societal and like politically. And Batman is trying to be the mediator between two parties, and he's also got his own shit going on.
Don't worry about that guy in the middle.
So I mean, I take it. Oh yeah, I ultimately recommend it. The movie uh is fantastic, and no, I did not steal my hat from a 5-year-old. I stole it from my bro Dave.
I want to edit it. Here we go. Here we go. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm gonna figure this fucker out. You goddamn piece of shit. I
But
didn't
no.
have the butt cheeks on the computer.
uh, but hey, fun time, fun time. Um,
Is that
but
fun
yeah,
time? I can't see that at the moment because I can't see anything in the chat. But continue.
but yeah, I think that I do recommend this. I do recommend this. But I think it's a slower pace. It's more of a detective story, and I appreciate that. If you guys don't know, one of my favorite movies is Seven. So
Okay,
I
now you say it's a detective story, and yeah, okay, he goes around to the different what scenes, right? Crime scenes, yes, that's what we'll call them.
yep.
So he does all of that fucking bullshit. But after this first scene where he beats up all these minorities, like it's literally rich white kid beating up poor minorities. I assume they're poor. I don't know. They could all be rich minorities. It's Gotham. Stranger things have happened. There's a bat flying around in the sky, beating up supervillains. So I don't fucking know. Son of a bitch! I forgot to put the banner back up. There we go. There we go. That's supposed to be butt cheeks, right? Because it's a peach.
I like that.
Anyway, um, what crime does he stop after the first scene of the movie? And before you answer, I'm gonna let you ruminate on it because you watched it twice. I'm gonna tell everybody the first the first thing that annoyed me in the movie. Fair? You hear the first thing that annoyed me in a movie. So you get that first opening scene. He beats up everybody. I was like, oh, Batman beating people up. He is vengeance. I was like, oh, this is good. This is good. I like this. So he's supposed to pop out of the shadows, and then people cower in fear. It's good. I like it. And then he gets to the crime scene and literally walks past I don't know how many fucking cops. Well over a dozen cops. And then the last cop before they enter the room that is the crime scene is the one who decides to stop them. Like that cop thought it was okay. That cop thought it was okay. That one, 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 that one. We didn't ask Phil because he's weird. We didn't. Don't ask Phil anything. Just leave him in the corner. He'll play with his blocks. It's fine. It's fine. He's just here to get his pension. He had an accident a few years ago. It's a whole thing. Never. We don't talk to Phil. But he walked past everybody else but Martinez, the last fucking guy before the door, is like, we can't let Batman in there. And I was like, everybody else thinks it's okay. Literally everybody else in the building thinks it's okay. You're the only one. What the fuck, man? It was so dumb. Like, what would have made that scene perfect? Perfect. Like, hey, at least there's a cop, because it makes it seem like all the cops are okay with it, except for a very small group of them. That's what it makes it seem like at the beginning of the movie, when in reality, it's not. It's like closer to a 50-50 split, mostly because of the mob. But what the shit, man? They should have had that cop at the beginning of that hallway being like, hey, you can't let him walk down here. It's a crime scene. I can't do a Gotham accent.
Like, what are you doing, guy? That's a crime scene.
You
Get
know,
out of here.
you know the scene that I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what
I
did you think?
would
What
say
did you think
most of
about
them
that
were.
particular moment?
I would say that most of.
Uh oh. I would say that you've completely fallen off the fucking radar. Like you can look at your own screen and see that the bubble's not moving on the screen. Nobody can hear you. I told Captain Jack I don't know how to do a Gotham accent. So you just kind of smack a bunch of stuff on the East Coast with a little bit of Chicago, and then Gotham. Like I was amazed at how they made it feel like they did a real good job at making the entire city. Like I don't know how they got the different particular shots. Like there are some where you can clearly tell that it's New York because you can see One World Trade Center in the background. But then there's other ones where they're just panning here or panning there, and I was like, "Oh man, what's going on right now?" Not with him leaving, not with him in the movie, in the Batman movie. I was like, "What fucking city is this?" Because if it was all New York, I'm very impressed because I know like Dark Knight Rises, they blew up Heinz Field. That's most definitely not in New York. Definitely not. Tells Zod that it was 1989 that the first Batman movie came out. Not he didn't say not like if you heard 1980, he knows when Batman came out. So if he said 1984, I'm pretty sure you misheard. Like you know when the first Batman movie came out. So if she heard 1984, she misheard.
Yeah, it was I believe 89.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
What is what
84 was when I was born.
I feel like they're not having the same conversation that we're having. Lemon Pie disagrees. He thinks that PB has a Batman voice.
I am vengeance.
I am vengeance.
Did you hear that? So I am glad she's out here because you know who absolutely hated Catwoman? I can't explain to you.
her a bitch.
See, she hated Catwoman. Like
Dude,
I
Catwoman
didn't
was
miss you.
okay. We can move. We can talk about Catwoman because we're not. We don't have a format like we don't have to stick to a format like the. Do I want to say it out loud?
Professionals.
Oh no, you were supposed to. I thought you were gonna say the pun right there, like the professionals.
Yeah, where they're like everybody's got like this really like neat clean. And it's
No, I
like
mean I do like the way that he does it, but I don't have a format for doing it. So
I know
cat
so
whammon, cat whammon.
so yeah, she fucking hated Catwoman. Like, okay,
See, now
I
I didn't
didn't
hate
have an issue.
Catwoman. I didn't hate her. I didn't love her. Where she sits in my memory as far as she's the fourth live action Catwoman, right?
Yeah.
Right? So
We're
of
fifth
the
because they had the one back in the 80s too.
what one back in the 80s?
Or the 60s. It was the one with the Caesar Romero Batman. Some people include that Catwoman
Oh,
too.
okay. So film Batman,
Yeah,
film. So of the film Catwhammons, of the four film Catwhammons, I would rank this Catwhammon at number 5.
I would actually.
She's the
Okay, so
worst. She's not memorable at all. Nothing
I
about like for everything that you can say is terrible about the Catwoman movie with Halle Berry. You're like, that's fucking Catwoman right there. Look at that.
At least she could actually do something.
Fucking
like
A, man. What did
like
Catwoman do in this movie?
It's like, okay, when she was when Batman sees her and then just pins her right, it's like, okay, yeah, you just proved the point. You're useless in fighting. You're stupid.
he's Batman though. Like
Oh, against when she was fighting all of the like, okay, so there was like one scene where she got to show off her skills with picking locks or whatever, and then for like
Hold
75,
on.
no, 90.
Did she see the movie twice?
no, she saw it with the
She just saw
first
it
time.
once?
Yes.
Okay.
And like
Keep going.
90% of the fight scenes she's in, she gets like pushed aside by a dude. It's like,
To be fair, though, realistically, she couldn't take out 300-pound
she's
men.
supposed to have abilities and shit.
She
Halle Berry could take them out like nothing.
I want to disqualify Halle Berry because they added a
she's
myth.
the only one I've seen, and that's the one I prefer.
Yeah, boy. I mean, girl,
I
whatever.
go Anne
Get some.
Hathaway. Anne Hathaway was the
Okay,
closest one to an
you have to show
actual
me-
real
You have to show
Catwoman.
me her, and I will judge this Catwoman to that one.
Dude, this
because
Catwoman
one's-
is the worst.
I know.
like-
I've seen some
like,
things, but I haven't
She's
seen-
not necessarily bad in the movie. Like, she's not a bad character. She doesn't act poorly.
No,
But she's
she
not
does act
fucking memorable. She doesn't, like, even the time, like, when you said you're like, they don't have any chemistry. And I was like, no, they don't have any chemistry. They have a Rose Tico kiss twice.
I even said, and like I was watching this other reviewer, and K Dot, if you ever come across this and you hear it, what the fuck are you talking about, K Dot? Okay, they have no chemistry. I don't know what girls are like with you, but I'm just gonna
feel
say this
like-
right now.
like
In the real
chemistry-
world,
Even if it's chemically induced,
wasn't part of
like
the movie.
how they do it in Batman Forever with Poison Ivy and Val Kilmer, like, okay, they're not necessarily meant to have chemistry. Like, these
that's
characters
being forced.
aren't right. It's being forced through the chemical. But when they're actually doing it on screen, you're like, yeah, I can see that. At no point did I think that Batman was invested in fucking cat. Like, they don't even shoot it in the fashion where when I believe it was the first time that she kissed him, when they're in whatever fucking abandoned building that is, that she kisses him and then she walks away and you can like see her silhouette. So you're supposed to be like, oh, that's the shape of a woman right there. And I was like, no, what you're supposed to be showing is his reaction to what the fuck just smacked me in the face. So that when it comes up next time, we're like, what's his reaction going to be? Is he going to stop her from doing a dastardly plan? Because she's a fucking villain.
He only has one expression the entire movie, which I'm sorry, I'm gonna shit on him a little bit. I know he's supposed to be broody and everything, but I was thinking of Twilight. Just a broody kind of character with a bunch of makeup on his
Okay,
eyes.
so the
Like,
only time that
But you don't know shit about Batman, so I'm gonna disavow your opinion.
But he's
Okay.
He's doing the same.
listen to this parlay off of that, because the only time that Twilight popped into my head was when he took the cowl off, because he's still got the emo fucking hair, and
Yes.
he still doesn't have a fucking tan, which I don't need him to have a tan, but if you know what he looked like before, you might want to differentiate this character just a little bit. Like, he doesn't have to have the hair that's covering his eye. Michael Keaton didn't have hair in his fucking eyes in 1989. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to take the character and just make him look a little different, especially when you're like, hey, here is him in at least 2 or 3 instances. Like, they had an instance where they literally are just showing him put a shirt on so that you can see the scars on his back. And I was like, okay, duly noted. He's been through some shit. That's what I like to know about a Batman. That's good information. But now I know that he's got unbelievably pale fucking skin. So every time that I see him put his shirt on, I was like, nobody shine any light. You'll see his diamonds. But as soon as he puts that, like, I will give him credit for this. 100% give him credit for this. At least from my perspective, I have never seen, and granted, you don't see it a lot, but the feeling that I get going from one to the other couldn't be more drastic. I was like, fuck yeah, Batman. I was like, oh, this guy again. Am I going to be able to hear what he says?
Yeah,
It's like, fucking Bruce. I was like, put on the fucking cowl, mate. And then I was like, oh yeah, fucking Batman. He's doing Batman things. It's good Batman stuff.
And she was
now,
pissed he was walking slow, but I told her that was the whole point.
No, I get that he walks slow, but he's just.
He turns slow because this is year 2. That's the whole point. Everything he does is supposed to be slow. It's deliberate.
Shush. Not only does he always walk slow, which I get it if sometimes it's for effect or maybe he's observing something, but he turns so stiff. He looks around so slowly, like he's about. No, stop.
Has she seen other Batman?
Okay, so he moves around slowly, he turns so stiffly, and he slowly moves his eyeballs like he's about to say, what the fuck did you just say? And it's annoying, just move faster!
He's observing.
No, that's the whole, that's like,
he does that with everything!
How many, hold on, I have a question. Like, I know that she's seen Ben Affleck's Batman, right?
No, she's...
Yeah, wait. Ben Affleck.
I just played that.
It's Justice League and BVS.
See, the thing I liked about Ben Affleck was that I don't care too much about height, but he was beefier. He was a little beefier, and this dude, what's his? I even forgot his name already.
Pattinson.
It's on the screen.
I don't really give a shit. I'm sorry, but he's not that beefy. It doesn't match the suit he's wearing. He's supposed to be beefier. Like Ben Affleck was a little bit like broader shouldered and stuff. I'm saying there should be expectations.
Halle Berry's Catwoman wasn't the only one with superhuman abilities. Selena Kyle came back from the dead. Yeah, that was Birds of Prey series when she was mutated, and Danny Davis. I disavowed that fucking show. It was terrible.
You mean movie?
No, it was the Birds of Prey TV series.
As a mutate. That's an awesome term. A mutate, not a mutant, because it's DC. You're a mutate.
Yeah, it was because they couldn't use the rights. But yeah, it's always been implied, Jamie.
Shred the like button.
There's been some who have tried to do that stupid supernatural angle. I don't like it, but anyways, no. I liked Pattinson's Batman. I thought it was great.
He just reminds me of a movie.
You thought it was. Hold on.
He's supposed to be a moody teenager. It's literally his second fucking year.
No, like, this is my problem with it, though. This is the big problem that I have. When he's physically doing the bat stuff. When he's going out there, beating up henchmen, trying to get to his goal. Like, this movie will make an excellent video game. Right? Right.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
he's pretty scary.
It's great at that, except the Batman that I remember actually makes it in time, and the one-to-one comparison that I would think about is in The Dark Knight, when you have Harvey Dent and what's Maggie Gyllenhaal? Rachel. Right. You have those two characters, and it's like, okay, you have to decide which one you're going to save because you're the Batman. So if that were to happen in this movie, both of them would fucking die.
But that's the thing I like.
Extra spoiler.
Shit.
No. Extra. He didn't solve a fucking thing. Extra fucking spoiler alert, because here's the crux of the fucking story. Batman shows up after every death. Like, he gets a clue to the next person that's gonna be killed. They get killed, and then the Batman shows up right after they fucking die. And I was like, okay, he'll make it to the next one. He'll make it to the next one. He'll make it to... And I was like, all right, he finally fucking made it to one, which was Falcone, right? He finally fucking made it to one before they could fucking be killed. Except... He was supposed to make it to that one so that he could put him in position. He fucking killed, and he helped him get fucking killed anyways. And then to rub salt into our fucking wounds to make Batman look even more incompetent, you have him, Batman, like actual, not fucking Bruce Wayne, but actual fucking Batman say, oh, the Riddler was literally in that building right there in that window. I can see where he fired from. And a motherfucker takes off. And I was like, finally, fucking finally, he's going to goddamn catch somebody in this movie since he beat up all of those black guys who were trying to beat up an Asian guy. Finally, he's going to catch somebody integral to the plot. He's going to stop a crime. Finally. And they get up there, and what does he fucking say when they get up there? Oh, he's gone.
He said.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, he's gone. Sorry, guys, but I didn't get here fast enough to tie him up and hang him from the rafters, with a little piece of fucking rope around his fucking waist to keep his arms tied up because, that's what Batman does. He ties you up and then he hangs you up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what Batman does. And then it got even fucking worse. I was like, okay, there's gonna be something because he's got these cool fucking contacts, like something's going to be noticed and he's gonna connect the dots, or the Riddler left up, like the Riddler finally got sloppy at some point here, like Batman is going to bring in the super villain. Absolutely fucking doesn't happen. And he doesn't fucking do anything with the fucking Riddler at all, other than talk to him through glass. That's all.
That's what I liked. I like it. I like when the villain actually wins. I'm a big fan. No,
but it has nothing to do with the villain actually winning. It would be nice in the hero movie called The Fucking Batman if he actually Batmaned. Like two Batman.
Once again, this is
Batman.
The second year.
Two Batman.
And he's against someone who's
now
more
we're gonna jump.
intelligent than him.
No, we're gonna jump forward to what you said you didn't want to spoil early because now it's connected to that. I thought, okay, this is the very first supervillain that he's ever had to deal with, and he's only been dealing with street level criminals like what we saw at the beginning of the movie. So obviously when you take a step up to somebody who's some type of criminal mastermind, who's, they've planned this and that and this and that and every fucking step that you didn't even know was going to happen as it's fucking happening. Like, that's how fucking impressive the goddamn fucking plan is. But as soon as he gets put into Arkham, we find out that there are other fucking supervillains. Who is the other supervillain that he's talking to?
It's implied Joker. They don't show who it is, but
it's implied. What do you mean it's implied? They totally show a person's face. They show you who he's talking to. They just don't say a name.
Yeah, they don't say. And in the credits, if you look in the credits, it says Inmate 7 or some shit. They don't even say the character.
Number 7.
But I put it together.
No, but they make it but if that whoever that character is quite obviously somebody who is higher than just your typical twin henchman. Get it? Anybody who saw the movie gets it. Dude, okay, like for all of the bullshit side characters, right? Because there was a fair number of, like, the Martinez cop, like he's like a bullshit side character, right? Because you see him. He pops up a couple of times throughout the movie, right? So for all the bullshit side characters in this movie, those goddamn twins were hilarious. Like every fucking do they do that with every fucking person? Because I'll tell you one thing that I most definitely was not expecting in the movie was for him to just show up in a public place as Batman.
Yeah.
Do you know who I am?
It
Yep.
was like,
And then the fucking
I
door
love how
closes,
they
and
were
I was like, okay, so the door closed, so now you're gonna have to Batman your way into this building. This is gonna be awesome. And then the door fucking opens. He's like, see, I told you. And I was like, these fucking two. Oh, this is a bad choice. This is a bad. You should just left it closed.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, he was like, oh yeah, you see this? Look at this fucking cloud right here, right? And then I love when Bruce Wayne comes because it's like he has this revelation of, oh, I'm rich. Maybe I should just fucking like just go as myself. Like I thought that was so fucking hilarious because they're like, hey, it's Bruce Wayne. Like, dude, one thing I'll give them here, like some of it might be rough, and I think that Robert does definitely have.
No, what's rough is that he's made to look like he's a fucking moron because once the fucking plot
I disagree.
starts,
Did you see how fucking fast
once the plot starts to unfold, he's always a step behind, and at no point does he catch up to the supervillain. He's not even the one who catches him. He literally gets caught by a diner worker. Like, that's who rats him out.
I'm gonna disagree. He only gets caught by the diner worker because he probably intentionally meant to. Like,
no, obviously he's like, hey, you should call the cops. No, but my point is, the cops are the one that find the Riddler. Batman never finds the Riddler. At no point he's not like, oh, I've put together all of the clues, and his secret lair is here, and I'm gonna go bring him in. Like, at no point, or he's going to strike from this location, and I'm gonna get there first, and because I'm fucking Batman.
But see, I disagree. That was one of the parts that I actually
What do you mean you disagree with the fact that you think he actually does something to stop a crime? To stop a crime from being committed. Because hold on. Because if he would have realized from the beginning that he was dealing with some criminal mastermind and would have been putting the clues together in the larger context so that he would have found the plans at the orphanage. Yes?
Yeah.
So if he would have put the clues together at the beginning, because the clues are part of a larger clue. So yes, they lead to the next murder, but they also lead to, I'm going to blow up the fucking seawall. And then he blows up the seawall. He didn't even stop a single bomb. How many fucking people died? Like, imagine, like, I don't know the exact number, but from looking at the map, from looking at the map, there seem to be about 30 bombs that could possibly go off. Right? Somewhere around there, something like that?
Yeah, around there.
Right? So I'm guessing that there was somewhere in the neighborhood of like maybe 30 to 50 people that instantly got killed by explosions, like insta-deaths. Not ones that got killed by, I got crushed by something in the flooding, but insta-deaths from the bang. Then you got the people that fucking got killed by, oh, I got crushed by a fucking car to death because it was moving down the street sideways because of a goddamn flood. You got all those people that end up getting killed. And then you have the third tier of people. That's everybody who fucking drowned. And then you could even take it a level further. The fourth tier of people that are going to end up dying because of lack of services because your entire fucking city's flooded and you have to rebuild the entire goddamn seawall because the whole fucking thing is collapsed all the way around.
Yeah, that's based off of a comic called Ground Zero.
Yes, I am outraged because he's trying to sit here and tell me that Batman actually, like, Batman got fully Indiana Jones because his super sleuthing that he does, his Batmaning that he does at the crime scene, his gathering of clues, his connecting of the dots in the Batcave, it all leads to nothing. That's my point. Like, what is supposed to happen? What is supposed to happen is well, give him a fucking win in the middle then, because the moment that you think that you're getting a win, you're like, fucking A, you led to a loss. Like, before you were just not fast enough, but this time you were integral to losing. What's up, Neil before
Like,
Zod?
I liked the fact that I like the fact that he wasn't stupid. Like, he figured shit out quickly. But in this scenario, and what
No, I
most
like that.
people
Like, I got that exact same vibe that I got from Val Kilmer. I was like, okay, you're not letting Batman be dumb, where he's got to think. Like, obviously, the harder riddles were taking him a little longer, but the easier riddles, he's like, yeah, I know. He lies still.
The thing that I liked, and I'll tell you why, and I get your point. Yeah, he should have had a win sometime in there. Like, I would have liked to see him win too. But realistically, like, the thing that I liked about him is that his intelligence.
Again.
Son of a
His intelligence.
His intelligence is actually way vaster than Batman's. Like, there's been a couple of times where Batman, even in the animated, if you want to go that route, show,
I do.
He has said the Riddler is smarter. If he was ever not too cocky, he would have a tough time with him, basically, because the Riddler's like a genius. He's basically a fucking genius. And I liked the fact that Batman, didn't win. So, because, I mean, just picture, okay, yes, probably up to this point, he caught fairly common criminals or whatever else. Might have even caught some insane people. Remember, this is an early year Joker. Hasn't figured himself out yet. So he could have.
No, he's in year 2. So
he's in year 2. So
we don't know how far into year 2, but he has not made it through a full year 2 yet.
So what I'm picturing is this was his first real adversary, like real guy who actually had shit planned, and he had this planned months, maybe years, that he had been planning this. Like, when we finally get the full
maybe
timeline, and
they're both crackling now. I've been crackling the whole time. It's terrible. Fuck. Shouldn't have done nothing. I guess we should have just fucking. I guess I should have just called you. And we should have just talked on the phone. Fuck. Good night, Carmen. What's up, King of the Revolution? He says, yeah, you should. I'm going to read this, and then you should jump out and jump back in and see if that fixes your mic problem. And then, after I read the comment, I'll do the same thing. And then we'll see if it fixes my mic issue. Wouldn't that be amazing? That'd be fucking amazing. King of the Revolution says Riddler thought Batman was on his side right up until Batman was on the roof after the flood. Riddler fully won in terms of practical goals. He just mad Batman doesn't like him. True. 100%. It's a Riddler movie. Riddler won everything. Like, straight up. Like, he doesn't get stopped. He turns himself in, for the love of God.
All right, did that help?
100% it helped. Did you catch all of this? Here, read this comment out loud, and then I'll add myself back.
Yeah, Riddler thought Batman was on his side right up until Batman was on the roof after the flood. Riddler fully won in terms of practical goals.
he's just as mad. Mad Batman doesn't like him. Yeah. I was more talking that his intelligence to set everything up was really is really ahead of. Oh, thank you, Planet Q's Queen.
You're welcome. Am I better?
I was saying, I well, it sounds better to me. I don't know how it comes.
Has it ever sounded different to you?
Not really, but it could be because my mic was
Interesting.
fucked up.
No, your mic being fucked up's not gonna change how I sound to you.
I mean,
like you have sounded good most of the time, and then you've had you had your hand over the microphone. That was an
that
issue.
one time, yeah.
But
I was,
then, I don't know what the issue is internally, but then, yeah, it goes crackly. Doesn't really go robot, it goes crackly. But then, yeah, you leave and come back, and apparently it fixed it. So it seems like it's a StreamYard issue, but whatever.
yeah,
Thank you,
StreamYard.
Lemon Pie. Thank you. I've been mostly fine. I mean, I don't know what the only thing only else thing I can do is like upgrade the equipment.
No, but I consider it like a. I get what you're saying, and this might not be the best comparison, but I consider it kind of like, and just bear with me in the context of. I consider it like an Avengers Infinity War, where despite the hero's best efforts, the bad guy still won. Only with Batman and Riddler, they're actual human
except in
beings.
Infinity War, you get a win every now and then.
Well, see, this is real fucking life in a place that's the equivalent of New York or Chicago, so I can understand Batman not getting a win. That's what I like about this. Is like,
except he gets wins. That's the whole point of being a superhero. Is that you're supposed okay.
But
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I know he's not a traditional superhero, but he's still supposed to be a hero. What did he hero in this?
He stopped Asians from being punched. I think that's a pretty
Asian. He stopped Asian.
No, we don't know how many Asians could have been targeted.
You're right. So it could have only been just the one.
I mean, they got that one, but boy, they're not going to hit any more of them Asian kids anymore.
So,
but no, it was more of, I think it was more of a journey for Batman, as far as like he saw the cops were corrupt. He found out who actually killed his parents. He found out that just beating the shit out of people is not going to be, let's say, a symbol.
what do you mean?
He got a lot of character growth. Like, what I'm saying is, okay, so like, remember in the beginning, punches the shit out of the dude, right?
In the beginning.
We'll go. Vengeance. In the beginning, he punches the shit out of the dude and he says, "I'm vengeance." And then at the
you want to know? I mean, I don't know how much you ever read it. In the beginning, there was darkness, and in the darkness, there was the Batman.
The Batman. But then when he punches the shit out of the Riddler guy at the end, and he says, "Who are you?" And he says, "I am vengeance." And he goes, and you see it in his face, and he's like, "Oh shit. Okay, so maybe I'm inspiring people." It was kind of almost like a combination of the Christopher Nolan thing, right? Because it was like he in some kind of a way, and that was his connection to the Riddler, right? Because the Riddler thought him and Batman were gonna be like fucking buddies. Like, that's what his whole point of turning himself in. He's like, we're the same, and he's like, no, wait a second, I'm not like you. You fucking took thumb drive.
Yeah, he thought they were going after corruption, but they weren't going after the same type of corruption, and not nearly in the same fashion.
Exactly. I agree with the King of the Revolution. Yeah,
Oh,
Batman.
oh, shit. I fucking forgot. So, what's his face? The random, what is it, a random cop? The one we broke the nose of, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that who Catwoman kicks off the building and Batman saves him?
That was hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, that
Okay,
was
so Batman saves a guy.
I mean, yeah, and he saves her. He saves her from being a killer.
He saves Cat. No, fuck that. She's just going to kill someplace else. I mean, that scene
He,
took way too long. I was
he
like, they're literally going
saved
to
her
drive.
from being
Like, I knew
corrupted.
exactly what. No, like the scene where they're on their fucking cycles together. I was like, this is taking way too long because you know exactly what's going to happen. And then they made them come to a literal T intersection, not a regular four-way intersection, a literal T. And I was like, I wonder if they go their separate ways. They did. Just to, let everybody know. King of the Revolution, Batman is vengeance, Riddler's vengeance. Batman's final voiceover was him changing his branding. He isn't a hero until the end of the movie.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. And I also kind of agree with the next statement. Batman is
Batman in this movie?
Yeah,
Hello, Rebecca.
is better and seeking juvenile justice. Wayne wants at the start of Batman Begins. Yeah, actually I agree with that. Like I think a lot of this is Batman finding his way. I think that I like them showing mistakes, especially like if you told me I would
No,
have no, I would
no,
have
it's not.
I'd have a problem with this movie if you said to me, okay, this movie is like 5 years now. Like if you told me this was the equivalent of
See you
Dark
later,
Knight,
Christine.
see you later, Christine. Like if you told me, okay, this was Dark Knight Batman and he was fucking up like that, I'd be a little bit more agitated. But this is like second year Batman. Like that's not a lot of time. I don't even think he's really got a final suit. Like, I
You
hope he
don't
keeps the
think
car. The car is bitching.
you don't think that this? Well, I don't think it's necessarily his final suit, mostly because he's missing all kinds of tech in his cowl.
Oh yeah,
I don't think there's any tech in his cowl. Like when I seen the contacts, I was like, that is amazing. I'll take
I thought that
3.
was really cool. And when he flew and he used the wing, the literal
So
like
I hated that. I hated it.
I loved it because it was
I hated both.
practical.
No, I hated both points of it. Like, one, Batman is not supposed to be afraid of heights. I don't care what fucking year it is. Like, he's
He wasn't
supposed to.
afraid.
Dude, he got up there,
What
he
do you
looked
mean
over the edge,
afraid?
he's like, oh, no, 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 no.
No, he was afraid that the fucking thing wouldn't pull out right. And that's a pretty legitimate
That's what I'm
fear.
saying.
Because
No, like, Batman doesn't do that. Like, Batman, not Bruce Wayne, Batman is confident in what he is doing. I don't care if he's still learning. Like, yeah, he's learning to go after the supervillains. He's not learning how to use his tech. Second point, I didn't like that it ended up being a squirrel suit and he didn't use the cape to fly.
yeah, because he doesn't have Lucius Fox yet. Like he was still making shit on his
No, I
own
get
in
he
this
doesn't
one.
have the complete arsenal of stuff. I understand that because it's only year 2. Like, yeah,
Year
I
one was
agree
worse.
that,
Like watch
like,
year one on HBO. Like watch
this
Batman year one.
frickin' Batmobile, though.
But the Batmobile, oh my god. Don't change that. Matt Reeves. Matt Reeves, don't you ever fucking change that.
So, one
I
thing
loved
that
it.
they brought up on the Black stream, right? They said that, I don't remember how many of them agreed on this point, but I want to say it was K. Dot that brought it up. He was disappointed in the Batmobile because it did not do a super tech thing. And I thought it was pretty impressive when it, went through a flaming ball of, I don't know what type of fuel was burning. Diesel, let's say. And it took that jump like a fucking champ, and like there was nothing. Like nothing. Like a regular car, if you take that exact same jump, the odds are you're going to break something in your suspension system somewhere. I don't know where it's going to break, but somewhere something's going, like, I don't, maybe that you could pop a fucking wheel. The wheel's part of your suspension system at that point. Like holding you on the fucking ground, bearing could fucking pop. I don't fucking know. Shock absorber completely explode. But that fucking Batmobile, whoo, took that motherfucker, landed it, and then plowed right into the fucking car. Took no fucking damage. Like the body rigidity on this machine is quite amazing. And they definitely need to not get rid of it. You made it back
Yeah,
just in time.
yeah. I was gonna say Batmobile, best fucking design ever.
No, the only Batmobile that I can think of, like, okay, so for everything that I love about the Tumbler, right?
Yes.
Like, especially, like, the thing that I love the most about the Tumbler is that it's a Transformer, right? Right?
Yep,
Okay, so that's
I
the thing.
agree.
Obviously, we didn't know that at the beginning, and I'm not even entirely sure if, like, that was the original design, like if it was always like that and we just didn't know, or if that was something that it was like Tumblr 2.0. Now it can, peel away. Whatever, not the point. But like when I picture the Batmobile, because I am just a giant child, I picture the cartoon, right? So you know what the cartoon looks like.
Yep.
Long fucking Batmobile, big fucking flame coming out the back, long fucking bonnet, top that fucking, well, the whole top fucking slides back. I don't, how does he get into this one? Do we see him get in and out of it at all?
No.
No, because when he goes to get out of it, we're looking at the penguin.
Yep. And,
Okay,
and
so
that's
we
what I like.
don't see him. We don't know how the entry and exit works with the Batmobile. So that, maybe it's really good, maybe it's really terrible. Maybe they haven't figured out exactly how it works yet. But the one in the cartoon, the whole hatch slides back, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the whole front
So
hat.
I don't remember, are there guns on that one? On the cartoon one?
Yeah, actually there is.
I was gonna say I thought that there were.
There is because they, as a matter of fact, they shoot out like if he's being shot at by missiles, they'll shoot out those little like
Oh,
heat-seeking things
flares?
from, yeah, the flares or whatever.
Okay, but does it shoot bullets forward?
Yeah, there's been a couple of times he uses them to like disable the wheels or whatnot. I've always said, well, that could kind of cause a crash too.
No, I was just like I thought like I'm doing the mental fucking picture in my head, and I was like, okay, so the previous Batmobile, the one with Ben Affleck, like it had a lot. Like it seemed like it was uh it was Zack Snyder's brain on steroids, man. I was like, okay, how about you add a different layer to it? Like this layer went this way, that layer went this way. Like there were way too many fucking layers to that goddamn vehicle. And I'm glad Superman destroyed it. So that was the
Yeah,
previous Bat. So this Batmobile's better than that Batmobile. And it's only shit, it's probably in year one of Batmobiling. Because you know that he didn't have that first. He was on a motorcycle first. Motorcycle's easy. That's easy to
and,
fucking do.
and I liked the motorcycle too. I thought it was.
Oh, the motorcycle was good. It was good.
Yeah,
For
like did you
for a
see how
second
it was?
there, I thought that he had. I thought he was using his regular motorcycle, but then later in the movie, I was like, "Oh, that's the Bat Cycle." Okay,
Yeah,
so there was a
you
Bat
caught that
Cycle.
right. It was shaped like a bat. The like the edge of it, if you looked, it looked like the things on his cowls. I was like, oh, that's fucking clever. That's the thing I liked and appreciated
Now,
about this movie too was the
I have a question because you saw it twice. I only saw it once. From the angle that I saw it, when you're introduced to the Batmobile, like you see it under the sheet, like so you see the outline of it. But when you're introduced to it, it's right after he gets shot, right? So he's on the ground, and you think that the fucking mobsters are gonna come around the corner and shoot, and then he's disappeared, and he's in a Batmobile, and he starts the Batmobile, and swear to God, he puts it in first gear and snubs it out. Swear to God.
he did. That was the joke, and I loved it. Yeah, that actually happened because I was like, it's so quick, and I
No,
like
like
it. 'Cause
that's not how you're supposed to that's not how you're meant to scare somebody. You're not supposed to snub it out. You're supposed to like like, you're supposed to
No,
keep
it
it
went out, and like they did an interview with Matt Reeves, and he was talking about it, and he's like, "Yeah, Batmobile, this one was like his first prototype, so yeah, it was like the engine cut itself off. So yeah, he was like he went to start it up, and he had it, get ready to rev it or whatever, and then it just fucking shut off." And they kept it. So it was like, oh, tech doesn't always work all the time, but then it revs back up and it has one of the coolest scenes ever. But I thought that
see.
was
That's
kind
what
of
I don't see. That's the type of thing. Like, okay, maybe for somebody who's never seen a Batman movie before, they'd be like, "Oh, all right," but I've seen a Batman movie or two, and he's not like Peter Parker, where he works on something and then he takes it out into the field and goes, "Oh, dag nabbit, it didn't work." Batman thoroughly tests his shit before he takes it out in the field because he needs it to work or else he'll die because he has no superpowers.
no. The reason was like, I guess there had been a battle with it before, and he didn't realize that it was still, he needed the car at the time, but he didn't realize it was still under repairs. And remember, this Batman is still doing everything himself. He hasn't gotten a new tech guy yet or anybody to help him. So, sometimes shit appears to be fixed and it's not. And it's not really detrimental to him or his character. It's just like, oops, yeah, clicked off, and then he just
Oops.
clicked it back on. And I mean, the way it was running, and he went through a fucking truck, so I imagine it wasn't a like huge issue. I think it's just kind of like I like it. I think it's a little nod, like, oh,
No,
you-
as soon as I see it happen, I think I literally said out loud in the theater, and I didn't have anybody sitting immediately next to me, so that's probably good. I'm pretty sure I said out loud, "Did he just snub it?" I was like, "What in the fuck is happening?" I was like, "You don't have him snub it," and then after that, that video that we seen on Twitter when they were filming when he crashed the frickin' bat cycle when they're
Yep.
when they're leaving the what it's the end of the movie there when they're leaving the cemetery. So I don't think that they used that particular angle that we see when he crashed it in the Twitter video from that's like a year and a half ago or something like that. But that's the scene when it happened.
I
You
will
know
be
what
done
I'm
when
talking
I'm done in
about?
a minute, and then gonna- I
Uh-oh. Don't
want.
give her the finger.
It's almost one. I will watch
Yeah,
it.
I was. We're not going to go too much longer
I,
here.
honey, I love you, but I can't focus on that show tonight because, like, I gotta be focused.
What
I
show?
said before I knew.
What show?
So there's this show called Centaur World that we're watching. It is actually kind of amusing. I really like it. It's on Netflix. But she wants to watch an episode of it, and I said I can't do that right now because it's like 1 a.m, or it will be close to that. And she's saying that I said, but I didn't say that. Let me go. Let me check my text.
Oh my god, you said we can watch that right now while you're doing the stream?
No, I said this before
You said
the stream.
sure.
I just texted sure because that was the thing that popped up.
Janie Davis, nobody believes that you were ever a lurker.
Well,
She
now
just keeps typing away.
Oh, yeah, you want to watch Centaur? I said sure, can't talk. That was because you text me like as I was in the middle of doing something fairly important.
Oh man, you auto responded.
Yeah.
You're
That
like,
was
yeah, that's a good show. Sure, can't talk. Wait, does
I
it say?
should have
Did
been
she
more.
get? Wait a
I
second.
love you,
Wait
honey.
a second. Wait a second. Did she give you a time? Did she say, "I want to watch it at this time"?
No, she said when we get home.
Oh, when was that?
Like,
So why the fuck did you
hours
say
ago.
yes if you had a stream?
I'm not listening to you.
It was
Fucking
because
double booking, son of a bitch.
it was because I just said yeah, as you do, and didn't realize what I was committing to, and then I was like, oh shit. It was my bad. I love you, honey.
No, you're not.
You know, we should just go forever because this is not gonna.
I
We'll
mean,
just-
I don't think. See, I don't.
Why are you giving me the evil glare? It's not my fault.
It is your fault.
I am a victim in this. You ask me shit when I can't focus on what you're asking
You
me.
just say you can't talk. You didn't have to put the sure in front of it. You could just say can't talk. And not auto reply to me
Help me.
without even looking at what I said.
It's the only thing that can defeat Batman. Bitches. Love you.
It's true.
I'm gonna give you silent treatment.
That's all I had to do.
Oh my god! Don't,
I mean,
It's a
I'm already in a
dangerous-
hole. I might as well just dig
dangerous
myself
game
further.
you're playing there, guy.
No, she's got to beat the shit out of me.
For sure.
I just want you to know this has been a great run. Thank you. This will be the last time you guys will ever be seeing me. So enjoy this review that we're
Hey,
doing.
you're going out on what you would consider a high note. I wouldn't. See, I don't think I can consider this a high note.
I mean, yeah, we've had a pretty.
Like, from the conversation that we had, like, on the phone, conversation we had now, the texting that we had done about it, the distraction that you just put on the TV because I seen your fucking eyes look at it, you son of a bitch. It makes it sound like you think that this movie is just as good as Spider-Man No Way Home.
Actually, I wouldn't say.
Like, it sounds
I
like
feel
you
like
want to
it's two
put it
different movies.
like you want to put it on. Okay, well, I'll try to make a slightly closer comparison. It sounds like you want to put it on par with The Dark Knight.
Oh yeah, definitely. I put it on par with.
That's insane.
Not Dark Knight like Joker, Dark Knight. I put it on par actually more with Batman Begins. I think we need another movie to get there. Like I would put this with.
I don't think it's even as. I don't think it's even
the-
as good as Batman Begins. As
I would say it's 20 times
as
way better.
as a whole movie, like as a whole movie, if Batman accomplished something, like, okay, so if he's not a superhero until the end of the movie, and that doesn't happen until after Seawall comes down, he's still supposed to be the foil for the villain in the sense that he should be at minimum like, no, everything could still play out, and I wouldn't be nearly as upset if Batman had caught the Riddler. If the Riddler wouldn't have given himself up for whatever stupid fucking reason, which is, I don't understand. Like, you can have a conversation with Batman whenever you want. You know who the fuck he is in real life.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No. I had this discussion too with Killjoy. No, he doesn't. He tried to blow up Bruce Wayne. He didn't put together that Batman is Bruce Wayne. He was literally trying to blow up Bruce Wayne. And when you listen, you have to watch it again. When you listen, he distinctly says, Bruce Wayne doesn't understand us. Bruce Wayne doesn't understand people like us. Yeah, you got to go back there and listen to that conversation again. But yeah, because you see Pattinson look at the cameras like, oh shit, I'm going to have to take that drive, maybe take out the guards, take this dude out. And then he gives a sigh of relief. That's because they do and that was when I said I had a problem, that was my issue, because that scene's very hard to distinguish. But yeah, I had to see it again. He didn't figure out it was him. He thought that they were two separate people. He just led with the whole Bruce Wayne. And then if you listen to what he's saying afterwards, he immediately follows that up with, Bruce Wayne doesn't understand who we are. He sits in his ivory tower. He goes, he doesn't get us. And I'm sorry, I failed. He was the only one who got away. He like literally says that, like he's the only one that got away. And I was like, oh, okay. So he doesn't know that he's Batman, and that's why he kind of just
about that. Like, I don't know, man. Something about
that's
that
what
don't feel quite right.
Had the same thing. He thought that Riddler figured it out too. It was that was where, remember when I told you I had an issue? That was my issue, because the whole dialogue scene for that was very poorly done. Like that was like my one issue with that movie, was like that whole scene was very confusing.
Well, that might be your issue, but Lemon says, I'm not saying Biden is dumb, but when he signs a bill where it says sign here, he puts Sagittarius.
That's
not a joke. Tim, what's up, Tim? How are you doing? Did you see the Batman, Tim? He had to have seen the Batman. Look at the colors in Kylo's picture. Like red and black, he saw the Batman. Right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Like, I can't, like, he wouldn't have clicked on this fucking thumbnail on This Weekend if he hadn't seen it, right? And he saw he's seen the banner scroll at least once on the bottom. Batman spoilers, butt cheeks.
Yep.
It's a peach. It's a peach.
But like, yeah, I believe he had he had them both separated out. My issue was that, and
okay, I have, and that I still don't. You're right. I would need to watch it again, because I don't entirely believe you yet that he doesn't know who Bruce Wayne is, because he makes it sound like he's putting on a show for the cameras. That's what I got from it.
Yeah, no, he
I'm in Arkham, and he's giving away my secret identity. Oh, wait, he sounds like a nut job. I'm fine.
Because when you think about it, if he also, too, just the way it was set up, if he knew that Bruce Wayne was Batman, he wouldn't have sent that bomb for him. And that bomb was for him. It wasn't for Alfred.
Okay, that's the other thing that I was slightly upset about. I was like, okay, so you know all of this intricate information down to the point where you led Batman into a situation where he moved somebody like a goddamn pawn. Like Batman was the person playing chess, but you were the person playing the video game of chess. Like that's what just happened there. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like that's what fucking happened. But you didn't do enough homework to know that Alfred is going to look at something that says for Bruce Wayne only. Of course he's
I
going to fucking look. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't know. I feel like I think I fucking yelled this at my fucking mother, and she's like, "You need to be quiet." And I was like, "I can't because it's stupid." I was like, "It doesn't fucking matter whose fucking name is on the goddamn package when it comes to Wayne Manor. Whose ever name is on it, it could say Joker, Wayne Manor. Alfred's opening that fucking package. It'd be like, oh, it says it's for the Joker. I can't open it. I don't think so. Like, and do you think on the other side of that coin, like Bruce is gonna come in and be like, Alfred, I can't believe you opened my mail. This
I
fucking
mean,
talks in the movie. Phoebe,
I
check
mean,
out Tim's comment. Tim said, Phoebe's, I got something to say.
oh,
What do you got something to say? Where? Where? Just says hello to everything. Like, I saw this comment from before. I understand this comment. I don't know how Ray feels about it, but, you know, swings and roundabouts. I don't know what do you have to say, Tim? I checked out his comment. Like, what do you mean I got some? I had something to say. But that comment reads like Tim had something to say. Anyway, fuck. Batmobile, check. Batcycle, check. I wasn't expecting to see anything outside of those two vehicles, were you?
no, not at all. Like, I was not expecting to see like anything but that, because we pretty much figured it was going to be
You went all crackly again.
fuck, it was because something else was playing in the background. Do I still sound crackly?
Of course you do.
Fuck.
No, I'll tell you one thing that I absolutely loved was his chest knife. I don't know
Oh
exactly.
yeah,
I don't know what else to call it. Like his because it's not a
the main
batarang. It's not a batarang. I don't think it's a batarang. I
Yeah,
don't
you
think.
know, I got the
I
feeling the
don't.
night
It looks a
too.
little too big to be a batarang. Like that fucker is huge. It's the whole width of his chest.
Yeah.
Like I thought batarangs were meant to be like maybe 8, 9 inches wide. Like you're supposed to throw it like a fucking throwing star, right? Isn't that what they're supposed to
Yeah.
be like?
Yeah.
Yeah, this fucking
Yeah.
thing
They're
is
supposed to be little.
huge. Like he's holding it like a fucking handle and slices it with the other end or the other wing or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like you could see it in my picture right now. Like that actually comes off of the fucking suit, and he could like it's sharpish
Yeah,
shit.
I'll
Like,
put you full screen here.
yeah. So like this
So
center chest piece, it actually
it
comes off,
clips
and it's
and
like a knife.
unclips from the suit. Now, you being a comic book expert, I have a question for you that is comic book related. So you're gonna enjoy that, right?
Oh yeah.
I was told to check the Twitter. Oh shite. Son of a bitch. a baby raccoon following construction worker and otters, etc. That's not what I was supposed to check on Twitter, but somebody will understand what it means. Oh, click all the right buttons here. Fuck, what was I going to ask you? What were we talking about? Completely lost what the hell I was going to say.
You said it was
God
about
dang.
comic book accuracy.
Oh, so how do you feel about the bat suit? Because I'm told that the suit is not supposed to look like the man is wearing armor. He's just supposed to look like a man so that it's almost unbelievable when you shoot this man and there's no damage inflicted. But when you shoot somebody wearing all kinds of body armor, you're like, well, of course my gun didn't have any effect.
I would say that to everybody who's made that, read Batman Year One and also the follow up Year Two, because there's literally a comic called Year Two as well.
Okay.
And you'll see the design. Like Matt Reeves, like I can honestly say, and you're gonna get this from people who think they know source material but really don't. This is probably the most comic book accurate Batman we've gotten. He does detective shit. Granted, you have a fair point. Isn't the world's greatest detective quite yet? Still got a ways to go.
No,
I mean,
like
quite
he's got
honestly.
the he's
But
got the fighting side down quite well. Like he's taken on the groups of henchmen no problem, but we never saw him get in a one-on-one with a physical opponent in the movie.
No, not yet, and that's what I like. But
No, that's what the next. I assume that's what the next movie should be. But I mean, if they're going off of having the whoever the fuck Joker character or whoever the hell is supposed to be in Arkham with the Riddler, if that's who's supposed to be in the next movie, which I think that you should hold off on that. Like, have him be in the next movie, but not be the villain of the next movie. Like the villain
from
of
what
the
I
next movie has to
heard,
be
and I'm
somebody that Batman can actually fight.
I'm not 100%. I know that they set up this story, but don't quote me. And this is coming directly from Matt Reeves. I believe the next villain he wants to do is Mr. Freeze. He even set up the storyline with the flooding. If you, like I said, comic books accurate. This is from Year Zero, and in Year Zero is where they introduce a new Mr. Freeze. And why he's pissed is because when Riddler flooded Gotham, Nora, where her tank was fucked, and he wound up getting turned into Mr. Freeze because he went through the water, tried to save her, and the cryogenic shit all got in the water, and he became Mr. Freeze.
Oh, I'm gonna have you're gonna love this section of the show because we're gonna have another comic book question after I read this comment. Janie Davis said Joker should be saved for the third part of the trilogy, but should be introduced in the second. And I would be inclined to agree, but why does it have to be a trilogy? And I ask you that question with the coupling question of how many mainline villains or primary villains or headline villains or whatever fucking moniker you want to give to them are in Batman's cavalcade of fucking villainy.
A ton.
Like,
there are so many in this world.
No, I'm saying I'm saying you have all of them, but how many of them are at the Riddler, Mr. Freeze, Joker level? Because nobody wants to see a fucking movie about Captain Boomerang.
Or Calendar Man.
or Calendar Man. Like you might be able to like,
have
and
you ever
then
seen
to
Harley Quinn?
mention, no, I have not. But somebody like Tim Sock might have seen Harley Quinn.
What's
Would-
up? What's up, guys?
Up Tim.
Hey, what's up, Tim?
Not much, man. Good to see you all, PB. Mr. Zod, how's it going?
I see that you're sitting there flexing, trying to make us look bad. This
Hi,
fucking
dude.
guy. He comes in,
Sorry,
don't show up,
he's-
like, hey,
he's-
I can't do it.
He's channeling his inner Stevie J.
Yeah,
He's
woosah.
channeling his inner Batman. He's auditioning for the next. He's like,
No,
Hey.
no. Like, okay, that's another. Like Robert Pattinson never wears anything like this. It's either full bat suit or essentially full bat suit or pants.
Yeah,
Or
they like
even
you're
a
right,
sweater.
PB. Because like the way they shot the back scene, his back, he was like flexing it totally together like this from the side, and then they had to widen the shot up like to
Yep.
make him look jacked. Tricks of the trade, and then they always shot him in a different angle, like Tom Cruise, from a tilt shot. Like a tilt shot will make
Yep.
anyone look big.
Yep.
It's tricks of the trade. I mean, think about like Lord of the Rings.
That's what they
They
did
weren't
for
actually.
all
yeah,
of
yeah.
the Dark Knight Rises.
Yep. I
So
mean,
they
I
made
mean,
Tom
Christian.
Hardy look big. He's a tiny guy.
Yeah, Christian Bale is actually semi big guy. He's like 6'1", like 200 some pounds in the
Right.
Batman Begins. He lost a little weight, but Tom Hardy had massive traps. But they actually used platform shoes for the third film to make him look bigger.
Oh, they added the platform shoes too.
Yeah.
Interesting. I guess I didn't know about the platform shoes. They didn't need
Yep.
platform shoes for this movie. I assume you saw it, eh, Tim?
Oh yeah, I did see it, dude. Oh my god,
Just
I've
once?
been on
Just once?
Just once. I'm about to go see it again. I've been sick or whatever. Blah blah blah. I've been on the go, but I plan on seeing it again. But it's very like I'll give it this. It's very stylized. It's very different. They didn't try to copycat off other films. Do I think it was fantastic? No. Batman. I'll give a preface for this. Batman is my favorite superhero of all time. So maybe I criticize it a little bit more different, I guess. But
Okay.
I would put this underneath The Dark Knight and Batman Begins. I think Batman Begins, like I go back and forth between Batman Begins and The Dark Knight because Batman Begins has better action, hand-to-hand combat, less use of the shaky cam, but like the story is almost better. So there's a lot of things, right? So this is very stylized, the hue of red sprinkled throughout the plot, right? And I think it kind of like added to the element. It seemed like old school type. I don't want to say Western, but like old school type of like detective series that
Noir.
was, yes, a detective noir that we've seen back in the day. And I appreciate those factors, but like 3 hours for a film, man, that was absolutely way too long. I think the film would have
I
been.
liked it.
Oh, you do like? I mean, fantastic.
I mean,
like, do you
no,
like
like the run time. Like at no point when I was sitting there, because I've heard it from a few people where they were like, "Oh, I made it to this point in the movie," and I was like, "Man, it's been a while." I made it to this point, man, it's been a while. I heard ridiculous Mr. Zod be like, "It's a 3-hour movie, so I didn't get a drink because I didn't want to have to take a leak." I was like, "I got a fucking drink and I didn't take a leak. Come on now."
Well,
I mean,
I think.
but to be fair, look at my fucking frame, okay? I drink even like a thimble of fucking water, and I'm like, oh god, I can't do it. I can't. And then I'm looking like, I'm like, he's going emo now. Can I go? Fuck,
You
he
got a
sees
cool
it.
shirt, dude. The Gorillas, like the band, they have
Oh,
that
yeah.
one song where they have that like the high tempo.
Feel
Like,
good.
you know what I, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But
Yeah, I love that
it's
song. It's great.
yeah, no. What Zod is saying, like, I honestly had to like drink my water wisely before I'd go into the film because I didn't want to pee.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous because there was one like minor sub credit scene or something like that, end credit scene, right?
Oh, the end
And
credit scene is
so
awful.
yeah, it was awful. I looked it up. I was like, "Oh, it's not worth staying," but I stayed for it. But it's 3 hours. Average films used to be 90 minutes like 20 years ago, but it's ascended to like 2 hours, but now it's like 2.5. And then like the Marvel thing is at the end credit scene, and then when you have 30 minutes of like BS time, like where they play all the advertisements. They have
Yep.
Nicole Kidman coming out there and like, oh, the movie theater experience, but then they're also preaching about this and that, about like social distancing and stuff like that. But like, no, let's come back to the theaters.
I'll still
But
look at Nicole
anyways,
Kidman.
she looks very nice.
Fucking A.
Very nice. Very nice.
But you know what I mean, though. It's just like I'm glad things are coming back to theaters. This was something that needed to be in theaters. Like there was like so much artistic vision in this, but like Batman was beating stuff up. Like it was awesome, and his relationship with Alfred was quite divisive. I think Catwoman was quite weak in the character or whatever. Some of her lines were quite cringy, but I
Oh, I got a question
know,
for you about Catwoman. Because me and Zod mostly agree. Do you believe that there was any sexual chemistry between Bat and Cat?
oh man, I know I heard what happened behind the scenes, but I don't know if I believe it. I feel like it was all kind of.
Wait, what did you hear?
I heard they like on the bike or whatever they had they hooked up, but I don't know if
Oh,
that was. I don't know if that was displayed there to make us think that. I mean, there was some very intimate scenes, but her lines felt very like forced, right? When she was like trying to play like she was like the kind of like I'm trying to think of the proper terminology. She was just like acting like cool. Like some moments she would be like act a certain way, and then she'd be like very like over in a way. Like she was like very like sugar momish or whatever, very like jive or very like ghetto, right? I'll just get it. Very ghetto. She'd be like normal, and then she'd be very, very ghetto. But she'd be like sugar or like it's
hello,
like where did that
Sherry.
come from? Yeah, yeah. And then she was like
Hey, Sherry.
vengeance or whatever. It's like they didn't know what to do with the character.
Yeah, where's
And I
all
felt
that
like
vengeance?
it was a very weak part for me, and you could tell in the script. Like she's never been in anything big. Ana de Armas was actually shot or like auditioned for Catwoman, but she didn't get it
Okay.
because they said the chemistry with Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz was greater, but
Where?
I think Ana de Armas would have been took too much from Robert Pattinson because she's a movie
Okay.
star. She's a movie star. Zoe Kravitz will never lead a film. Like she's never led a film.
No,
I'm gonna straight up honest.
That was so
I
brutally
told-
honest.
I told Zod of the
I'm just being
4
honest, man.
film Catwoman, she ranks 5th.
Yeah,
She's not. I mean,
she
she's
is
gorgeous.
the least memorable part of the movie, and it seems like she's the least memorable part. Like to me, when in that final scene when they're together and they literally drive their separate ways, I was like, okay, you're going to make him look back because that's what it calls for, but I don't think that he really wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
like
I didn't feel like he wanted to.
Let me ask you the real question: the big mischief or the mysterious thing they tried planting in there, like, oh my gosh, she's Falcone's daughter. Did that added anything to the story? It to
I didn't
me,
give
I
a
didn't.
fuck.
I didn't
give
feel
a fuck.
anything.
No,
I didn't feel
I was
anything.
I was like, okay, so when you're like connecting the dots, right? You're like everybody's connected the dots before on the fucking page, and you get done connecting all the fucking dots, and you're like, oh man, that looks really cool. And then you see one random one way off to the fucking side, and you're like, shit, I missed one. Well, it looks good anyways. That's what the fuck that was. I was like, what the fuck is like? I don't fucking care. She like no zero fucks were given that they were related at all. Like I don't. It seemed like they
It's
almost
very
created that just to get them in the same place at the end of the movie.
like
Or I should say to
the
make him the
storyline
target
was done
of both
in
of them. That's what I mean.
the storyline was done in the long how it's called it's a actually it's a cartoon now, so it counts in the movie verse.
Uh-oh.
But in the Long Halloween, Selena is actually hinted to being Falcone's daughter. It is an actual storyline, and in the comic books, it's been hitting
Tim didn't
also,
ask
but
it. Tim didn't ask if it was a real storyline. He asked if I gave a shit.
Yeah,
like-
like what was the relevance for that situation happening? Like I
Like,
didn't feel anything.
Hold on. I am more intrigued and want to know what is going on more with Alfred's Alfred than with their father-daughter relationship.
Yeah, it
He
was
didn't
like
even
I felt
fucking
like
know about it. He didn't know. So it's fucking irrelevant. He's like, I didn't know I had a daughter. She's like, you're terrible. You're a terrible father. And he's like, you and 1,000 others, baby.
yeah, it's true. It's like they
Like,
were
what the
trying to
fuck?
build up to this specific moment, and then I just didn't feel anything. It was just like,
Nothing. 100%
okay,
agree.
yeah,
like I think for I got what they were going for. I think it worked better in the cartoon because the cartoon structured it differently, as a cartoon can do, because you can play around
Sure,
with the
you
animations
know,
and things like that. But live action, that translated very terrible.
you bring
what
them
would you done a
cartoon.
better?
Oh, what was that, Tim?
Well, first
No,
off, I wouldn't have
what
fucking
would you
killed
done better?
Falcone.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
have killed Coney because the significance, and this is actually, if you look in Nolan's trilogy and you see Falcone in there, he has a scratch. That's supposed to symbolize
You
like
got it
that
from a
scratch,
flirkin?
that scratch on his face. No, it's always been Catwoman. They just
So,
never
yeah.
came out and said it.
That would have been good,
So
man.
he
That would have
did
been good.
get Nick Fury'd.
He got Nick Fury.
yes, yes.
One would
SCPB.
say it would be before the Nick Fury, but yeah, the storyline, like some have made up different through the years, but the latest and the newest one was Catwoman gave it to him. Catwoman gave it to him because she was his daughter and she got pissed off. And when the story in The Long Halloween is she goes to rob him, kind of like this one, because he's her father and she
Okay.
wants to stick it to him. And he pulls a gun on her and she scratches his face and she goes to remember me, honey,
Sure,
and
yeah,
takes
it's all weird.
his like his cash and jumps out of the window with it. And then Batman comes and fights him. But this is in the beginning. And the story was mostly focused between like Selena Kyle and Batman, and then Harvey Dent and Bruce, because Harvey becomes Two-Face in that. It was a lot. Oh yeah, Batman and Damian was worse. Batman was assaulted by Talia al Ghul, which
He blames his
they'll never
father
do that
for being a
storyline.
child he didn't know about and was conceived when he was sexually assaulted by Damien's mom, daughter of Ra's al Ghul. That's a comic thing?
That's a no. That's also a it's not just a comic thing. It's also in the animated. It's
Right,
in several
but
animated
wait,
movies. Actually, it's a
wait,
big
hold
plot.
on. Now, I have a very important follow-up question. These are for children?
No,
no.
no. This is the DCEAU.
Don't they like aren't
comic
these
book?
all kind of R-rated? No,
No, I'm
they're
talking
animated.
the comic book story where this happened. Is that not for the children?
No, it even says on the comic book, like it says like M17 or some shit. Like no,
Yeah, I didn't see any super young kids at the Batman. You have any super young kids in your Batman showing?
No.
I
Well,
was
it's
I
rated.
was-
It's rated
I was
R.
waiting
It
for
was
that.
rated R, right? It was rated R, right?
No, it's
I
PG
thought it was
13.
PG-13.
Oh, dang, dude.
I mean, does
I
anybody
know
was
even
they
rated
try?
pushed
R.
I
that.
don't.
They pushed that PG
I
13.
mean,
No, there
I
was
think
no
that,
kids
I think
there.
there was more swearing in Spider-Man because they're like, we're gonna try and force some swearing in here. We're gonna say shit.
Yeah. Hold on,
I'm
let
not
me-
gonna lie.
I
When
think
I
they
heard
said
them say
"oh
that,
shit"
I
a couple of
chuckled.
times in Batman, but like, I didn't feel them pushing the swear jar envelope very far in the movie at all.
No,
And
I
I don't
think the
need them to. Like,
violence.
I don't need swearing in my fucking Batman movie.
Dude, well, all right, let me listen to this. All right, or look, PG-13 has changed, right? I
Oh,
looked it
okay.
up. It says PG-13 ratings due to the strong, violent, and disturbing content, drunk content, strong language, and some suggestive material. That has changed since we were kids. This
Yeah.
sounds like rated R. Like the times have changed. Like this would be
I
rated R like
100%
10
agree.
years ago.
I remember when, like, if they said "damn" in a PG 13 movie, I think we're all old enough to remember when we went to the theater and they said, you heard them say "damn," and it was like, "Oh my goodness, is this R? Is this?" Let me check, honey. No, we're in a PG 13. They're getting a little close.
13. These kids aren't 13.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I mean, Batman was literally beating the crap out of someone, but they weren't like showing his face. Like his face would be bloodied, and then Batman was literally getting shot in the chest or by like shotguns and other scenes. He was like,
Oh my
there was
gosh,
no
it was.
blood. There was no blood, I guess. So I guess that makes it. But like, literally, that's my biggest qualm with the whole film is like Batman, like they
Ah,
just shoot for the chest, but they don't shoot for the face. So that's not guarded, and just like.
I
They
do
kind of
agree.
pick or
Like,
choose.
it wasn't like in Dark Knight where he had obvious protections or they gave reasons. I do agree that is one of my actual gripes too. It's like, this is second year, right? You
Yeah.
would think criminals would be experimenting with this guy who's dressing up as a bat, beating the
no,
fuck
I
out of
mean,
people.
it wouldn't be
He's
so
scared, too.
bad if people are like, you're running or like the people who are shooting from the opposite side of a car. But when you're
Yeah.
taking some type of like, you got your stock firmly in your shoulder, you're looking down the sights, you should be able to hit a paper plate size target, which is what his head and neck end up being. And at no point does it get hit by anything. Not to mention the fact that multiple people are using shotguns. And if you put like, yeah, you don't want to be using like straight birdshot when you go trap shooting, but throw a dozen beads or 10 beads or something like that in there. One of them motherfuckers is gonna break through and crack his fucking jaw open. Nobody does it.
Yeah.
Like, come
And
on.
the thing is, it's just like his legs are exposed, like throughout the film, and like they've seen him, like he's a known figure. They like there's a scene that is so stupid. They see it like his Batman figure up there, like they see the symbol and they're all feared. They literally have like a 7 to 10 second montage with it, like oh, everyone's a fear, and then he shows up to the group that's been advertising in like the trailer. He's like, "Who are you supposed to be?" And then they were literally like you know what I mean? I was like, what do you mean? And then like the other people, oh, you're Batman. And then they're like shooting him in like the chest and he gets kind of hurt and like he gets like I'm like,
That scene
what?
I liked because it seemed like he got more agitated than hurt.
Yeah,
Like,
he
when
did.
you watch that, and the guy actually does get him on the side, and he just like
Yeah.
looks over and flips him over. I was like, that I thought was probably one of the most like maybe semi-realistic scenes because it looked like he was actually hurt, but instead of being hurt, he just looked at the guy like mildly irritated, like, did you just fucking? And that's when he
Yeah.
like grabbed him and flipped him over his shoulder. But yeah, like the things that annoyed me was, and I agree with PB, like machine gun. You gotta think that someone would get fucking at least lucky.
This-
Like,
This is what Tim said. Tim said his legs were exposed.
And he ricochet bullets too, bro. Like even if you miss, whoo, whoo, like everywhere.
Like,
You
I
know?
get it might have been a body armor, but like, yeah, like you said, even if he could deflect it, you tell me there was literally a scene, okay, like where what he was surrounded by metal crates when he just jumped down into the mob thing, and there was a bunch of like steel crates around him, right? And I'm thinking, okay, I see him deflecting, which is a cool visual. I see him deflecting the bullets. Okay, I could buy that. It's maybe armor, and it's a little bit. That's why he moves so slow, right? Because he turns slow through this and moves a little bit slower. So I'm like, okay, cool. He's wearing like basically body armor. But then I'm like, well, if he's fighting in this thing with crates and he deflects that many bullets, then Tim, I thought about that too. I'm like, nothing ricochets and accidentally hits him, like in the places that aren't exposed.
Have a
My
if
Like I
this,
said, things bothered me.
I have a, let's call it a theoretical question. When does he hit peak Batmaning in the sense of right now he's young and fast because he's in year 2, but he's being slowed down because of the level of technology that he's wearing. So once the technology improves and he can lessen the weight on his body, he'll move faster, but he'll also be older, so he'll be moving slower. So what is peak Batman?
I'd say peak Batman was about what, maybe
5 years into
5 years?
yeah, I would say because
So
well,
I don't know if I can judge it by necessarily a year, and I would say that peak Batman is when he, let's say, introduces his last major invention.
yeah, well, this is the way that I look at it is like obviously when you're younger you can tank more, but his armor's not super tank, which bothers me. I feel like his technology is not advanced. I feel like he should have been more swiftly. Like if you look at the Dark Knight series, like we get to see Batman Begins, and even he was more swiftly than this dude in Batman Year Two. This dude was sloppy, very sloppy.
He's
Batman
not
Begins
very.
was he was a lot more intelligent, like a lot more thought out. This was like pre-Batman. He was not Batman to me. So like they took Batman down to grade. So hopefully in this year he's a lot more well thought out. The way that he went out there blatantly with all these guns was stupid. Batman would never do that. Batman is always one step ahead. I don't care the fact that the Riddler was one step ahead of Batman. I care the
Right,
fact
that's
that
okay.
yeah, I care the fact that because he was more like Hush. I care the fact that Batman was stupid in this. Like he should have been killed multiple times. Batman would never do
No,
that
I
to
like
go
that
out and blanket force. He's a
he
ninja.
went
A
out
ninja.
into the crossfire, and then you see him use that fucking smoke grenade. He would
Yeah,
have
that's
used that
Batman.
first. Why didn't he use the smoke grenade first to blanket the area, and then you start picking people off one at a time? That's what Batman
And
does.
throws gadgets from his utility belt and like dampening their like guns or whatever. Like the tech didn't have to be super huge. It's just like Batman didn't seem like Batman. I know it's year two, but like this dude is a guy that's 20 like studied like over 20 some martial arts, is a trained in like ninjutsu whatever, and has all this tech, even like
Okay,
premature tech.
so
It just like I was like, dude, this dude should have died. Like I felt like I was
let's
like, oh my god, he's lucky.
let's ask the comic book expert.
Yeah.
When you make it to Batman Year 2, because that's where we're at, what martial arts does he learn after that? Like, he's learned all of the martial arts that he's going to learn. Obviously, he hasn't perfected them, which is completely okay, but he's not going to learn a new discipline at this point, is he?
Yeah, actually, he knows none of the stuff from the league. If you guys were
Uh,
paying attention, this is not even League Bruce Wayne. This is like
he was taught from Alfred because Alfred was in the military. He was SAS.
Okay, so he has 0 ninja training.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't even have like the ninja training yet, or most
So what
of
kind
the
of
ideas.
okay? So like, is there some interview someplace where I can get some information of how much training he actually does? Like, does he have the same amount of training that fucking Kevin James has in his fighting movie?
Eh,
Here
oh,
Comes the Pain. That's what it's called.
no, I mean no. He's got more training. Like, yeah,
Like,
he's
what is
got
his
like
training?
that. He could fuck up Kevin James. He could fuck up most people. He just doesn't have, and the tactician stuff too. He's learning from Alfred. Like most people don't know. Like the tactical stuff didn't really come from the League of Shadows. The League of Shadows just taught him how to use the shadows effectively.
Can
And
you
gave him the
imagine
idea
if
of,
they would have cast Adam Driver as Batman? Winning.
like
He's big.
now I
He's big
feel like
enough.
we're
What a take,
looking
man.
like this is Tim's audition right here. Look at him. He's got like his shirt out. He's like, "Come on, guys. I got more of a build than Pattinson. Come on."
Yeah, I'm taller
We
than
can
that
do
guy.
this.
Yeah.
But no, if you look in the comics, like yeah, he's
Who the
got
fuck's he gonna learn that from? He's gonna learn Muay Thai from Rachel Gould?
I
no,
think
he
the
learns
I,
Muay Thai from the tiger or some tiger claw guy.
Okay.
Like he trains. By the time you get into year 4 or 5, which I hope they skip some of the shit and they don't show everything because that would be a giant. Please don't make a 3-hour movie so we can go through a fucking montage of him training and everything. I don't want that.
I
But
do.
like, just
No, they gotta.
A little bit.
Oh, you don't want to montage the montage.
no,
what do
I
you
don't
think,
want. I mean, I would want to see a little bit, but I don't want it because if this director did 3 hours just to do a basic detective like bare bones Batman, and he's going, okay, year 2, he's going to be more equipped, he's going to know stuff, we're going to show him getting more trained up. I don't want it to be with the way it appears Matt Reeves shoots stuff. I don't want to see a fucking hour scene of just training. I think
Well,
that
how
would
in
be
the hell?
too.
No,
He's gonna have to go on some international mystery if he's gonna get trained by the league at this point.
yeah, I agree. I look. I don't, Zod. What you're saying, I don't think it needs to be an hour. It like if you edit it well enough, you could like in the clip of 15 minutes or 10 minutes, you could put like who he's training with, and you maybe have one of the guys revisit him, or even if he's dead in spirit or whatever. I don't like maybe not some Jedi stuff, but look, that's who Batman is like who he's trained by, and that's why he's so bad AF, right? Because he's trained by like he's the tactician, been trained by multiple people. He has multiple doctorates, so that's why Batman's always like one step ahead. So.
But yeah, but see, I can forgive a lot of stuff because, like we said, this is year 2. Alfred has just started teaching him
He's
some
a
stuff. You can
DC
see
villain,
the
Tim.
tactics.
Yeah.
Well,
So what? Like, hold on. So the joke, is it like very like clear that Joker's gonna be the next villain? Like, who was in that scene next to?
no, actually, it's not going to be Joker. Surprisingly,
Who was that? That was Joker next to the Riddler,
that was
right?
Joker, but
It's supposed to be Joker. Okay.
Matt Reeves confirmed that his next, like straight from his mouth, he says, you know how they do, if we get a sequel, knowing, given the fucking numbers, he's getting a sequel.
Oh dang.
Yeah, he already did 128 million. So
Wow.
it's pretty much guaranteed.
Or is that domestic?
That is
No,
domestic.
I will. I'll look myself. I don't need you to tell me because every time you give me numbers, they're wrong.
Sorry, but no. Who's the villain? No, we were asking who's going to be the next villain. You said not Joker. Who's going to be the next villain?
Mr. Freeze. He's
Mr. Freeze. Okay.
Yeah, cool. And he'd like to do the Court of Owls, which I thought would be really fucking interesting.
Yes, because
nobody's ever done the Court of Owls except for Gotham.
yeah, I actually did like Gotham. Like season 1 was weak, but after that, it picked up really strong for me. Actually,
Thank you. I thought I was the only one who watched it.
Don't
Yeah, I
think
watched
that
it.
this movie's gonna make as much money as Joker.
Well, I hope. Well, I do want to see it expand. Like, I think the core owls will be huge, especially with Bruce Wayne's parents, like them being in like their inner like fraternal signal like group. The Falcone stuff would make more
Wait,
sense.
what
Whatever.
the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know about the best Batman villain, the Court of Owls.
Oh yeah, dude. That's like the best stuff.
Who?
Like the Court of Owls, like the people that look after
Who?
Gotham, like this.
He's doing the owl thing.
It's an owl.
Oh, sure.
That's why I didn't say anything. I was like, "This motherfucker, I know you."
I only needed to. That's okay. So the Court of Owls is the aristocracy that Catwoman is disillusioned with.
Well, they're
Yes.
like pretty much like the Gotham Illuminati, but they're pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who is in this group of people?
Well,
or do we not know?
go ahead, Saul.
Like, is it just
It's like
random
Fight
rich
Club.
people, or is it actually supervillains?
There's a lot of rich people in it, but there is like some villains that are a part of it. Like I know, I believe Hush is in there once. There's I want to say Harvey Dent. But at one time, Penguin, Catwoman.
Okay, what'd you guys? We didn't really talk about him at all. What'd you think
Who?
about Penguin?
Oh, I love the Penguin.
Yeah.
I hate Colin Farrell as an actor.
I didn't know who he was at first. That's how good it was.
That's what makes it so good.
Like, I was like,
Yeah.
holy fuck, is that? And then the second time that he came on screen or whatever, I don't remember what the fucking scene was off the top of my head. I was like, that's supposed to be Colin Farrell? What the fuck?
Dude.
I was like, don't look like him, don't sound like him. I was like, where's the bullseye on his head?
Dude, he killed that role. Like, I didn't even like. I forgot it was Colin Farrell.
Perfect. Fucking perfect. Like, I understand how somebody is still going to say that Danny DeVito is the Penguin. Like, I get that. But that's like the realistic difference between these two characters. Like, I don't think there was anything in this movie that was bombastically unrealistic. Like, the biggest set piece per se, when the Batmobile does the jump over everything, I was like, this jump isn't even particularly that high. Like, it's the height of the width of a semi. So what's that like? It's like 8 feet. It's not a huge jump. Like, Vin Diesel would be
cool,
like, though. Man, my family would be able to handle a much bigger jump.
I knew you were gonna say family does it better. Right?
It's all about family.
Yeah.
And like, that is the biggest spectacle thing that happens there. And I think that it was perfect. Like, everything is completely grounded in reality. Nobody's fallen. Like, you ain't got like the Jack Nicholson fall into a vat of fucking chemicals and now you're fucking supervillain. Like, there ain't none of that. Like, even the Riddler, he's just a guy. He's just a guy. He's just off his fucking rocker. That's all. And
like,
then
I liked him
Penguin,
because my
like, what's wrong with Penguin? The only thing wrong with Penguin is he got some gold teeth and he had acne as a kid.
He walks funny.
He's
oh my god! Like,
they called him the Gimp. I loved it.
Yeah, it's yeah.
But my favorite line is actually probably from him, where when they're taking Falcone out and they appropriately use the F-bomb.
That's the goal, lemon pie. Tell your friends. Tell your family.
I love when he looked at Falcone, like before, he got shot, and he's like, "You're a fucking rat." I was like, yes, yeah. Like I don't know what it is, just like because
Rose, I'm
like,
pretty sure I did say
he
hi
was
to you at the beginning of the stream, but that was like 2.5 hours ago.
like he put on like his accent was a lot like New York. So
Yeah.
like when I heard it said like delivered like that, I was like, oh my god, I can't wait for the Penguin show to come. I am super fucking excited about that. And they said it's gonna be like Scarface with Pacino violent. So I was like,
So is it going to happen before or after the movie in the timeline?
it's gonna be before the next movie. They're
Oh,
actually
dang.
like it's gonna be like this movie came out, they already started production on the Penguin. Like they already
Oh.
started Colin Farrell's on board.
So if this Batman is like the MCU, then his TV show is like the Penguins of Shield.
Wait, his I followed you up to what?
Okay, okay,
All right.
I'll do it. You want to
Yeah,
try,
go
Tim?
ahead.
Did you get it?
I got it. But you go ahead again. All right.
Okay, so if this Batman is like the MCU, then his TV show is like the Penguin of Shield.
No, from what I heard, it's gonna
Yes,
be actually
if it's supposed to take place after this one and before the next one, like if you're literally taking place in the same universe on the same Earth, fuck you, DC. I know how you play. You'd be like, yeah, it's the same universe, but not the same Earth. Fuck you, it's the same Earth. I get it.
It's
I know the
it's
game
gonna
you
be
play.
it's gonna be somewhat like it's not gonna be Peacemaker, but it's gonna be like not gonna directly influence, but it is right.
no,
That's
it's gonna
the way I'm gonna
be
take it.
literally it's going to be a direct sequel of the movie that will directly connect into the next movie. Like that's what Ray said. Like it's
Mhm.
going to be because by the time he makes his next movie, he's not going to go over the Penguin arc. When you get it to the next movie, Penguin owns the city now. Like he owns the Iceberg Lounge. So the show is going to be designed to show you how he rose to power so that you don't go into the movie going, well, how the fuck, why is he running shit now? And last time we saw him, he was just staring over the top of it.
That's
Now, when you jump in, he's going to have the show that kind of shows you all the steps in between.
No, last
that
time I
makes
saw him,
sense.
he was getting tackled by police.
And like the interesting thing where we see Penguin at the end of the film of the Batman, he's kind of conflicted. There's a scene where he's kind of looking out, like, should I leave or not? And then like this would make more sense for like him developing him as a character because he seemed like more so as a side piece. There was a scene where they trapped him down. They were like, he was like pretty much cussing them out, like him and like the Batman and Gordon, whatever, like you effers, and they left him like cupped up or
I was
whatever. That was a
laughing
great
so hard.
scene, dude. That was a dope scene, dude.
He's like,
But
hey,
yeah.
guys, you guys gonna, anybody gonna get me out of here? I was like, you know what I kept on thinking? Because they remember they cut back and he's back to whatever. And I'm like, the only thing that kept going through my mind was, how the fuck did he get out? Was he in zip ties or cuffs? I couldn't remember because I was like, how the fuck did he walk? Did he go like this all the way? Because I'm picturing that halfway down the road,
Dude, he
this.
waddled to the nearest person, asked them if they could help him out, and they robbed him.
Yeah, well, my theory is instead of having twatter because it's a bird, he has like penguin talk. He gets on penguin talk. Texts. I don't know, jumps in the bay.
He
Whatever.
shared it to Penguin.
Yeah, they have
was
this
like-
lunar.
He shared it on the flapper.
Yeah, the flat, whatever the penguins call it, man. The
Yeah,
non-flyers,
whatever
whatever.
these penguins are calling it these days.
Yeah.
They call I don't know. Like, do you want it to sound like Twitter, or do you want he shared it on the waddle?
Yeah, they were just like, definitely don't text Martha, right? They'll piss off Batman
Oh
and
my
Superman.
god!
So.
Oh my god!
So
You
I
know,
was
so glad-
there'd just be people on Penguin or on the Flapper every fucking hour. You know how there's account? Like, I've seen account on Twitter. It's Red Panda every hour, and there'd be people that would create an account and be like Martha every hour.
Oh shoot.
And they'd be like,
Trolling and Batman.
here is a Martha. She's still alive.
So I was watching BVS again today.
On purpose?
And
Oh my gosh.
I don't hate it like most people. I just skip the Lex Luthor
Okay,
scenes.
like,
So I was
what do you mean
watching
you
it
just
again.
skip the Lex Luthor scenes? Like, the movie makes way less sense if you skip those bullshit scenes.
The Jesse Eisenbach scenes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get the gist of of this stupid fucking plot. I don't need to see it. So I just like the warehouse scene and when Batman fucks up or when Superman fucks up the Batmobile, he's like, "Do you bleed?" I don't know. I will always love that.
Ooh, Tim, let me ask you about that. Like, what'd you think about this Batmobile?
I actually liked it. I will give this film this. I don't think it's a masterpiece. I don't think it's great.
I want you to rank
Do
it
it.
after you give your opinion.
Okay. So I think what the trailers did, which was fantastic, I was questioning like what time period this film was in. I honestly didn't know the way they shot it. It felt like it was like an older rendition, almost to the time of like Michael Keaton.
Did
But
you
then when I
see a
watched the film,
smartphone?
I did see
Okay.
like see a semi smartphone, but it was like it was like the old farm boy. It was like the farm boy had like a relic of his past of his dad and kind of souped it up like Fast and Furious and made it modern because you can soup up any like old school car, right? So I thought that was pretty dope. What happened? I was like, oh my gosh, has the old school 1989 like lights coming out of it. I was like, I got chills like running through me. I was like, oh my gosh, this is cool.
Were they
But like,
multiplying?
what do you mean? Well, you saw dual like lights come out. They're like
you
color.
said you said you had chills. I asked you if they were multiplying.
Oh, Grease. I have chills multiplying. I got thrills. No, but they were multiplying for a little bit.
Fair enough.
I'm a fan of Grease. Yeah, but no. What was the question again? I got so far off topic.
Batmobile. You were just giving your thoughts on the Batmobile. And
Oh,
you
okay.
rank
So
it compared to the
Hey,
other
Margo.
film,
So
Batmobile.
it was
Hello,
a nice
Margo.
rendition for year two. That's all I'll say. But I do want to see it like evolve a lot.
Okay. So, do you think, and you can answer this to Mr. Batzod? I don't know.
Mr.
What
Yeah,
that's supposed to
Batzod.
be.
I am vengeance.
Do you think that it is exclusively going to stay a Batmobile, or is it going to have some type of transformation aspect to it? Whether it's like Tumbler turned into a bike, and one of the other ones I know could fly, but I don't remember which one it is.
I think in this universe, it's going to stay the Batmobile. There are going to be advancements like turbo boost and yeah, turbo boost and be able to like they did in I think it was
Climb
like
walls?
Batman. Yeah, be able to climb walls, but then they'll have the bat bike. The bike's going to advance, but then they're going to bring in the bat jet. It's going to stay
Right,
the
he's
same.
going to get another completely separate vehicle. Like, I don't even
Yeah.
understand exactly where this Bat Cave is, because it seems like it's in the middle of Gotham.
It does seem like that. Like it was a very
It's-
short cut
Like,
scene.
it seems like it's the same Bat Cave that they use in Batwoman, because it's right below the tower instead of being out on the manor.
I so, All right. So my issue with that, like the way they cut it is they made it seem very casual, right? Like no one would follow them in like this new technology where there's like literally like even in my small town there's like drones like flying around where they can see where you're going. Obviously, Batman can shut off the drones and
How
technology and
many
stuff.
people live in your town?
It's a small town. I think it's like I think it's like 10,000 maybe.
Yeah, that's a small town. No, that's a small town. Continue.
Yeah. But
Anyway.
it's just like in Gotham being like a very I realize this guy, maybe it's a different town or whatever. You gotta update like maybe the old school like Gotham stuff would have worked like the 1989 stuff, not having like the technology, but like I feel like there's drones floating around and we have things called Google Maps that can literally like show where you live and you see what they can literally see what car you drive and whatever. So like Batman modern day has to be very like beyond like in the Dark Knight trilogy it made sense the way they explained everything because they had the best tech. They were always like kind of one step ahead and they were like the innovators, right? So this they really got to come for me. They got to come far away with the technology for it to work. So I mean, what do you guys think?
I think the
Janie
time
says there's
to-
usually tunnels in the city that lead to Wayne Manor, Batcave.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't. The way that this one plays out, like obviously she hasn't seen it yet. It seemed like because we only see him drive to it. Obviously, he can drive to it in the Batmobile, but we only see him do it on the Bat Cycle. Like they only show
you
it the
know
one
what else
time.
too?
3-hour movie. We only see that journey one time. Anyway, it seems like he just progressively is driving into older sections of the subway, and it's just like, oh, well, nobody's been here since the 2000s. Nobody's been here since the 80s. Nobody's been to this part since the fucking 40s. Like,
Which kind of
and he
makes
just,
sense, but
which kind of makes sense, but it's like, okay, so this random bicycle just, disappeared into the subway. Where did it go? Like, it was something about it it seems odd to me. And it always seemed odd to me in Batwoman, but that's a comedy, so it was okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and you know what else is odd? We have Through the Fog and Jenny Godden here. Hello, guys.
Caroline has been here the whole time. I don't know when Jenny got here. Sorry, Jenny. What's up?
No, I was saying Through the Fog. Is that
I said hi
Caroline?
to Marco.
I don't know who these people are when they have elaborate names. I'm not fucking actually Batman, okay?
Margot does
I
not
can't
have an
figure this
elaborate
out.
name. Her name is Margot.
I would be the guy
Okay,
who got
Kim.
the dude blown up. Oh,
Where do
you know what I love?
God damn. Go ahead.
Oh,
Okay,
wait a
because
second.
you motherfuckers have been talking this whole time.
Go ahead,
and
Mr. Zod.
you're
Go ahead.
so, like, okay. So my favorite part, and it's also a part that I do call bullshit on, but I like it, so I'm very conflicted. But that part where he epically fails to save that guy, I actually fucking love that because that guy is so fucking terrified, and he's like basically like,
Oh,
shut the fuck up. Because I know these riddles, and dude is trying to fucking answer it on his own.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No. Okay, so like you're gonna now see. This is like the one instance you say Batman epically failed. I was like Batman had the answer. He's like, the answer is the rat's name. He's like, I don't know the rat's name. You know the rat's name, and you got to say the rat's name out loud. He's like, I can't because then my family will get killed. He's like, okay. And I thought he was going to back up, and he fucking did not at all. Once again, no damage to his chin.
That was the only time I called bullshit.
Bye, Jenny.
I felt in that situation that Batman was answering the questions, but I felt like that guy was smart enough to at least get one question right. But Batman should have had like his like it would have fixed it for me if Batman would took his cape and hit himself like the other movies. Like
It was
literally,
right, yeah, something.
Michael Keaton did it. Like when fire came up, he
Yep.
did this and walked through the fire with that rubber suit. And then also, what was it? Christian Bale kind of did an element of that. And then
Yep.
I get it. It was practical for Batman Year 2 to jump out there and have that blow up suit, and they actually do have suits like that. But like I was expecting his wings to fly out and just glide. I didn't want him to use that suit. I wanted them to use the real gliders like they had in other movies, but like at least be inexperienced. But use those. Don't use the puffy suit. I don't know, but it's
I
Year
don't
2.
like
Whatever.
the squirrel suit.
I'm not gonna
I don't
lie.
like the squirrel
I
suit.
did laugh my ass off when he didn't land it right because
Yeah.
That was funny.
I was in special forces and those suits are hard as fuck to land. Like I've been in one of those and did a drop like that, and you need to be trained for like fucking months, and even being trained for months, you are not guaranteed, depending on what surface you fucking land on, that you're going to land smoothly. So when he hit that bus, I laughed so fucking hard because I was like, yeah, that is exactly what would happen. I thought he was dead. I even said like out loud, I go, oh shit, he's dead. Like, okay, Batman's dead. Like the movie's done.
I feel like this comment is targeted at me, and I appreciate the impressment. Even when he's doing what a person wants, he finds a way to make it annoying. I'm impressed. Thank you. I don't know if that's about me. I have no idea what it's about, but I will take the credit.
Yeah. No, Zod, I kind of agree with you on that. I get it. Like we make cracks at it, but I think like that was funny to see. I feel like that because the film can't be so dark and prudy or whatever. I was like, yeah, that's funny. It was.
Like I get what they were going now, and here's the thing with any movie.
Oh my god!
There's going to be things that a movie stumbles on. I think the question we should ask, huh?
Like its premise?
Like no, I don't think it.
Look at superheroing, and it stumbled like a motherfucker. Because he barely superheroes.
He's
the
not
most
a superhero. I hate that comparison. He's not a superhero.
The most vigilante vengeance that he applies is in the first 5 minutes, and after that, he's terrible at his job.
Well, no, he also takes out all those Riddlers too.
What do you mean Riddlers too?
The ones that are going to do the Madison Square Garden fucking massacre that all of the
she got shot, and then the whole fucking building flooded anyways. We have no idea how many people got killed in that flood.
I mean, he still kicked the shit out of all of them before they like fucking massacred everyone. I mean, the water is just, they can't fucking stop that. That was already rolling
Can't
through.
Stop God, right?
Yeah.
Unless you build a seawall. Like seawall was doing a real good job.
Okay, but the seawall's done, all right? So he did the best with the situation he had.
Like I'm gonna 1v1 this, like to understand like placement of how you're not supposed to make your fucking A. What do you want me to call him if he's not a hero? His name is fucking the Batman. And you want me to think that he's not supposed to be a goddamn superhero? You call yourself the Batman. Like, if you would have came out and called yourself the Dark Knight, I would be less inclined to believe that you are a superhero and be more inclined to believe that you're a shit vigilante. But when you come out and you call yourself the Batman, I was like, oh, I know what the Batman is.
He doesn't call himself the Batman in this.
The movie is called The Batman.
Okay, the movie's called The Batman. They call him the Batman, but he's calling himself Vengeance in the beginning. That's actually was.
They even have the fucking bat signal. They were like, yeah, be afraid of the bat signal. Unless you're a supervillain, then you'll be all right. Your plan will go off. You're still muted, Tim.
Oh, there we go. It's
there we go.
No, they I agree. That was like too cheesy for me. Like when Catwoman was acting like all kind of sugar-ish or whatever, it was like annoying to me in that aspect. But like
Ugh.
they're just like calling him vengeance, like all the time. It's like he clearly looks like a bat, and they had that scene where like this is probably at the 2 hour and 45 minute mark in the third act, late to the third. Like no, I remember like I know the scene
He's like, I
because it's like
remember it like it was yesterday.
I do. I do. But like, look, they're in the scene with Gordon, and they have the cage, and the mouse is acting up, or no, the bat is acting up. He goes in there, and there's a letter on the top of the thing, right? And
Yeah.
it's acting all crazy. He reaches in there, or whatever, and there's like a little reference that he kind of looked like the bat, and like there's a bat going all crazy, and they're still not calling him the Batman. There's no headliner news person that's calling him the Batman at this point, and he's been in the news. Everyone knows him. He has a symbol up there with a
No,
bat
Leon,
symbol,
this is
and we
not
don't know
spoiler
he's
free.
Batman. Like what? Like I don't know, man. I just
No,
don't
what I
know.
don't like. Okay, so
It's not. This film is not very smart at some points. It's very smart and noir in some points, and like as far as its like color themes. Like the thing I noticed is like the color red is like sprinkled throughout, like the theme of it. Like even when he lights the torch and is leading the people to like hope or
it's
blood or
good.
justice, dope scene. But let me ask you this: before you
Right
saw
after
that,
he failed.
how many well he was succeeding by saving the people though, but like he's winning them over, but like he how many times did you see the color red like throughout the film? It's an artistic choice throughout the film. I appreciate what Matt Reeves was doing, like it's an artistic vision. Maybe it was not a masterpiece. I think this film is good. It's better than good, but it's not great. It's not like a masterpiece, whatever. But I appreciate what they were doing because there were like really dope scenes where the lighting on his face every time he met up with like Gordon, every time he met up with Catwoman or whatever. Even the scene that where Catwoman was acting all crazy that was about to kill her father or whatever. It was beautifully shot, and there was like you see like the glimmer of like there were very artistic shots, right? I know that like if something's artistically shot or beautifully shot or like if it like production value and the score was really good, whatever, you can't discount that. But it you can have all these good things, but if the story is not good, it takes away, right? Well, that's what we're poking at now. But I'm just trying to like say that's what I appreciate
See,
about
I
it, right?
think the story is good for about 2/3.
Yeah.
Like I said, and I told PB, and now that we're talking about it, it's the third act where it kind of falls apart for me. Like for me, the first 2/3 of the movie is damn near perfect.
Yeah.
At least that's just for me. But then when you start getting to the parts of like the shit that's being let go and stuff like that, it feels like he had a very strong start, but didn't really know how to
Finish.
realistically finish it without making it, because I could tell he was going for a very like grounded thing. So it was probably like, well, I don't want it to be like every other Batman, like, oh, Batman will confront it. Like I get what I get it, and I think that that's gonna come. I really am excited for another movie. I think the second
too.
time around it'll be a much tighter experience. Like I think he understands Batman. I think he gets it. It's not like he doesn't get the character. You could see from all the fucking references and the sources that he's pulling for the different things. Like he gets Batman, he gets the character. I'd say his version of Riddler was way better than Jim Carrey. Like, I'm sorry, people like Jim Carrey, whatever.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Fucking hate
Oh,
the Jim Carrey
fucking!
version. It is
I
fucking
mean,
terrible.
okay, coming from the other side of the coin, you angry, angry bat. I,
Okay.
I, I like. I don't necessarily love. Like I love moments of Jim Carrey, but I
I can
like
agree with
the
that.
Jim Carrey Riddler. Like I like the character, but like I don't remember the last thing that I seen Paul Dano in. because I know that it's something that like fucking a. Like I know that I seen in something in that's memorable, but I can't fucking put my finger
There
on
will
it.
be blood, prisoners. Um,
Oh, I'm sure he's in all kinds of stuff. But
I
watching him
think
in
my
this, I was like, fucking A, man, you're a top tier villain in any
and a top
comic
tier
book
actor,
villain.
I would say. I fucking hate Paul Dano. Like, and I told a panel this of like people who like really watch it, and I'm sorry. As an actor, I fucking hate Paul Dano and 90% of his performances because he always plays kind of a whiny bitch that winds up doing something that gets people fucking killed. And that's all he does. This is the first time I've actually seen him play a
Play a whiny
evil.
bitch that does the killing.
Well, he isn't whiny
no,
though. Like
He's
I
pretty
don't
whiny.
he's not whining
no,
till the
not to the
end. Not
end.
till the end of the film. That's
Yeah,
what
like
took me out of it.
Oh, I
and
mean,
that
oh, I guess you could put it that way, but like,
Well, the thing
that
is,
was my issue towards the end of this movie, and that's what Killjoy Jake said, and I agree. And remember, PB, I told you I was going to tell you my one issue, but I couldn't tell you until you saw the fucking scene. I like the gel scene, but I hate it because there's parts in his performance where he puts that whiny bullshit that he does in every fucking character he ever plays. And it just pisses me off because I'm like, you were so good. You had like the Kevin Spacey fucking 7. I'm sorry, spoiler
yeah,
alert. John
we
Doe
all
is
saw it.
yeah.
I thought
John Doe
that
is
he
fucking
was
Kevin Spacey.
going to what do I want to say? I thought he was going to introvert, like
Yes.
when he went and he would have been like, "Oh, you're not my friend," and then like instantly you're starting your next plan instead of like,
Yeah.
"I'm gonna have my emotional moment."
Like
Yeah.
like I get it. Like okay, and I've heard this discussion. Like people saying, "Well, he
Because then,
don't."
like, because he has the emotional moment, and inside, like, nothing interrupts him. Like, what the fuck does Batman say? Batman says
It
something,
felt,
and then he's like, "Oh, you don't see the big picture," and then he's right back fucking calm again.
yeah.
Yeah, and
Because
that's
I'm
the
guessing when he heard that clue from Batman, which God, I wish I could remember what the fuck he said, because it was something so innocuous. But he was like, "Oh, so
You're
you
not like he said. You're not
right?"
like me. You're a sociopath. Blah blah blah. He's like, Batman. You're not seeing the way I am. The dude has a total freak out. Like he takes all his prestigious stuff he had before and makes himself look like a jackass. Like like I thought like you guys were saying, the whole film was really good or pretty good, but the
They
last
both
act
do it
fell
in
off.
that scene. They both do it in
Yeah,
that scene because
yeah.
he
It was
is
not
intimidated.
powerful.
He seemed like he was building an air of intimidation. And then when the Riddler snapped, I was like, holy fuck, he actually got him to talk,
Well,
and
PB,
he's gonna like tell him what the master plan is, and he's gonna be able to fucking stop it in time. When in reality, he told him what the master plan is, and now he's not going to stop it in time. And I was like, so then Batman freaks out and has his emotional moment. I gotta pound on the glass.
yeah, there were two the same, but
I was like, what
the
the fuck
thing,
is happening in this one scene that's supposed to be like the culmination of holy fucking shit balls? And I was like, why are we having a bitch fest?
well, the thing is, I think they were trying to copy off too much of the Dark Knight scene, or no, the with Christian Bale Batman and Heath Ledger's Joker. I took it like as like a copy, but like a weaker copy. I felt like they're trying to do both of that, but it just didn't work out. And the dude, the Riddler was being too bitch and was like acting like throwing his dolls up and just complaining like a little girl. And then Batman, Robert Pattinson, well, the writers didn't know what to do, and they were just like two like millennial guys just disputing about stuff and didn't know how to act. That's how I took it. I thought it was really bad,
Uh,
my opinion. So I don't know. That's how I saw it. Like, they didn't know what to do.
No, like, and it had such a potential because
Yeah.
it's like the way it starts the exact way that you think that it's going to start. That I didn't think that they were going to be separated by glass. Like I thought they were going to like put them in a room together, and he would be
Well,
sitting there in a straitjacket, like the same way how like they were going to, like you said, they were emulating the Dark Knight with the
well,
Joker. I thought
PB,
they were going to fully do it.
this is why I think that is because like why I think they're emulating that scene is because dude, he literally let himself get captured like the Joker, but he didn't have some maniacal plan. He had these other plans. He had followers like the Joker to carry out his plan, but he had no plans for escaping until they later like introduced the Joker, right? So it seems cheapened. It, you know, I,
Oh right, yeah. His plan was like, hey, I'm gonna blow up the seawall and 3 hots and a cot.
yeah. So
Like
I mean,
he,
what do you think about like him letting himself being captured? I felt like that was very anticlimactic. Like
dude, it
in the
was the
coffee.
worst. I had a mini rant about that. I was like, that's what killed the movie for me because you have this series of failures. Like Batman, obviously, he's never in any movie, he's never going to make it to the first one because that's what starts the mystery. Okay, cool. So he's not going to make it to the first one. But I likened it to The Dark Knight. I was like, okay, so if this was The Dark Knight, and you had Harvey Dent and Rachel Dawes, and they were in this movie, they'd both fucking be dead
Yeah.
because he
I
doesn't make
mean,
it
when you
to.
really think about it, though, he does fucking kill both of them, actually. Because when you think
Nah,
about the
man,
Dark
Two Face
Knight,
is
he
still
doesn't
alive.
get
Two
to
Face
neither
is
of
still
them
alive.
on time. And he winds up fucking killing Harvey Dent.
Two
So, I
Face still alive.
mean,
Two Face is still alive.
he's not alive. He's fucking dead. Give it up.
Okay.
Nolan said he was dead, said Batman killed him. Fucking Christopher Nolan came out and said it. He's dead.
Anyway, so you have
Batman killed someone.
these series of failures of Batman didn't make it in time to save this person who is integral to the mystery. Here's a fucking clue. Didn't make it to this one. Here's a like if he would have made it to one of those, like obviously he made it to the guy who had the bomb around his neck, but technically that guy was delivered to him and he still didn't save the guy. Like he didn't have a piece of tech like, hey, here's some foam to spray around it to defuse the bomb. I don't fucking know. Like Batman's a goddamn genius. Like he's supposed to be at like almost Tony Stark levels of smart here. Like he
Yeah, that's
doesn't
true.
necessarily need Lucius Fox to build his gadgets for him,
He's
right?
never needed him. This is a new rendition.
Okay. So he goes through all of these failures, and then I was like, oh, awesome. He finally got a fucking win because he saved Falcone from both the Riddler and Catwoman. Like, is a double fucking win right there. We had the whole badass fucking scene of him fucking fighting his way in there. And he's like, hey, I'm just going to have a conversation with the guy. And I was like, fucking hilarious. And then, he fucking, and boom, gets him fucking killed. I was like, holy fucking shit. And then they rub a little salt in the wound and have Batman be the one to point out the Riddler was in that building, in that window, literally right over there. Like we
It's
can
very
see it with,
convenient.
like, okay. So then I thought, like, I'm sitting there in the theater watching a movie. I was like, okay, so he's gonna, like fucking Batman, ninja disappear Ninja Turtle style, and he's gonna go and catch the fucking Riddler. So
No, he goes down level at the coffee shop, and we can
he
find him there.
no,
Right?
like it was even worse. Like he gets there before the cops, just so he can tell the cops, oh guys, I didn't make it here in time. He's gone. But then the cops show up after him and are like, hey, we got a tip that there's a guy matching a description of the guy we're looking for at the coffee shop across the street. And I was like, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. So the guy that Batman been searching for the entire fucking movie gets brought in by the coffee shop owner.
Okay,
Like,
I got this
obviously-
figured out.
PB,
I
there
got-
was a
I-
question mark in his cup, bro. It fixes it
No,
all.
I figured it out.
No, that's just to confirm that he is who he is, because we had
Oh,
only
okay.
seen him under the mask.
But
Oh, okay.
I got a theory of who, and Batman didn't have a chance when I explain my theory. You'll
Okay.
understand. Because there was someone there that was quicker than the Bat. One might say more powerful than
Uh-oh.
Batman himself. And I've been fucking telling people for months. And if you want proof on why you don't mess with these people, this movie has proved it. The fucking bagel guy. I've been telling people for months.
The bagel guy. Who's the bagel guy?
The bagel consortium. He went in there. He probably talked some shit to the bagel person. They're like, "Oh yeah, you're making a little fucking riddle in your coffee. Okay, yeah. You know that serial killer? Yeah, he's here. Don't worry, we
Sure.
got him." I tell you, it was the bagel people. The bagel people are the heroes, and don't insult them.
Darren. So, I would once again be inclined to agree with you. You're not supposed to be perfect on your first time out, which is what I thought for the entirety of the time that he is chasing the Riddler. I was like, oh, so he's not catching him or catching up with him at any point, or like, fuck, he's around the corner. Damn, we didn't even fucking get one of those at any fucking point until right at the fucking very end. We didn't get any of that. And I was like, yeah, it's his first time. That makes perfect sense. Except once the Riddler is in Arkham, we're led to believe that there are other supervillains in Arkham that Batman put there already. So he's been through this with criminal masterminds. Like, if you put the Joker in Arkham already, I don't think that he's going to become the Joker after he leaves Arkham. That would be a little convenient.
I agree with you. That it's very problematic. Like
If they wouldn't have done that, if this was the first supervillain that he encountered, holy fuck, that totally changes the film for me. But it doesn't seem like it is.
Yeah, he doesn't seem very menacing. Like the Joker's already caught, and he's like getting advice from the Riddler. Like he was inspired from the Riddler, because the Riddler didn't seem like Riddler. He seemed like he was go off and crazy and acting all nuts. He's a very inspired, like a Dollar General version of the Joker. So why does the Joker need to take advice from the Riddler when the Joker is
Actually,
like?
no, that was more accurate of the Riddler. The Riddler is one of the smartest characters, and he proved it with Batman failing to fucking get any of his schemes. Like that, how the Riddler was portrayed was perfect. Riddler can plan stuff out, but the end where he was like going through his fits, it's the problem wasn't that he went through those psychotic breaks, because that's the Riddler's one weakness, I guess you would say, is that he's fucking nuts and you never know where he'll go into those kind of like blackout moments. It was really how Paul Dano played that. It came off as childish instead of menacing as they were going for, or crazy, you know what I mean? Because that's exactly how the Riddler is in the comics and in some of the animated stuff too, especially 92 Batman, like the one everybody quotes. If you watch that Riddler, it's a lot like this Riddler here. He's straight up kind of scary. And the goofiness comes from him being legitly crazy, which is in fact how Batman could catch him, is because he's so narcissistic and so broken that he always gives something away, or he gives too much of a hint, because he
Wants to
he gets
be
to a
captured.
point where he
You
insults.
can't catch me, I'm the psychopath man.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Well, my issue is like they were trying to adopt some of the newer renditions of like the Riddler, right? Hush. So Hush is like, yeah, yeah. Obviously he was kind of reborn from what was it? I want to say Sarlacc pit because I've been watching too much Star Wars. But what is it? I know. I
Lazarus
should
pit.
know. Lazarus pit. I've been watching too much Star Wars. Sarlacc pit because
No, that
freaking
was awesome. I love
because
it.
Boba Fett. Boba
That's the
Fett.
second time you've brought us into your universe.
Yeah. But no, like no, I do like
the Lazarus. There we go. Lazarus.
yep, the
pit.
Lazarus pit.
That's what I
Like,
said.
was-
You didn't hear me?
No, you did say it earlier. Yep, you did say it. But like,
Oh, okay.
anyways, it just like they had a newer rendition of the Riddler, and he had the same look or whatever. Like, I think a lot of us fans whatever of that for the new rendition in the animated movie, which I thought was pretty good. It gave the Joker this like new vibe that he is formidable to even on martial arts. He didn't have to be the best, but I was hoping that he had some training or whatever of like stealth or whatever. But he was just like a psychotic person, just really smart, ahead of the curve. I think that if they would have given a little bit of element of that, it would enhance the overall story. That's just a critique. But obviously, like Zod, I like at the end. I think PB and I were both saying he was a little bit, he didn't seem. I felt like he should have been more stable. Yes, he's psychotic, but like he was just acting like childish. And
I want a different kind of psychotic. I didn't want that style of break. I guess it's supposed to be shocking. They're like, oh, he couldn't handle it. Oh, Batman was his friend. And I was like, yeah, which means he should have been instantly plotting on how to get back at somebody who stabbed him in the back so personally.
And the thing is, it was a missed opportunity, and this is why. Because if he was like someone, the whole aspect as far as bringing up, like the foundation for children and being an orphan, they could have related that back to Bruce Wayne on a different level, like he was Bruce Wayne's friend, right? Like he knew, like how does this situation of this foundation of an orphanage goes completely dormant. It couldn't have gone that far south completely. And then like everyone was banking off of it. Because in like other renditions, the orphanage was a thing. Even in the Dark Knight series, it was a thing, but they lost fundage. That's where you got like Joseph Levitt Hewitt or whatever as like
Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Yeah.
Yeah. So they could have my argument is they could have executed it far better. And when they had that scene where you had literally where you had Robert Pattinson Batman on there, like the Riddler had his eyes kind of highlighted or whatever, and then you saw the Riddler in the same scene, like it looked like they were at like at a concert, some whatever. It looked like everyone's singing around, everyone's there, and he was looking at the camera or whatever, and then you could see Bruce Wayne, and they were all in the same scene. They could have executed on that fact that they knew each other, and I think that would have added a little bit more emotional weight to the entirety to a lot of scenes. And like a forgotten friend that like Bruce, you were taken away after this, blah blah blah. You left me for here in the darks. You guys left the funding, and I was here to grow up. That would have fixed a lot of stuff, would it not? I mean, that's just, I love Batman, but I wanted this to be a banger, but it was not a banger to me. I think it was good, but it was not great. So, I mean, if you loved it, that's great.
I feel like you have it rated higher than I do.
Well, I don't rate this like it's. I think I give it like an 8, but it should have been a 10.
Definitely have it rated higher than I do.
Yeah. Well, 8 out of 10. I mean, I don't know.
No, Mr. Zod's got it rated at probably like a 10.5. Look at his picture.
I've got it at an 8.5.
Oh.
Yeah. That's good. I mean, it has good. It has some good things.
No,
See,
I agree with a lot. Me and Tim actually agree.
No, I'm at like a 6.5. So
Oh,
like,
you're fucking
like,
crazy. I wouldn't
like
say
it's passing. So what it does great is when he's actually Batmaning, when he's
Yeah.
out there doing the physical job of Batman, when he's punching people in the face, when he's sleuthing, when he's driving a fucking car, when he's driving a fucking cycle, when he's deciding whether or not he's gonna take the cat between the sheets. Like when he's out there doing
Oh,
that
dang.
stuff, that's when he's at his best. When he's not doing that is when this movie's at its worst. So it does all of the small stuff. Like, I mean, okay, so to go into Tim's world, like I know Tim is a fake name, but we'll go with Tim. Tim is a fake name because you can see his picture. We'll go into Tim's world a little bit. Hallway scenes are fantastic. And the hallway scene in this movie was fantastic, was it not?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
they were. Yeah.
Right, but then it leads to Batman not making it to someplace in time.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
would
that's
call
like,
this.
it does, like, if you were taking a test and there was 5 questions that were worth a lot of points and 50 questions that were worth the same amount. Like, you got all 50 right, and you got all 5 wrong. Like, it gets big stuff wrong to me and gets all of the small stuff right. Like, I love everything about the Batmobile. I love everything about this. Like, when like, the smallest stuff, when he's at the crime scene and takes the fucking symbol off his chest that cuts through, and then you see him click it back into place. I was like, oh, that's fucking nice. That's nice.
I know these are.
Uh-huh. Both of them. So it does. See, now conversely, that's a case where all of the small things are wrong, but the biggest things, beautiful.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I think that this seems like a very new rendition. This seems like a futuristic Batman, like a 2077 Batman, like a cyberpunk-ish Batman. It does. It seems like a very futuristic. Like I would like to see them do Terry McGinnis, to be honest. And I know there's not super high demand, but I heard Michael Keaton come back in
Oh
the
my
newer
gosh,
rendition.
Okay, so he doesn't
Yeah.
have to be, like you say that he's Terry McGinnis. I could see him as Terry McGinnis right now. Boom. Let's change his name to Terry. They've been lying to us.
Well,
His name ain't.
yeah,
Like,
like I could see him.
as soon as, no, like you just said that, and then I pictured him without the cowl on, and I was like, holy fuck, he's Terry McGinnis.
Yeah, and Michael Keaton would be like the futuristic, like the
He's
old
Bruce Wayne.
Batman, right? Yeah, Bruce Wayne. So like he looks just like him. But like, look, there's a lot of like missed opportunities. I feel like this film could have been revolutionary. There was like very good
Oh,
aspects
man.
of it. Like the action was shot very well. The tone, the like very stylized, the way it was shot, like the hue of red throughout the film. Like I was mentioning earlier, like I was like really paying attention to it, like what the meaning behind that was. Like Matt Reeves had a vision. And the second film, I feel like it's going to be like, look at Batman Begins. All right, for the box office records, I really like Batman Begins. I actually like that better than um, the Dark Knight Rises. I like the Dark Knight. I think is the best of the series, and then Batman Begins. I think the Batman Begins is a very strong second. Sometimes I almost think it's better than Dark Knight. But like this, I think we'll appreciate more with time. But I think the second film and third film will be better than this. I think he has a great vision, what's going to become. And
No, it's not.
You
Don't
don't
fucking
think?
do it. It's a fucking waste of time. It isn't even worth the last episode, even though the idea is cool. No, save yourself. I only watched that
Hold
fucking
on.
show
No.
because of fucking
Hold
Cyber.
on. Stop.
I'm sorry, PTSD. I'm so sorry.
Hold on. Well, like, Tim can have the final opinion on this one because his universe. But I
No,
would
hold on.
say, like, you don't necessarily need to watch everything, but if you've already watched The Mandalorian, you definitely need to watch episode 5. And I would suggest that you watch episode 6 because I love it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, dude, like everything with the Mandalorian, but besides with Boba Fett, were the best episodes, which is really awkward
So
for a
good.
series called like the Book of Boba Fett. But no, I was talking about like Batman in general. Mr. Zod, what were you describing or whatever for me? Like we were talking about Batman, right?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I got totally derailed thinking of that fucking show again.
Oh, you're talking about Boba Fett? Or
No,
wait,
no. What I was
hold on.
when he pulled up that, I just saw red and I went into like a PTSD.
He's
Oh
easily
shit.
distracted.
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about you're talking about the sequel trilogy. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No, I wasn't talking about that, man.
the Book of
Oh,
Fett. Oh my god, it was so
I was
fucking terrible.
yeah. Sorry, I wasn't talking about that, bro. I'll switch back pictures. Sheesh.
No, no, no.
Damn.
No, we were going into our Batman, and then like I blacked out. I was so angry by the thought of watching that fucking show
PB
again.
saw
I
it. PB called you out. That's great.
PB had to snap me out. It's like Pattinson in the beginning when he beats the shit out of that guy for a good solid minute. That's what I felt like when that question came up.
He did
I was
not
like,
beat that guy. Are you talking about the first guy that he punches in the knockout game crew?
um, uh, yeah, when he like
He does
the guy
not
where he
beat up the first guy for a minute. He beats up the first guy for at most 10 seconds. At most.
Yeah. It's
I
the
would
But
say
guy
about
like
10
it is
seconds.
exclusively one. It is exclusively one-sided the entire time, which is what you like. Obviously, he has training because you're seeing him do like specific dodges and grabbing pressure points and cracking bones. So like he knows what he's doing. It's not like he's
Oh,
just
did you
going
hear
out
those
there
bones break
throwing
too? You
fists.
could hear that. It was
It
like
was good. It was good. That's why I said like the pinnacle of this movie. I feel like is the anytime that he's beating up a group of people. That's the best part of this movie.
I will mention this though. Batman definitely kills. He does.
yeah,
Like there's
like
some people flying off stuff. It's like, don't tell me they're having a soft landing because they're not.
Where do you think that he killed somebody?
Okay,
every single
so
movie he's ever been in.
Oh, when they're like fighting on the skywalk thing or whatever.
yeah, in that like circle thing, people are
No,
falling off a
that's what I was
distance.
thinking. I was like, one of these people has to be falling just a bit too far.
Yeah,
I was
and
like, yeah. Did anyone think that there was a guy he missed? I feel like there's a guy he fucking
I feel like there was probably like one or two guys that he missed because they saw what was happening and was like, yeah, so Batman just beat up a baker's dozen, so I'm gonna hit the hay.
well, also like there was a scene between him and Commissioner Gordon. Gordon, the
Whoa,
black
whoa,
dude.
whoa, whoa,
Gordon,
whoa,
the
whoa.
black dude, brings in a gun. He's like, we don't do guns. He's like, that's not the way
That's
I
your
work.
thing. That's your thing.
Yeah, that's your thing. Yeah,
I
coming
love
from the
that.
black guy. Coming from the black guy.
Well, he's a
So
detective. He's a detective.
yeah, I
He's not
know.
commissioner
But,
yet.
yep.
And I
So
love how he does that because I was like,
So
yeah, that makes sense. He's like, Batman,
right.
you can
So
fucking fight.
at that point in the movie, Batman doesn't use guns, but then when they're fighting on the catwalk, Batman most definitely uses a gun.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
100% he used it. Like he swung that motherfucker like it was a Louisville slugger.
Dude, I like how like none of the villains are like all the villains are like white dudes. Like they're like, where are they? Or it's just like, oh,
I
I don't
mean,
know.
are they? Are they though? Because originally, like the first group of people that he beats up I believe, is almost entirely minority.
Oh yeah,
Mm-mm.
there were.
No, there were only two. The rest are white. Like the little black kid that didn't get beat up was afraid, and then there was one black dude in the corner. The rest of the guys were.
I'm not so sure. Are you
No,
sure?
I wanted to say if they weren't black, they were definitely Latino. Just the way he was talking, I'm gonna call that.
No,
I mean,
Because
look.
he sounded like a lot of my family members.
My major issue was like it wasn't even an issue. I felt like it was just cringe. I think you know I'm talking about what line. But like, the Falcone, these families have always been like they're like, oh, the white privilege, whatever. If Catwoman was white, would she would have said the same lines, whatever. And I'm just like
She
thinking,
actually has. Anne
was it
Hathaway said it. Michelle Pfeiffer in
did they
Batman
say white
Returns.
privilege though? No, they didn't.
She talks no, but it's the same. See, that's the thing that I actually disagree with. Disagree, and you're not the only one I've heard say it. But I disagree with that completely because in some way, shape, or form, and that's Catwoman's whole thing. She's always talked about the privileged, the entitled, the people ahead. That's like her character. So, yeah, modern day, it sounds whatever because people hate hearing that shit now. But it's always been a part of her character. So it doesn't come like out of place for me. I could track it all the way to 89, where that same speech has been given just different words, but it's the exact same speech. And you could find it in any Batman you watch.
Yeah, but it's because it was changed to a black character. They delivered the line, and the fact that I don't know if you watched the Peacemaker. Every line was so
I did.
predictable from the black character. It was so predictable. It was like the young black character that was hip, and the white characters are
Are you
like
talking about Adebayo?
are boring, can't dance, are stupid, and all the white
Whoa,
characters are
whoa, whoa.
misogynistic and all that.
Everybody in Peacemaker can dance. I watched the intro.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
no, but like Peacemaker was goofy, dumb, and very misogynistic. And then like the fact that you have the woke character that's useless throughout the whole series, hired by Amanda Waller, and every time they make a joke, she says a woke joke, or not a woke joke. She says woke stuff, and that's considered good writing. And
Oh,
then
but nobody gives a fuck about her opinion because, like Economist says it the best to her, and I don't remember exactly what they're talking about, and I wish that I did. But he goes, I think Hardcore goes, she's entitled to her opinion, and he goes, yeah, her stupid fucking opinion.
yeah, but my point is the fact that Hollywood is like tone deaf or don't know it. Like, if you're a
Well,
person, hold on, hear me
no,
out
I
here.
get you.
Hear
Go
my
ahead.
explanation. It like it's very. I already know, and I see these lines coming. The fact that they made Cat One black, I already knew there was going to be a woke comment made. Like there's a word in like there's a saying sometimes the subtleties are more powerful than actually saying it out. And then when I knew it, like the fact that the cast are black, there was going to be some wokeisms, and then they proved me right. I was like, look, she's a gorgeous actress. She hasn't been in shit, and she's never going to lead a film. She's like kind of like been in there, like the Harry Potter films. I've seen this stuff she's been in, but like she's gorgeous, right? But like she's not going to ever carry a film in her life.
She's not my cup of tea, anyways.
But my point is the fact that is that really essential to the story? And I would
It.
say no,
I would. I would
because race
agree with
doesn't.
you. I would
I would
agree
say
with you in
race doesn't
part.
have anything to do with Batman. They're
I
talking
would
about
agree with
like
you in part, but I would
they're talking
also
about
say that movies are a product of their time and people like that exist in real life. So
yeah.
to have them exist on screen isn't necessarily a problem. It's when they're the person that everybody's following that it's the problem when the agenda being pushed is like, yeah, we need to do that. Because what I found when we equated to Peacemaker was every time that everybody brought up a woke joke or a woke point or something like that, there was one or two characters that were like, I don't fucking give a shit. Let's move the fuck on. Or does this fucking matter? It doesn't fucking matter. Like that somebody was always ready to say something like that. Like they had the whole Oriental conversation. And he's like, I don't know. You're not supposed to say Oriental anymore. I don't know what, it's bad. And he's like, no, I think I'm still gonna say Oriental. And I was like, yeah, Vigilante, you are my spirit animal.
I
Yeah,
like your
like
take on that.
I like
Like,
Peacemaker
oh, go ahead,
for
Sal.
that reason because it's balanced. And just like with the Batman, I don't feel and Tim, I'm sure you know you've heard me, PB, you've been on our late night talks. Like I'll be the first one to call this shit out. But at no point did I ever feel like it was overbearing. My issue is not whether or not social commentary is going to be in there, because let's be real, it's 2022. There's going to be fucking social commentary and everything. We could just expect that. Stop bitching. It's going to happen, people, no matter how much we don't want it to. So, okay, my next way I have to figure it is, does the message destroy the story? And I think in this case, maybe the story destroys the story, but not so much the message. I think the story itself doesn't hold up in the third act, but it's not because of any messaging. I wouldn't even say that part detracted anything or took me out of the movie at any point. I would say more of me looking at it and going, where the fuck is this chemistry that people are talking? Like, I say it again, I'm like, I don't, where, like, because if you talk to like K-Dot or somebody else, they swear to God, Pattinson and Kravitz are ready to like bang and have kids.
They were gonna Eternal on the screen, and yes, the book of Bob Feta is on Disney,
Yeah.
right?
No, I
Oh,
disagree.
You
Somewhat.
Like,
I
you
disagree.
felt you felt the chemistry between them?
No, I don't. Agree. No, I heard some things behind the scenes, but like, no, with
Did not
K-Dots, whatever.
translate
But
to me.
I don't know. Yeah, it didn't to me. It definitely didn't translate on screen. But
Oh,
when I'm
okay.
going back to the other what we're talking about is like, if you stop like voicing your opinions, like these other groups pushing out, then when you stop pushing your ideology or whatever you're promoting, it's forgotten. So you got to push if like then it's forgotten.
I
So
think you
I
gotta
think
push when there's a opportunity to push, or when it's more prevalent. Let me give you an example. For instance, Last Jedi seems to be a big one that everyone goes back to, but that needed to be said because literally the messages in that movie destroy the movie itself. It's an
Um,
assassination on the property, on the characters, and the story within itself, one could say, is just a fucking nonstop political message. They literally have an hour of the movie based on how bad gambling is and fucking, I don't know, catching wild animals. I have no fucking clue, but I know we're there for an hour. That's not even fucking needed. Like that is a direct like example of a message that destroys a story because it literally takes away time and it serves no purpose to the story. Now the difference with that and the Batman is that that message doesn't hurt the story at all. It's actually part of who the character of Catwoman is. She is from the disenfranchised. That character literally historically, comic book, cartoon, or movies, any fucking movie, has been from a broken part of the city.
that's true.
Even
But she
Holly
would only
Berry
what
made
talks
what
that
about
line. She would only
Tim
made that
is
line if she was
saying,
black. If she was white,
She-
she would never made that line.
No, she's said it white. She's literally said it as a white person. Literally, that character is a
Oh,
disenfranchised
Tim,
character.
would you say that it's not true that she was disenfranchised by white people?
She was, but so was Batman.
I don't no, I wouldn't say that they were like just because, or what's simplest way? Causation or correlation is not causation. Just
Yeah.
because they are white, like that's not the reason why they're making your life shit. Like they just happen to be white and they are evil people. Like they're evil, greedy bastards at the top that happen to be white.
Like, yeah, like I get like it doesn't this is the thing. Like for Gotham,
Like,
these issues can be brought up because Gotham as a whole, no matter what fucking one you watch, it's kind of likened to New York or Chicago. And so, like, the way that it's set, the way they structure these stories, like mob bosses ruling, the rich only seem to be safe. That's been established in the world of Batman for fucking years. Like,
Years. Yeah.
for years. They've always set up the rich as being sort of above it all. And Batman is one of the few rich because he lost his parents who sees the perspective of the other side of it. And he had to lose both of his parents to actually get what the other side is talking about. And that's actually part of the joke of the movie because she's talking all this shit and she even references Bruce Wayne and he just kind of like smiles a little bit. Like that's in the fucking movie because she basically talks shit about him while he's standing in the cape in front of her.
Yeah.
But she doesn't realize that's the person she likes. That's like the whole point. And I let that go because that is what Batman is. Batman has always been about a statement that the people have to do something or somebody who fights for the people and
welcome
listens
back,
to the
Jenny.
people. Welcome back, Jenny. Has to do something to help them, and that it takes somebody who has money to actually help them out in a meaningful way. And that's always been like the battle between Bruce Wayne and being Batman, right? And I like how they illustrate that. It's like, okay, how do I best help these people? There's the side that I stop a mugging, a bombing, a crazy ass, and then there's the financial side. And they address that in this too, right? He hasn't given to charities and stuff like that. It's like a balance of him being just a good fucking person. And
Well,
that's
it's
why
also
I don't
him. Oh, go ahead, man. Sorry to interrupt you.
and that's why I said I don't think this is this in any way has politics. I think if you bring up anything like that, people automatically assume it's talking about identity politics. And that's the sad point of where we're at right now. Because they've literally said even the words white privilege in the 92 Batman. And nobody fucking batted an eye. Oh, they say it. Michelle Pfeiffer says it. She says it like
Okay,
I just got done watching.
I'll have to go watch it again. I've seen that movie a lot, but
Yeah, watch it on. She talks about. I don't know if she
No,
used exactly white privilege.
she didn't
but
say
she
white
talks
privilege.
about
She said
privilege. They say it just like you'd be surprised the shit.
I know
that
it's
is
like
said in older movies,
modernization.
but we just pick up on it now because everybody's hyper aware of it now. That's Hollywood's fault. But I
So
think it's.
are we talking about like her individual speech, like that one moment in time is a problem? Because I would say if you take all of it as a whole, it's a complete failure because if she's supposed to be some type of a leader for the cause or something like, hey, we need to fight back against all of this white privilege. she literally leaves town.
Yeah, and she steals money from him. Like and that's the whole thing too. Is she's
Like she does nothing.
hypocritical, too.
She's just a fucking criminal who.
No, she doesn't want to work for anything. She just wants to steals it, and she wants
Well,
to
no,
judge
she
everyone.
wanted to steal.
She doesn't want
that
to.
money from Falcone because that was her father, and she was
And
like, "Fuck him."
The
Yeah,
the
I mean, she could have
sad
had the money.
thing is that people think that they are oppressed by other people because of the color of their skin. Like,
Yeah,
you're
it's
white,
like
you're
these.
oppressing me. How ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like, Falcone and all of them had to hustle to build up the way. You ever watch like any like gangster or Game of Thrones? They don't start off rich like these gangsters. They have to build their way up. It's just like,
No,
it doesn't happen overnight.
all
And then
these
even if you had a
white
rich dad, you're gonna
Targaryens
like,
had shit when they were living over on fucking, well, it's supposed to be Europe.
yeah, I've been watching the Viking series actually. I'm on like season 3 or whatever, and I watched the Valhalla Viking thing on Netflix.
Oh, you watched that new one? Did you watch all of it?
Yeah, yeah, I did.
Good?
It was fantastic. It's fantastic.
Okay.
I liked it. Yeah.
I added
No,
it to
it's
my list. Now it's
oh,
moved
dude,
up the list.
it's worth watching. But no, I think my perspective on this is just like, you got to do your research, and we all fall into this. You can't like judge a book by its cover. You got to ask the hard questions, and
Oh
that's
shit,
why I
you
like
made me
that.
big. Yeah.
What did I do?
That's what she said. Mahaha.
you got me, Adam. No, I'm glad we're talking about, but yeah, I've heard this argument, but I do think a lot of the people too realize the same thing I'm saying, because if you look at the movie as a whole, and you can criticize, we've spent
look, I don't
an
think the
hour and a
film is
half
woke, man.
criticizing legit points. I just think identity politics is not one of them. I think it's not.
It's not, bro.
I think there is now. Don't get me wrong. That line about fucking privilege was very much on the nose, but why it didn't bother me was because to her character at that moment, with the way she has presented herself through the movie,
She's a villain.
she is, well, more of an anti-hero, I would say, because she did fucking save Batman.
Are you taking your moral guidance from Deadpool?
She's a thief, man. She's a thief. She's a villain. But
no, but she did save Batman from being fucking killed, so I'd say she's more of an anti-hero.
Heroes would save Batman from being killed, and they'd be like,
some reason the cops, the cops don't know who she is, even though she's like a cat burglar. Like Commissioner Gordon's not shooting at her, no one's shooting at her, even though like she's been stealing stuff. No one's detected her.
No, she didn't really steal anything. All she took was the passport for that girl.
I don't think anybody knows who she is yet.
And a bag of money. Yeah, she hasn't built her reputation as Catwoman yet. That's why she's going to Bloodhaven, and there's
You're one of the puss. Sorry. Yeah. No, you're right, though, Zod. You're right. I mean, we don't know who she is. We don't know.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I think, for me, I think this is a good start, and it could have been worse from what they showed on screen. I think there's a couple of little stutters, little things that they tripped on. But for me, I didn't really see it as movie breaking. Some people are gonna dislike. You guys are probably a little bit harsher than I am. But I do agree. And I told you, PB, when you called me, remember what I said? I said I would have to see it again. And I told you where I was going between, because, yeah, I do feel like the end. And I don't mean like pretty much damn near like what the last 20, 30 minutes I felt like was kind of where they fucked
weaker,
up.
Right?
Yeah, like you cut that out of this film, it's just about perfect.
No, like, everything that happens after the car chase is not peak Batman.
No.
Yeah,
no,
look, Mr. Thawne. what I said earlier, it just I don't mean that as like a stronghold. It's just like legitimate things I'm thinking about. I'm not like hardcore about it, but it's things I'll bring up that like the other people have brought up to me. I don't feel like that hardcore about it, right? I would rather like I go into a film if I notice woke stuff, it doesn't bother me that much. If it's done well, it's all right. But like it's this is not that one sentence is not going to detract the whole film to me. That's why I gave it an 8 out of 10, which I think is pretty good. And then
Oh yeah,
I
I
will
think
definitely go
that's
see it
fair.
again.
I think PB's fucking nuts at a 6, but then
I
again,
said
that's
six
what
point
Yeah,
five. I said
6.5,
6.5.
whatever, PB, whatever,
Dude,
PB.
bro.
I told
You're
you
fucking lying.
they get the big stuff
6.5.
wrong.
Come on.
I would give Batman v Superman a 6.5. Are
Oh
you
my
saying it's near
god.
Batman v Superman?
Dude,
Dude,
that
oh,
man fails.
that's like a
The
6,
whole
dude.
movie, he
That's like a
fails.
5.95, dude.
Like you don't get points on the
Oh,
board. This isn't the SAT. You don't get points for writing your name.
oh my god, dude.
Like it's like, you know what? It's me and Tim are at least on the same page. Like, yeah, this is it. PB's like, nah, this motherfucker fail. No,
It should burn in
fuck him.
Valhalla or hell. It
He's
should
like,
go to the Phantom Zone.
yeah, dude. Man, I hope you weren't a teacher. Fuck. PB
Yeah.
would be like,
He's a teacher.
oh my god. He'd be like, but sir, I got just about. No, you got about like 30%. Fuck off.
I told you, like there are such minor
shoot.
things that can change the major things. Like
Oh my god.
the entire perspective of the movie changes if this is the first supervillain he deals with, because then all of the failure makes sense. Because you're like, I ain't never come across anybody like this before. Does it not?
Yes, I agree with that.
But as soon as he has the conversation with alleged Joker, you're like, well, apparently Batman been putting people away that are supervillains and are criminal masterminds and are setting fucking shit up like this to go off. And he caught that guy allegedly. I mean, as far as
Mm.
maybe same thing, fucking play it out, and this fucking lady's coffee shop is famous.
Mm.
He just got a fucking rogues gallery fucking coffee shop.
Oh my god.
Or it could have just been the police caught him.
That's
And
what
he's
that
not
was.
quite yet
That was what I was
Riddler.
saying, you motherfucker.
That's what happened in the Batman. Like somehow, like they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna conveniently sit in this coffee shop below that no one's in there, and not even the cashier. Come find me." That's what happened in the
Yeah,
Batman.
it was bad. So like you let Batman do one of the things that he does really well, which is punch people. He punched a lot of
Yeah.
people in this movie. Like, I don't know how many it was, but I mean, how many times did he punch just those twins alone?
like
Yeah.
at least 3 times.
It was dope. He broke the nose.
I think
I
I broke
think
his
their
nose.
didn't their noses stay broken?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there was a scene where like he walked in, it's like I broke his nose or something like that. Yeah, they had like
he
2
refer-
scenes or
yeah,
something.
He referenced it because
Oh
that's
yeah,
how
when
he
Catwoman
fought the
walks in
dude.
and is wearing the what do I want to say, the contact lens, and he's like,
Yeah.
looks like I broke his nose.
Yeah, I remember a lot about this film. Like, no, like I wanted
Which
this film
which
to be
I
a
thought was a
masterpiece.
completely ridiculous line. Like, why are you showing off to Catwoman in her ear? Because that's
I mean,
all
I
that
don't know.
line. That is the only thing that line does. Because she can quite obviously see with her own eyes that his nose was broken. But what she didn't know was who did it. So he's like, hey, you want to know a fun fact about that guy's face?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's like yeah, I agree.
But
It was
you know what though?
exclusively to show off, like, hey, I can beat
You
up
know
a
what
twin.
though? That actually, now that you told me that, that makes that line 20 times better for me.
I mean, that's,
You know,
I mean,
like,
okay, but
I
I feel like it makes it worse for me because I still don't feel any chemistry between them.
yeah, me
No,
as a
no. I
viewer
mean, if
already
there was
knew.
chemistry, it'd be magnificent because it'd be like, yeah, you know that guy, right? Yeah, I fucked him up. No big deal. No big deal. Just that's what I do. Punch people.
The most intimate scene throughout the whole thing was where when he was covering her mouth and they were pretty much like body rubbing on each other when the cop was going through there. Like he revisited the scene and Catwoman was there. He caught her behind and told her to shush, whatever. And he was
Oh,
covering
yeah.
her mouth. Yeah, that was the most intimate scene right there. I feel like she was like secretly rubbing up against his junk, and that's why there was like things of them saying they had sex on a bicycle or something like that.
Yeah, there was
So like,
felt
there
like
was
that
more
was
intimacy in that than there was in both of the Tico kiss scenes.
well, she was breathing, like you could hear her. She was like breathing, like you could hear it like in the mic or whatever. It was like,
Yeah,
oh,
well, she didn't fucking ask Batman if he consented to the kiss, and she just did it, so that's molestation.
I know, right? But like then she was rubbing up against his his bat you know,
His bat
you still
stick?
read, but
his
yeah,
utility belt.
yes, exactly. For for logistics reasons,
Ooh, Tim, I have a question for you because me and Zod are on opposite sides of the fence on this one.
Uh-oh.
So the chest piece,
Okay.
batarang or just a knife
Are you talking about on his chest, like the
on his
actual when he
chest?
takes it apart?
The
Ooh,
giant fucking thing that is the entire width of his chest. I say it's too big to be a batarang.
dude, it was very weird because it looked like half a gun piece that killed his parents.
Oh,
It
that's
did.
something we never can pick.
Like a half a
We
gun.
never.
To me, it looked like two gun pieces cut in half that he turned into a batarang. To me, it looked like it really
Wait,
did.
didn't they do that or something like that? I feel like I've seen some type
No,
of, maybe it was a deviant art that I saw. I've seen
no,
something
they
like that
didn't.
before.
No, look on his bat chest or whatever. It looks like
Look at
two
his back
gun
chest.
pieces, two gun pieces cut in half. Like that looks a
Oh
little bit
yeah.
bigger, but it looks like look at the like
Terrible
if you look
picture.
at Robert Pattinson one, it looks like two guns cut in half. That looks like that arc or whatever. I don't know, but I would say it was a combination of like looking like you know, he took it out of his piece like twice. He took it out of his
Oh
chest
yeah.
twice, right? Um,
When was
so
the
Yeah, it
second
does.
time? I only remember him cutting the tape on the door. When was the other time?
the second time he threw it, the second time he threw it at someone, right? Or he
I don't
cut the
remember
tape.
him throwing the. I don't remember him
Late,
throwing the chest piece.
I'm trying to think. It was later in the film. Later in the film,
I
I
remember
don't
him
know if
throwing something, but I thought that he pulled it off his belt.
oh no, I think he was like I don't know if he was on you know how Star Wars always has they only have
Yes,
like this
Star
bridge.
Wars.
Yeah, they some reason they always fight on some type of bridge where there's no things to catch them, and then they fall into lava or into the abyss of
Oh,
unknown.
okay,
I
sure.
okay, so the part where I think he throws it again off his chest or whatever one of the pieces. There's someone in like the upper curtains that he throws it at to save Catwoman, or
Oh yeah, you're right.
is it?
It was on the bridge before because he couldn't get up right away with
Yeah.
the adrenaline thing. That's when he hits the adrenaline after and
Yes.
then
Yes.
tackles the dude because
Yeah.
he
Like.
throws the piece
Yep.
and the
Yes.
guy kind of looks over and then he like hits his leg with adrenaline and then he fucking football tackles him and turns his face to fucking mush. Yeah,
Dude, that was
he's
dope
right. I remember
scene,
that.
dude. Fantastic scene. The adrenaline thing was like very like modern. I was like, dude, that makes sense, right?
Yeah, it made me think that he popped a tiny vial in the first scene of the movie.
Yeah.
Holy
No, that
shit! He's
what it-
right.
like
Because
a
it says
vial of
if you.
adrenaline.
No,
Yeah.
I mean with the two pieces. You're right. I pulled up a picture here from
Really? Like, could you
images.
share your
Um,
screen, motherfucker?
Do it, man. Do it. Dude.
Okay, hold on a second.
Good morning, Rose.
This is good talk.
Yeah, but
I
we've
think
been
we're
doing it
like
for 4
the
hours.
best talk. I would say we're the best talk out of everybody's talk.
Well, that's because of the level of melanin. Duh.
So, do you see it?
Yeah, look
Yeah.
at it.
Deflate a gun. At least it looks
Well,
like he
I
did.
think he might be right. It might be. I don't think it's the gun that killed his parents, but I think it might be like a replica. Like, I think he might be onto that. Like, Tim, I think he might be right. Like, oh, a gun killed my parent, which I like that idea. I think that's fucking cool because
Hey,
nobody's ever done
it
that.
still seems really big for a batarang.
It looks like a bat gun, but like if you piece it together, like they're two counter pieces, right? He threw one of them.
No,
Like he
like,
threw one earlier.
oh, like you're saying he only threw half of it because when he cut the door, he used the whole thing.
Yeah. So, and look at how it separates in the middle. So I think it like
Does it
you
separate
put
in
it
the
together.
middle?
Huh?
Yeah, he definitely took one of them out earlier to cut the thing, and then he definitely took one earlier to throw it out. He took it out of his chest to save Catwoman on the bridge.
Okay, I'll have
Yeah.
to see what my pirate buddies say about this.
Yeah, we got to watch the film again, but no, he definitely took that thing out of his chest. He took the thing in his
He's
leg.
taking it out whole too, like
Yeah.
PB said, because he used it, and he also used it when he cut the fucking, electric wire at the end in there. So I think, but the way
Oh
we just saw
yeah.
it designed, I think it comes like he can split it, like maybe even magnetized. You know what I mean? Like he hooks it in the middle,
Oh
and he
yeah,
can
I
make it
think
bigger or like take it apart and have two halves.
I agree. I think it's an evolution of what's going to become like the Batarang.
I mean, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. This movie makes very interesting choices that I think could pay off. I think
Okay.
this
What do you think about the square nose on his cowl?
I don't really have a problem with that. Like, I don't have a problem with that. There's a problem with the square nose. Like, this is a.
I don't think
How
that's
many?
an issue. I don't think it's
I
I
an issue.
mean,
didn't say that it was an issue. I just asked what you thought about it.
I think it's.
no,
I
I
mean,
like
this
it.
is year two. This is year two, so it's not going to be perfect, right?
I like the square nose.
Exactly.
I like the eye
Exactly.
makeup. I like that he keeps it on. This is the first Batman
Oh,
where
it's the
they
first Batman where I can actually believe that he's going from Batman to Bruce Wayne because I was like, holy fuck, there's still shit around his eyes.
yes, exactly. Like I hated that whole he was
Katie
emo. And it's
Kane
like,
was notorious for getting rid of her eye black. Like, she's a goddamn makeup artist.
Yeah.
like
Well,
yeah,
like to be fair, what was it? Like the other Batmans did the same thing, but this is like the first Batman they're acknowledging.
Oh, but it's terrible. I
Actually,
hate it. It's so fucking dumb. Like stuff like that. I was like, why? Like the simple stuff needs to be real, but having Batman have like his version of the Bat Jet, like Affleck has his version, Bale has his version, whatever. Like it doesn't have to work with the same style of engine that I would have in my F-22. Like I get that.
Mm.
But the
Yeah.
basic stuff, like fucking, there's paint on your face and now it's magically gone. Come on.
Yeah, I agree because I'm a cosplayer. I do Nightwing. I put black stuff on my
Aha.
face. And I do. Like when I put on my mask or whatever, it doesn't cover all my like face. And it like I've done it and it looks trash unless I put the black stuff, like makeup on my eyes. So
Yep.
yeah. So
And
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. The stuff that this movie does, and I can even understand what PB's saying. Like, I don't get behind his ridiculous fucking 6 rating, but I do understand PB's point.
6.5.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous, but I do
Batman
understand.
fails. Catwoman's irrelevant.
I think
I
Catwoman
do.
needs to upgrade though. Like her face stuff is ridiculous. I realize
I
she's
mean,
Cat Burglar,
I
but
liked
just because
the
they're
simplicity to
black,
it,
it
but
doesn't
I
cover her
agree.
face.
No, I
Like
agree with you.
she needs to put makeup, or like she needs to cover her face more. I look.
Dude, at
She looks
no
hot,
point,
but
like, what I was confused, like, half of the time why she was wearing it, because I was like, they know who you are? Like, what?
yeah,
Like, why
she's
you,
hot, but like we know who she is.
right? Like, everybody knows who you are. Why you got your cat mask on? Is it just for fun at this point? Like, is it keeping the sweat out of your eyes? Not really. Fucking weird.
Yeah.
But no, no, I can't bring myself to give it a 7. Like, I enjoyed my time. Like, it wasn't like I didn't feel angry when I left the movie theater, but I didn't feel like, holy fucking shit, that was great when I left the movie theater after Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like, how'd you feel after you watched Spider-Man?
Whew. Yeah.
Exactly. Did
Yeah.
you hear that, Zod? Tim
I
felt,
don't
whew,
know. Zod, what do you think? What did Zod feel? I want to ask him.
he gave it a 9.5.
He left.
Oh, the computer froze. Like, he'll be back in a moment. But of course, he
Yeah.
would fucking freeze and drop out as soon as both of us turned to him, be like, "Dude, question.
No,
Oh, you're not here. Fuck."
I don't think it was a 9.5. I think it was like a 9. Like there was definitely issues with it I had. Like there's like a lot of very good nostalgic moments
No,
that just don't match.
I sit at about. I'm pretty sure I'm giving it a 9 as well for
Yeah.
Spider-Man because it's not. See, he's back already. It's not. It's not my favorite MCU movie.
I
It's
think Spider-Man 2
probably,
is
you
better
think
than this.
Spider-Man 2 is better. See,
Yeah.
like,
Wait,
if
Spider-Man 2, like Raimi Spider-Man 2, or
yes,
like
Spider-Man 2, yeah, the only Spider-Man 2 that exists. Sorry.
I think those are 2 vastly different movies.
it doesn't
I
Well,
think
matter. They're both
Spider-Man 2
Spider-Man
with
movies.
Sam
Rank them.
Raimi. Tobey Maguire is the essential Spider-Man. I
wait, are
think
we
it's
talking
better
Batman
than.
still? Because I was good.
It was a
Yes,
quick conversation. Sorry, Mr. Zod. Yeah, your thoughts on?
Oh no, I
Spider-Man.
mean, oh, are we okay? Are we comparing Spider-Man to Batman or Spider-Man to Spider-Man? I just walked into this and I heard
Oh,
Spider-Man. I'm like,
which one do you want him to do, Tim?
The No Way Home. No Way Home compared to the Batman. That's what we're talking about, PB, right?
Oh,
The No Way Home.
How
Yeah.
did you feel when you left the theater after you saw No Way Home compared to when you left the theater after seeing the Batman?
the Batman, I felt like I needed to sleep on it to gather my thoughts, and then it's one of those movies. The more I watch it, the more I like it because I pick up on stuff.
Hmm.
I like the mystery. I like the setup. I don't have a hang up like you do about Batman losing. I actually like that Batman loses at the
I
end.
don't
I like
necessarily
shit like
care
that.
that he loses. I care that he
He
loses
doesn't
the
do the
entire
superhero
time.
stuff. Yeah, I don't mind that because I watched year one and then I watched this movie again. And when you watch year one, which you can do on HBO Max, we're not getting paid by them, but go check it out.
Pay us though. Pay us. Like if you're
But
actually,
pay us.
you know what I mean? Pay us. Hey, if you're watching us right now, DC, Marvel, Disney, we'll be shills. Pay us. I'm just kidding.
Send a check. The
Yeah,
check
we're
has
waiting.
to clear first.
Please, God, please. Let's get-
And
Sorry.
I will make it clear that it's a paid advertisement. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
yeah, perfect.
But no, if you watch Batman Year One and then watch this, it feels like it flows into each other nicely. And
Yeah, but I would bet my bottom dollar that in Batman Year One, you can actually hear what Bruce Wayne says.
yes, but he doesn't have the bat suit in Year One at all. He's
I don't
actually
get.
in
I don't give a
hiking gear.
fuck if you can actually hear what Bruce Wayne says, because I'm sure you see Bruce Wayne a lot in Year One.
No, actually, he's just Batman in that cartoon too, and that's the '90s style animation, not the new stuff. They do it like '90s Batman, but modern day because it came out like 2 or 3 years ago, based off of the novel Year One. And yeah, he's 90% Batman, and most of the story actually is about Jim Gordon and centered around Jim just gets to the
Detective?
Yeah, he's actually just
that's
got his
good.
detective
That's good.
shield.
No, Zod. Like I think.
Oh, and he
like,
winds up cheating on his wife too. It's very interesting.
I was looking at like asking the big question. Do you think the Batman is better than Far From Home?
I think it's
Yeah.
a fucking terrible comparison because those are two.
How
very
is
No,
it a
different
terrible
I-
comparison?
no,
God damn it. Okay, is the
Don't-
Batman better than Gone with the fucking Wind?
No,
That's
like
also like that's too far back. No,
no, but
Ah.
like, look, don't like answer the question. Like, do you think like the Batman is better than this film? Like your pros and cons about the film. I know they are two different films, obviously, but like there's more build up for one. But the Batman is like one of the most famous like figures throughout the world, right?
I think it's like I said, it's not a fair comparison because you had more of a
That
lead
means
in.
that Spider-Man is better, Tim, because he doesn't want to say it, or else DC will get mad at him.
No, I'm saying that I think it's a stupid comparison because it's
It
like
is a
saying,
comic book movie
Is
compared
the
to a comic book movie.
Avengers better than the Batman, and it's like yes, because you
Yes.
had 10 years.
I
of
think it's a
build-up.
fair comparison
just like-
because like there's not been much comic films came out. Like I'll say like Batman
I
is
think
my
a better
favorite.
comparison is when Morbius comes out, and you go, which one was better, the Batman or Morbius? I'm equally excited.
Okay,
for
what
both
was
of them.
better,
I think
the Batman or Venom 2?
the Batman, hands
Yeah,
down.
obviously. Yeah.
Like,
I like Venom 2 more.
you're
Oh.
fucking nuts. I would.
I think it's pretty
definitely
close.
Say, I would say Venom 2 is entertaining in a mindless, fun sense. But
At least
3,
Venom wins.
like,
Yeah.
ugh.
I like Batman better. I will say this. I think it is a fair comparison because I think
Fair
I think
comparison.
well
Oh,
because look, Mr. Zod, I think the Batman is 8.5 and I think the Spider-Man film is a 9. That's pretty close, but the thing is oh, he dropped out. Oh, okay. So no, look. I think there are elements like as far as like the action, the more stylized choice in this, and the narrative, the voiceover, and the way it's shot is like logistically better, right? The Spider-Man film to me is more
Wait
of
a
a
second.
popcorn film. It's more of a popcorn film filled
How
with
long?
cameos.
How long he been Spider-Maning in Spider-Man? A year?
No,
Yeah, no,
longer
but we're
than
talking
that.
about like multiple Spider-Mans. That's what adds to the level of it. We have Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire. This is why, like
I'm
there's
asking
so
for a
much more.
friend.
Okay. So there's like a lot of emotional depth to Far From Home, whatever. But like I think,
Yep.
like what brings us over the Batman is because they have like this level. It's like Avengers build up film, and I think Mr. Zod is right for saying, "Hey, don't compare it." He's right for saying that, but I think the Batman film is one of the greatest films at this time. One of the greatest superhero
Wait a
films at this
second.
time to
I
bring
agree with
up.
that. Like it's like
Because we haven't had that great of superhero films. Like this Spider-Man film took us out of
okay.
it. Like it
So
was had all of this, but the Batman film is the single greatest film without anything coming around Avenger S to come into place. That's not saying much, but I think this is setting the groundwork for something great, and I don't think people are seeing it that way. I think Zod may be seeing that way, and I think that Batman has always been one of those like famous heroes, whatever. Like, look at the Dark Knight, look at the Batman Begins and Christopher Nolan trilogy. So this
can
has
I
the
wait?
potential to be that.
Can I
Yeah, go
compare
ahead, man. Sorry.
Batman? Can
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
compare the Batman to those movies?
Yeah, I think it's the third best. Go ahead.
No, that was it. That was just a quick question. Because this motherfucker on the bottom of the screen is going to say, well, you can't make that comparison because of this bullshit reason.
No,
Well,
I'm saying that.
Mr.
I'm
Assault, what do you
saying
think it
that
compares
I
to
think
the
it's.
Nolan verse?
What can I compare the Batman to?
I'm saying that right now, as
Tell
it
me.
stands, this is the beginning of something. I don't think it's like fair to go, oh, let's compare it to this fucking movie that's been built up for years, where by
Okay,
the
so
way,
that
we
means
have
that
other
at
Spider-Mans to help the box office.
so
So
I'll move your direction. I will move your
unless
direction. Hold on,
You guys.
let me move your direction. So that means if we're gonna draw the line there, at
Oh my god.
minimum, I can compare it to Batman 89 because that's the first one. Batman Forever because
Mhm.
that's a standalone. Batman and Robin because that's a standalone. Batman Begins because that's the first one, and Batman vs Superman, and that has the added bonus of having two bonus superheroes, and it's still not as good as this Batman. Like,
Yeah.
fuck you,
I was
BVS.
like,
Fuck
oh yeah,
you,
you can compare that
BVS.
all
You suck. You fucking suck.
day.
God damn it! Like, you got
Oh
one of
my
the
god.
greatest villains of all fucking time, and you fucking give it to oh my.
No, but
It was
I don't
terrible.
know.
It was terrible. Okay, so this is the question. Where does it rank on the Batman movie list?
I would say that Dark Knight would be above this, and Begins would be on the bottom, and then descending down. I put this like my number two.
This is the second greatest Batman movie that ever
Uh,
Batman movied.
And I'm saying this, guys, because I know this is going to be a fucking highly controversial statement, but yes, in
Fuck
my
off.
own personal list, this would probably rank as my second favorite Batman.
Lies.
Second.
Just
Yeah,
kidding.
with
All right, Zod.
Dark
I
Knight being
deserve an
number-
answer.
fuck.
You can't just make a
Oh,
statement
you
like
never.
that.
Okay.
You gotta like back it up. You can't just make a statement like that without backing up. Let's hear it. Why?
How does
Well-
it make it to second?
Okay, so for me, Begins, I never really liked that much.
Whoa,
Besides
wait.
Liam
What's
Neeson.
wait?
No.
What?
All right,
What,
go ahead.
Tim?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No,
What was your question?
I just want to hear. I just want to hear why. What's his problem with Batman Begins, and why this film is like better than Batman Begins? Because
Oh,
like
okay. Okay,
this
gotcha.
film is like 45 minutes too long. You know, the score is okay, but the acting is very like dour. compared to what's in there. And you have Christopher Nolan and Hans Zimmer in the Batman Begins, and throughout the whole series, the cohesive universe.
That's
And Anne
my
Hathaway
issue
is
right there.
actually a lot better than Zoe Craps, that's never been in shit and will never been in shit. And then Anne Hathaway as Catwoman was genius, and she's
That's in
actually
Dark
an
Knight
Oscar
Rises, it's not
award-winning
Begins.
actor in Les Miserables, actress. And like, you know, so give it to me. Give it to me. You know,
Okay,
I'm just
I'm
grilling you
not
on
going
purpose.
whole trilogy. I'm just saying
All
one
right.
for one, the
I'm
first movies.
I'm just
My
playing
issue
around, by the
with
way. I'm just
Batman
joking.
Begins
So.
is that I don't like I don't like how they split their villains. Like I think Scarecrow should have had his own movie. I didn't like him putting him as a secondary character. I definitely don't like how they do Falcone in Begins versus this one. I think they do him way better in this version. I think he's more of a mob boss. Ra's al Ghul is good, but
I agree with that.
like the fake out. I liked.
Love
That was good. I do
It's
like that.
I didn't like the fact that they didn't give him the look, but then I was like, oh, okay, cool. It's Liam Neeson. But then it really agitated me that they fucking killed him. And I also hate that line because then everybody's like always, oh, Batman doesn't kill people. Well, if he still doesn't save him, he still fucking killed him. So Batman killed Ra's al Ghul. You people need to get over it. He 100% intentionally killed him in that scene. But anyways, that's neither here or there. But I also don't like the fact that there is a lot of technical flaws. Like, for instance, the fighting is okay. But if you really look at the fight scenes, comparatively, this movie to the fight scenes in there, they're virtually the same. Christian Bale does not have that great martial arts prowess as far as that goes. I'd actually say the one who does the most.
Yeah, but does he
martial arts
win?
move,
Does he stop the villain?
Zod. Oh my god.
I mean,
Zod.
Actually, yes, he does stop.
He does.
To PB's fucking
No
point.
shit.
He does stop the
It's
villain.
shaky cam.
But
That's what Mr. Zod's bringing up. There's a lot of uses of shaky cam that we don't
cameras,
see
yeah.
the hand to hand. Yes, I get what you're saying.
The fucking
I just
fight
wanted to hear you
choreograph
explain your arguments. I get what you're saying. So.
Yeah, the fight
Okay.
choreograph is so in Nolan's film, and this is every fucking movie. And I even said this in the beginning. And the reason why I love Dark Knight so much is because he uses fucking less of it, but he does shaky cam and quick cuts. And you know why they do quick cuts, PB? Because the actors can't really fucking fight. So they splice together the best shots.
Dude, I know
so
how it fucking works, guy. I'm not a goddamn
they-
retard.
So
you guys are funny.
kudos to Patterson because obviously he took fucking some kind of fucking training.
Yeah, he went to the
actually do
same
the fighting.
school that Simulu went to.
Oh, shit. Oh, you guys didn't like Shang-Chi?
I love Shang-Chi. Oh, that
like
movie.
Shang-Chi,
That's better
Wait
than
a
this
second.
movie.
You guys like Shang-Chi?
Yeah.
Yes.
I actually did too, man. I gave that an 8 as all. Like
Yeah, that's an 8.
I think
that's an 8.
I felt like people were crapping down on that. Like,
Yeah, it's terrible. I don't understand it. Like, I don't think there's not an entire scene where I was like, that was a bad scene.
yeah, people were crapping on for no reason, dude. It was like, I thought it was fantastic. Like, the bus scene was absolutely amazing, and like like a lot of these Marvel films, they fall flat towards the end. But like, dude, the stuff with his dad, I mean, was great. Sorry, Mr. Saw, I know like you guys were having whatever, but yeah, you know, we'll go back, Mr. Saw.
No, that was a welcome change. Like, yeah, I think we can all agree. Shang-Chi. He wasn't Shang.
Change your name to Sean? Change your name to Sean? fucking
Shang-Chi.
see. Even the small stuff I love in that.
No, what was your
Like,
guys'
I
favorite
probably-
scene in that? What was your favorite scene in that? PB or Mr. Suck?
Oh,
Scaffold
like,
scene. I love the fucking scaffold
dude,
scene
the
so
scaffold,
much.
dude. Like,
Dude,
no,
what about
like,
that scene at the
no.
end when he was doing the Kamehameha scene against the dragon? That was dope as hell.
Dude, like, I
I
thought
don't
some
know.
disastrous things were gonna happen at the end. I thought Snake Way was getting its soul sucked out.
Oh shit. No, but like,
no, I love the scaffold scene because of the
No,
fact of the
I think the scaffold scene was great, but I didn't like what it did to me because it engaged my vertigo with the heights.
oh. I was
Yeah.
like, wait,
Like, I don't
no, that makes
know
sense.
about the ladies in the chat, but there's
Oh,
a
dang.
part to vertigo where you know that tingly feeling that you get in your balls where you're like, oh fuck, don't look down.
Yep.
No,
Yeah, that's what happens in that scene, and I was like, holy fuck, man, she's gonna fall off the goddamn bamboo. Oh my god, it's fucking
oh,
breaking, it's fucking breaking. Holy shit. It's not
well,
good.
was this your favorite like film, like the favorite superhero film all year? Like to me, this was like pretty the most exciting film to see this year. To be honest, like I saw
If we're
Eternals,
being
but this was
technical, it's a new year. Spider-Man doesn't count for this year for me because that came out last year. So brand new
yeah,
year.
yeah.
And so far,
Wait, when you say
this
for the
is
year, what do you mean? Like, I thought you meant in the last 12 months.
Yeah, I
in
mean,
this new
last
year.
12 months, the last 12 months,
No,
not
In
the
the
year,
last
because
12
like,
months, not in the
yeah,
last 60 days. Fuck pie.
last 6 months, last 6 months,
Okay, so in the last 6 months,
because
like,
we live in such a rare time where we don't have the films pump out the way they used to.
Thank
I
God.
think
right.
it's a very important conversation because Spider-Man film was needed for like us to pump up everything, a lot of nostalgia factors for people to come on, right? Like,
This one's
and
number 3.
so I think Shang-Chi would have hit bigger if the pandemic stuff was not going on. I guarantee this film would have made more than it did. It's very exciting. It like that the bus scene was incredible. Like, I mean, it was
Dude,
fantastic
that
watching it.
the bus scene rivaled
Was dope as
pick
hell.
a fucking scene in this Batman movie, Mr. Zod. And
It
that
was
bus
better
scene
than
was just
any
as
action
good.
scene in the Batman. That's a
Easily.
I
problem.
would disagree.
That's a
What?
problem because
The
Batman is
bus
supposed to be the best martial artist.
scene had multiple facets to it.
I would put that fucking car chase scene above that by like a mile.
Dude, there was
Are you
no
fucking
hand-to-hand
kidding me? That car
combat,
chase
Mr.
scene
Zod.
was
No,
all
the
practical.
car chase. There was. How are you
That
gonna
was
put?
boring, dude.
How are you gonna put
Like,
a car chase scene, which I liked, ahead of one where a car is racing down a essentially mountain in fucking San Francisco? Like, they're in a car chase while in a hand-to-hand fight. Like, you had both going on there. How can you say that a scene that only had half of it is better?
yeah, the
because
scene was like,
I've seen that scene you're talking about 150 times in a bunch
Oh,
of
so it must be pretty good.
the way the Batman scene was shot, that was unique because it was practically filmed. There was
I don't care about practically
craftsmanship.
film. Like,
It,
Shang-Chi was
it
practically
matters
filmed.
though.
this
Like
scene was boring as fuck. Like, it should have been ended by like 5 minutes. Like, why does it take 10 minutes to shoot a car scene? Come on. Like, we know Batman's gonna sneak up, and they showed the trailer shot where the fire is gonna be in the background where the Batman walks all epically. Like, it was that scene was just boring because they showed too much in the trailer. That's it.
I guess I
Period.
missed
Moving
that
on.
trailer.
Well, they showed the whole fucking scene. Like, that's the problem with the trailer. They show everything. And they're like, okay, Batman takes out on the Penguin, and Penguin's complaining upside down. They show him out walking on there. Because I'm a Batman fan, I watch the trailers.
Right.
And he's walking up on there, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. What are they going to do with it? They do nothing absolutely with it. They waste 17 minutes on that scene, and
Okay.
nothing new is established.
The
That's the
shill
new
at the bottom of the screen is definitely wrong. Like
Batman spoilers. Sorry, I ruined it. Shit.
the bus scene might be the bus scene
Aaron,
is probably
Shang-Chi, are we
better
on
than
Shang-Chi?
every scene in fucking Spider-Man.
I will say that. Yeah, it is. Shang-Chi had some really good moments that could have been
Like
epic.
the way
In Spider-
the
I-
way that the bus scene is woven together in the sense that you
It's the
go
best
from
martial arts
something
combat, dude.
that is so innocuous, and then you get this essentially character reveal. I mean, you look at Katie's face and she literally goes, "Who are you?"
He's the best character. Like, dude, it was so organic, and they freaking deliver the best action scene in Marvel Cinematic
Right.
history.
So,
The hand-to-hand combat, the way the bus cuts in half, and I don't know. Go ahead, you know the story.
the timing, obviously, you're in control on how that stuff plays out. Like, okay, we need this to break here, whatever. But yeah, the way that they have it play out, and then and I know everybody, well, I should say everybody, half of the people out there be like, it's supposed to be a serious scene. You're not supposed to have comedy in it. And I'll be like, fuck you, man. Like, you got to sprinkle because you have your moments that are entirely serious that have
Yeah, it's
zero
a dark
comedy to
moment.
them.
It's because I'm on this side, say PB's on this side, right? And then I'm on this side of the train. I'm like, oh, my train is being cut. And PB's on this other side. It's like, oh, goodbye. And it's like, fuck you. You know, that's how it is. That's how the scene was. And that's how we know how it is. Because, dude, oh my God.
See,
It was
obviously,
incredible.
I've got more culture than you guys on the panel because
Nah,
I've seen
Culture,
this shit.
we're the ones that are holding up the Orientals.
I know we haven't
I've
heard
seen
from you
this
for
shit
2 minutes.
before Marvel did it. The
And you're like
ratings were doing it.
the rich
I
white
could name
boy.
like 20
Mr.
different
Zod.
Asian films that have done the same exact shit better than this, but nobody on this panel would watch them because God
Wait,
forbid
I
we
will
gotta read subtitles.
guarantee, and we can essentially boil it down to this. How many of these 20 films is the superhero? And I can call him a superhero because he actually wins. How many times does the superhero in this scene fight against essentially a lightsaber? Razor Fist
Essentially
is
what?
wielding a lightsaber.
Whatever, Mr. Zod.
And you're like, pish posh.
Zod's drinking tea right now.
I think he fucking froze in his. Oh, are you there? Or are you just.
Oh, Zod's here. Whatever, Zod.
I'm here.
Whatever, Zod.
Dude, I can't believe we talk about the fucking Batman for 4 hours and 25 minutes, and it all boils down to Zod having a terrible take on Shang-Chi.
Yeah,
I didn't say I didn't like it. I just
No, I didn't say that you didn't like it. I said you had a terrible take on it.
Whatever, Zod.
I don't have a terrible take. Just because
you think
I've
that
seen
the
more
fucking
shit
bus
than...
scene isn't better than the fight scenes in the Batman?
Zod, what are you trying to do right now?
No,
it sounds like his Warner Brothers.
Why is Zod
just
trying to be
cleared.
difficult? Yeah, he just got that paycheck really fat.
Warner Brothers is like, dude,
Zod,
we
my
can get one on our
paycheck
side.
Yeah, me and PB, our check will come in tomorrow. So
Disney said it's in the mail.
Yeah, I think you need to choose your words wisely, my friend. You're not vengeance. We are vengeance.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just so I have this correct, because this is a
My actual
phenomenal
name is
tangent.
I'm Matt, by the way.
In IT,
I'm radar. I'm the radar tech. So
radar tech, radar
yeah,
RT,
yeah,
in RT.
yeah. I heard Carl Loran had an
So
APAC and was shredded.
of the 10 Batman films that we have, right? Because you got the first two, then you got Forever, then you got Batman Robin, then you got a trilogy, and then you got
No.
2 Affleck films, right? We'll give him 2 films.
Oh, sheesh.
I guess.
Oh,
Okay, so of the 10 Batman films, Zod thinks this is the second best one ever. What about you,
mm,
Matt?
As I
oh,
said, for me.
is your name Matt? Uh,
Shut up, Zod.
hold
Go.
on. Let me change my name. Matt. Well, I think the Batman guy thinks I think he seems like a really cool character in the night, but
Say that.
Superman is. I think Superman is a pussy. But I think Matt definitely supports the Supreme Leader, Kylo Ren, because he has an APAC and is shredded, and I think this Batman character seems pretty cool because he doesn't support like pussies like Superman, and that's all I gotta
Matt,
say.
Matt, 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 Matt. 1 through 10.
I think Mr. Zod loves Kylo
Matt,
Ren,
Matt, Matt. God damn it, Matt.
and I think you
Matt.
love Kylo Ren. I think SHJK Dot's corner loves Kylo Ren,
I
and
mean,
so yeah,
that's true. That is
yeah.
true. He's a huge Kylo fan. And I know this because he's the type of guy who would post stuff on YouTube that says that the Batman is greater than both at the same time, not like combined, but separately. At the same time, it is greater than both Iron Man, the original, and Infinity War. What
You know what
say
I heard?
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
You know what I
whoa,
heard? Kylo Ren had an
whoa.
APAC.
Now,
You know
I
what
just
I heard? Kylo Ren had an APAC and was shredded.
wait. Hold on. No, Matt, just hold
Mr.
it. I gotta
Zod,
pause
I heard
camera for
Kylo
this.
Ren had an APAC and was shredded.
Okay. I
You
just
know
want
what,
to say this now. I
Zod?
have said some bold statements, indeed.
you've never
That
trolled
I
that much?
that I stick by.
Oh,
But to say that Iron Man and Infinity
I heard
War,
Kylo Ren had an APAC.
you gotta be fucking trolling.
we
Now
get it,
it can't
Matt.
be real. It can't be real. K Dot, you didn't say that, right? PB is just
It's
fucking with us.
on. I can show it to you.
You're telling lies. My boy K Dot would never say that. He's
I
got
can fucking show it
extraordinarily
to you.
good taste. I believe in him. Like, I agree with you, K Dot. I hyped this movie up too. I said it's better than Batman Begins. I stand by that. But better than Iron Man and Infinity
You
War?
know what, Bob Iger? I don't believe you. I'm Kylo Ren.
So do you not believe me?
I'm Kylo Ren.
No,
I
I don't.
bel
I don't
Bob Iger.
believe
I don't believe
Matt.
you.
you.
I heard Kylo Ren had an APAC and was shredded.
This is a
Uh,
fact.
Bob Iger, come back on screen.
Bob, no, you're supposed to be talking to the other
I'm
Bob.
Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren.
Bob Chapek.
Cool.
Chrome tab. Which Chrome tab do I want to share? I want to share the one of K Dot's YouTube channel. You see this picture?
Okay.
I'm Kylo Ren.
Man, Iron Man. This is a lie. This is a lie. You want to know what happens at the end of Iron Man? Iron Man wins. God damn it. And this, the Batman, greater than Avengers
All right,
Infinity War.
Moving on, folks. Moving
There's
on.
Day. Clear as fucking day. Insane.
Avenger. Fuck no. No, I think Infinity War is definitely better than the Batman. The Batman.
Easily.
Like,
Easily.
I'm going to say,
Is Tim back yet? Is that you,
there's-
Tim?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Oh no, it's not Kylo Ren. It's not Kylo Ren. Sorry.
Okay.
Kylo Ren
What
left.
is where do you rank this 1 through 10?
like,
Mr. Zod, go ahead.
No,
first.
Zod. Oh god damn it. Fine.
No, let him
I
go.
was gonna say, Infinity War to me, and I don't know where you have this, Tim or PB, but honestly, Infinity War for me is a 10 out of 10. I will die on that fucking hill. That movie, I can't, and I don't know. You guys can tell me something different. I cannot think of one thing you could do to make that movie better. I honestly
agree.
can't.
Zod, I
like-
agree with you.
Like, there is not a thing now. Endgame,
You know,
I could
you
give
know,
you
you know the
multitude.
one. I bet I can tell
Infinity
you one
War.
thing that.
Infinity War is the
Hold on,
perfect
Tim.
superhero film. Sorry.
I
Okay,
can
go ahead,
tell
man.
you one thing that you could do in Infinity War to make it better, Mr. Zod.
Ooh,
Batman
I'm
could
listening.
win.
Fuck you. He ain't even in the same universe, you prick.
It'll make it better. Be on a winning team for once.
Fuck off.
What up,
Him
K-Doc?
and Superman would crush everybody on the bitch Marvel team, whatever.
Okay, Tim.
Oh,
so
look at
you got a number because I know that you're not gonna put this one it can't make it any higher than number 3.
Okay, what's going
I'm
on
gonna
here?
guess that you're gonna put it at number 5.
I'm confused here.
Confused by what?
Okay. So what's what's the relevance of the numbers? So
Your ranking of the Batman movies.
Out of 10 Batman.
Batman movies.
okay. So what's the first
So-
Batman movie?
I don't know. Whichever one you think is the best would be number 1, and then whichever one
He's
you
like
think
your
would be
own personal
second
1
best.
to 10.
Right. It would
Okay,
be your
there's a
own
lot of good
personal 1
ones.
to 10. I don't need to know all of them. I just want to know where the new movie ends up. So you can just to yourself go, this is number 1, this is number 2.
Number
and you can
3.
say it out loud. It is okay, that's what I thought.
It's not a hard choice.
You put it all the way
Number
up to
3.
number 3.
89
So,
is probably
I had to.
like 4
He
or
has a
5.
3.
Like
Interesting.
the quality of like the 89, like anyone that are fans of those, like the quality is just shit. Like I don't know how you compare them to the Dark Knight trilogy subjectively.
Because-
you can have
because they
anyone that
watched
wants
them
to have a
when they
conversation-
were children.
children
and they feel
nostalgic factors, right? Yeah,
Bingo.
Everything
That's why
you
I
said.
fucking love
Yeah.
Pokemon.
yeah. No, like they're like 1989, 91. Like
Did
they're
you
shit
did
compared to
okay?
those.
Fuck the panel right now. Did people of the chat? Did you fucking see the looks that these jackasses gave me when I said I love Pokemon? Fuck you guys.
PB, did hold on, PB. Did me and you like correlate on our responses like perfectly when we said all of this, didn't we?
Hold
Right?
What?
When you said the past responses to a lot of these things, we were correlating on the time clock, weren't we? Like what we said. Zod, you saw it. We
Yeah,
agreed on a lot.
We agree.
Oh.
Right, Zod?
Yes.
Yeah,
We did.
we agree. Our actually me and Tim are probably closest on our analysis than I am of you. But see, here's the thing though, PB. I actually do understand what you're saying. Like, I get your position.
See,
and I
like
understand.
what's weird is okay. So me and Tim see see eye to eye on a lot of the things that bring the movie down for me, and he doesn't let them bring them down for him, and that's why his score for the movie is higher than mine, and you are a shill.
I mean,
He's
no, I
not a
was pretty
shill.
objective. I said the ending just kind of falls apart, particularly with the Riddler. I would have had this at a perfect 10 had he stayed crazy. Like, had he stayed insane, 7 Riddler from the beginning of the movie, and then, like, maybe you kind of see him get a little bit like, or whatever that crazy shit was he was doing. But then he came down like mellow, and had it ended there, I'd have been like, oh, Paul Dano, perfect. Nothing more you could do with that performance. And then
Okay.
the other things bringing it down, like we said, Catwoman. Guys, I have no clue what fucking chemistry you're talking about. There were none. Like, I need my Catwoman to have chemistry with Batman. And don't get me
Okay,
wrong.
let me
No, I
let,
like.
let
I
me
like.
rephrase.
Hold
All of
hold
the
on a second.
negative stuff that Tim sees and all of the negative stuff that you see, I collected all of it. That's why my score is so low.
No, I like it because like we can like it's a counterbalance. Like because I see something a different way, it doesn't mean it's right, right? I like the way you guys see, and that's you know what I mean.
No, it's nice to have a different perspective on something because it might not change your opinion of the movie. It always could, because I'm always open to having my opinion changed. Like I thought, and I still have to go back. You'd have to tell me what you think, Tim, because only Zod was here when we were talking about it. I think that the Riddler knows that Batman is Bruce Wayne.
He does.
No,
Aha!
he even says, listen to the words. He says, he doesn't understand us. He doesn't know us. And if he knew Batman was Bruce Wayne, he wouldn't send him a bomb.
I think that he
That's
would,
how
No,
though.
the way
like,
Zod, this
no.
is the way I took it because he was a colleague of Bruce Wayne in that picture that we saw all on the frame right here. We saw Bruce Wayne. We saw his family. You're guilty of your family's stuff. I knew who you were, the guy, the little kid in the picture. I know who you are. I know who your family. You are Batman. You are Bruce Wayne. Maybe you forgot in translation, but he'll come back. Maybe at this point he forgot, but he'll remember again who Bruce Wayne was. He, when he comes to his senses somewhat, he will know who Bruce Wayne is, because he's such a good character. He's the only one that wants to know Bruce Wayne because he can be the only one that torments Bruce Wayne, and that's how I took it. That's the second film, but he's not. I mean, the main villain, like other on, but
No,
like,
because even when you look at his interaction from when he, like, even Batman's reaction at first when he says that, he thinks he does know, and he even says, well, it's been a good run, blah blah blah. And then he turns around and says to him, like, that stuff like, he doesn't get us, you and me are a lot alike. He basically talks as if they're two different people, which means he
well,
doesn't know the identity. He knows Bruce Wayne maybe from when they were kids. Yes, he knows Bruce Wayne himself, but he hasn't put it together that Bruce Wayne and Batman are the same people. In his mind, they're still separate. It's not like he
well,
looked at him and went, oh, it's fucking Bruce. No, they're. I think that
well,
they,
Zod, you're
even in
proving
his
my
wording.
there. Look, bro, you're right and you're wrong because look, there, like what you said, you're right. There are two Riddlers, right? What he said. One knows who Bruce Wayne is. One doesn't. Which one is going to tell the truth?
I just listened to the one that isn't wearing the mask.
Like, no, Zod was right. Like, we're having this discussion, but look, dude, there's this in-depth conversation. Like, I was thinking about it. Like, look, I saw like they had the conversation. You know, they were like, "Yeah, I know who you are." They had the whole scene where like the joke. They're trying to over exaggerate the Joker scene, right? It didn't quite work out. Like the Riddler was being very emotional, and the Riddler was on the side making a pissy fit, seemed like a puss. But like he was like, I know who you are in my sane mind, but I don't know when I'm absolutely insane. So there's two like sides of the coin, which they kind of are, or whatever, painting it out. So, dude, this is going to be the second film is going to be great. That's all I'm going to say. That's it. I'm done. But yeah, the second film is going to be fantastic. I think I'm just calling that. What do you think, Saad? Do you think the second film is going to be better than this first one?
I think if I'm thoroughly happy with the way that this film turned out, that I would I'm going to most certainly, unless they catastrophically fuck it up, which hold on a second, fingers
You
crossed.
know it's going to be
Please,
good,
Matt
man.
Reeves, like Matt Reeves, you just I feel like they could only get better to like with because
Well,
it's
we'll
so
get to
close.
see
Like,
Commissioner Gordon.
Oh, damn.
yes,
No, it's
yes.
going to be dope as hell, man. He knows it. Like, this second film is going to be dope as shit. Like, we all know
And I
it. Like,
heard
if
he
they did
wants to
that much.
do it's called Mr. Freeze and the Frozen Heart. Like, I would be down for that because we've only seen Freeze once and it's been fucking shit. So I
They're
would
going to
love them
explore
to do
Nora, bro.
What do you mean it
Nora.
was shit?
the first time we ever saw Mr. Freeze was shit.
Epic?
Shit.
Epic.
Epic as shit.
Mr. Zod. Like, what they're going to do, it's going to be called, like, Batman, Nora. And it's going to be
What do you
dope
think?
as fuck. What?
I was gonna say, what
Like,
do you think your comic
Mr.
book characters are like, guy? Like, your comic book characters are supposed to be completely ridiculous and bombastic, i.e., the Governator.
Yeah, but
the
not
only
that
reason
ridiculous.
the only reason why people give
Yes, we're
that
almost done.
fucking performance leeway is Arnold. Like, if you
Arnold.
would have had anybody else in that role, that they would have hated it as much as I hate it. I
mean,
fucking hated it so much.
Yeah, I believe you.
Bane made me want to cry. Thank you, Tom Hardy, for
I believe
saving that character.
but
welcome.
Mr. Zod, dude, that was that time, right? Things adjust and change,
That's
right?
not an excuse for a shitty movie. It's not. It's like holding up all of these
Okay,
older
Zod.
Batmans on a pedestal, like we were
Okay,
just
I have
saying.
a question. I have a
Nostalgia.
question.
Oh, Zod.
So, how many
Kills
years? How many years had Batman been Batman in Batman Begins?
Ooh.
Batman Begins was, I want to say, like they even did like a
That was
5 or
first
6 year
year.
jump. No,
Very-
Batman Begins was a 5 or 6 year jump, even from
No, he's literally starting from scratch.
Yeah,
no,
it
he's
was.
starting to build the tech.
The
from
movie
was a
is
scratch.
called.
Batman
What is the movie
Begins,
called?
and then
Yeah,
Batman
fucking
Begins.
hell.
Then he jumps. Then it kind of jumps, but it's ground.
Starts from scratch. Okay, so by the time he's like, okay, by the time we're into the swing of things in the movie, how long
Isn't
would you
it like
say he
8
was
years?
Batmaning
It's like
for?
8 years. He's
Yeah.
28.
Years pass in that
He's
time.
28 when he comes back. He's 28. So it's like 8 years. He's been gone that long time. It's like it's been a long time when
He's
Alfred
been
picks him up.
gone for 8 years.
Yeah,
He was
when Alfred
and
picks
he was
him up.
Batman before that.
Yeah, but when Alfred picks him up from the plane, he's like, "Oh, it's been a long time, Bruce. It's been like 8 years." And he sees, Rachel and all that.
Yep.
He's been training all his life. So it's very different. I mean, we aren't like whatever we think, it's just like it's in our interpretation on that, but like it's what the movies give us. And in the Nolan verse, he seems more trained. In this verse, obviously, this is year two, what Mr. Zod was saying. But it just like I don't like how sloppy that he was. Like he just like gets shot so easily, and he thinks he's invisible. And
He seems like he takes a lot of unnecessary fire and unnecessary
like,
punches. Like they did a whole bunch of wide shots where you're clearly seeing him get hit by multiple people, and he just kind of shrugs it off. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure you can shrug it off. How often are you getting this Bane juice injected?
yeah, I'm like, yeah, it seemed ridiculous. I'm just like, what the hell, dude? Someone has to be smart. A thug has to be smart enough to shoot you in the face or the side of the face. Like
I mean, I just want to. Okay, so
that's what I would have done. I would just like, bam. I'm not a
if
gangster, but I would shot him in the face
we're
or the
if we
leg.
gotta if we want to improve Batman, I think the number one thing that they need to do is up the ninja factor. Like he's supposed to move from shadow to shadow and then
That's
punch in the face. Like
that is
every
Batman. That is,
everybody's seen the fucking intro of the goddamn cartoon where he's jumping from shadow to shadow and like 1-2 punches. Like when he came back and went after those fucking twins the second time? Second time?
Yeah.
Yeah, second time.
everyone.
What? He took 2 guys out with 3 punches, and I was like, perfect. That's perfect. That's how many it should take for Batman.
Yeah, why the hell didn't like when he is like, who the fuck are you? That group? He should have dropped below and took people out. Like, what the fuck? Like
Yeah, that was something about the
the
like Tim
dumbest
said,
scene
that
I
was
saw.
weird. Like I
It was
like
very
how he
bizarre.
beat I like how he beat everyone's ass, but the everyone's ass in that scene was so fucking weird after they just did they put my symbol up and people cower in fear except for this group of thugs. They don't know
Yeah,
who the fuck I am.
5 minutes later. 5 minutes later. And
Right.
then there's like
5 minutes later.
yeah, like SpongeBob. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What are you guys trying to do? Like they have to have consistencies with throughout the film. If you're gonna have Batman, which is consistency, the dude trains in martial arts. Everything a part of his life is formulaic. He has a process. He knows when to strike and when to not. This dude, before he drops in on the gangster group, he's in the dark, he's in the towers, he's on the roofs, floating down. This didn't seem like Batman, even in year two. It's very
How
sloppy.
much? Sorry, I did not mean to cut you
Oh,
off.
God. Yeah, yeah. Probably like you were saying
Since
gangster stuff.
no. Like I was just imagining Batman and moments that they're trying to show off. And how much do you want to bet that there's a salmon ladder in the second movie?
Probably. It just like it makes me mad
He's
because
got to up
like
his training.
he does. It's like
Like
I did better
did they
training than he
show?
does.
They didn't show any training in this movie, did they? Zero.
Mm-mm. Zero. It's like, oh, training. They're like, oh, we don't want to
Okay,
see his parents
so
die again or
I
whatever, and we
feel
want to see
like
this.
the fact that they didn't show any training, like not even in a flashback, like this is when he was at Mr. Zod's dojo. Like they didn't show any fucking training, makes it seem like he's like fully fucking trained. That's what it makes it seem like. Like he
He was
doesn't have to
very
go
sloppy.
through any trials to better himself. He's got all of the ninja moves down at this point.
It was very sloppy to me, and it just like for a Batman film, I think I still fall behind my rating. I think it's an 8 out of 10, but like
I feel like
if they would
the video game is going to be rated higher for me.
probably like the Arkham Knight series, it was amazing. But like you know, this could has so much potential, right? And they're just not. I don't know what they're afraid. This could be so much greater than it actually is. I don't know why they're holding back.
They
Just
need
don't.
to. So the original feat, like when the what do I say? What I said before. When the mystery started, when he gets to that first, I brought this guy. Let him through, Martinez, you fucking son of a bitch. Anyway, ridiculous part again. So they get to that first fucking scene, and then we're off and running. It felt like, at that point, a multi-episode saga of the cartoon. That was what I felt. I was like, oh, so he's following these clues to this point, and then there's going to be just a little bit of a lull. And that's exactly what's happening, because he'd do a little bit of that, and then there'd be some cat whamming bullshit. And I'd be like, this fucking bitch has problems, but I'm not one.
Okay. Yeah, I just think I just like they made choices visually, and
Beautiful
I don't.
movie. Like, I would love
Yeah,
to
it's
know some of the individual actual spots that they filmed to make it feel like its own city. Because
yeah,
the entire time it felt like Gotham City. Like when
it did. It
he
did.
strolled through and that was Gotham Square, and I was like, I know what Times Square looks like, and this looks very similar, but holy fuck, if it didn't have its own fucking feel, I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah, they did really good. Like I was like, wow, like they really captured. Like I feel like it was a modern rendition of Gotham, but
So
it felt
great.
like it was
So great.
yeah, like a modern day, but it's still like it felt old school, but it felt like it was modern day. It was so like they did a fantastic job on that. So yeah, it's just, I mean, there's a lot of good elements of it. It just like beautifully shot, very cinematic, like really good hues, whatever the red color scheme. Uh, without, but it just I think the pacing
Batman
was a little bit off.
disappeared multiple times. Like, he did the ninja disappear move, so I was like, oh, cool, he's gone. Like, that was
Yeah.
good. Like,
What do you think about like the pacing? Do you think like it was too long, or you know?
at see, I feel like I'm the only person of the people that I've heard say that at no point during the movie was I bored, and at
Okay.
no point did I think that it ran too long,
Okay.
because yeah, it had its peaks and valleys, but as it was doing that, it was ramping up the whole time to what the Falcone scene when he
Okay.
gets shot. Like, I would
Right.
say that everything after that is falling action, mostly because it pisses me off that, like, he doesn't catch the Riddler. So I was like, okay, so that's after the peak for me, and then all of the bombs go off, and then you just have this touching moment where he lights a flare, and people are like, what the fuck is this thing trying to save me from the darkness?
Yeah.
Like, ain't nobody wanted to take his hand right away. And I was like,
Yeah, that's
That
true.
I was cracking up by that. I was like,
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Mr. Zod?
um, I thought that was actually pretty fucking hilarious. But like, I get the gist of what they were saying, and that was one of the things where I was like, I'm glad you verbalized it out with his thoughts, because if you didn't, everyone would be like fucking laughing, because yeah, it's like I get it. Like, oh, I've got to be hope and not just beat the fuck out of people, but also beat the fuck out of people and like offer more assistance. Like I get, like I get what they were going for, but
Yeah.
then I watched it, I'm like I don't know, like I like it because I feel like that's what someone would do if they saw a grown man dressed in a bat suit that they knew beat the fuck out of
so,
people, offer him a hand.
Yeah.
like, there's supposed to be, like, a big turning point, or a big, what I want to say. It's not necessarily a twist, but something along
like
those lines.
a revelation.
A revelation.
Revelation.
So earlier in the movie, I swear to God, and you've seen it twice, so you might remember. He says he is the shadows, right?
Yeah.
Like when after they put the bat signal up, and then everybody goes running except for one group of people. Anyway, he goes, "I am the shadows." So then at that point in the movie, he is literally the light. Like
Yeah.
he's moved from being the shadow to being the light in the shadow.
Which I like that. Like I felt
So
like
that's the moment that a superhero was born.
yes, I feel
The
like
fucking walls blew up after that. No, they didn't. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I'm
no,
still like so many people.
you're
died.
asking
So
for
many
the
I
people
am
sequel,
died.
vengeance.
right? I
What was
think
that?
this will make him a better Batman.
Tim,
Like
how many people you think fucking died?
I don't know, man. Like a lot.
Hundreds.
at least 1,000.
Hundreds. Minimum hundreds.
It's like this whole Batman thing. It's like, okay, no one dies, and then like literally Batman's knocking people off the freaking like bridge, and in earlier scenes, it's like, oh, they landed perfectly. Hell nah, that's it.
I've always
Right,
hated this
right,
bullshit.
right.
movement
At
that
the,
Batman
at
never
the
killed
final
anyone.
scene before the fucking walls go off, they're like, "Yeah, we're just not gonna track where that guy falls."
Yeah, he's not just hanging everyone. And also, if you hang someone, there's also going to be called a thing called whiplash, where you may, like, if it moves fast enough, it will, like, choke you to death or break
Yep.
your neck.
Or
Oh,
if
they
if you
land.
hang for too long, even
Yeah,
if
we
it's
saw a
wrapped
lot of
around
that.
your arms.
Yeah, I was like,
I feel
okay.
like that's something that the boys could explore very well.
Yeah, we could add our own little series where like where Matt, PB, and Mr. Zod we sit in our little corner and be like, well, we're gonna count for the deaths that actually happened over here. Moving on.
I said that like 30 bombs go off, so I was like, so you got like 50 people that instantly die from explosion, right?
I
And you
Yeah.
mean,
got
even in
like
the Dark Knight trilogy, remember when
you got a couple hundred that die from crush injuries and stuff after that. And then
And we're like,
you got the third tier of people who die from the drowning of the water that goes into multiple buildings and down the street. And then you have
what
the
would be
fourth tier of people who die because they can't reach emergency services for God knows how fucking long.
what
Yep.
would we call ourselves? Like the after death crew or something? We'd be like, okay, well, on other news, we had like 100 people die from the trench
Hey,
down here, and
we
then we
can
had
call
100 people die from
ourselves the everything's gonna be all white boys.
oh
Yep.
shit! Everything's gonna be all white. Oh dang!
It's gonna be
No,
all white.
Yeah,
It's gonna be all white.
yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's gonna be all white. In other
here's
news,
here's my thing. I think that um that there was like deaths in every single Batman movie that's ever been made. Even the fucking 90s cartoon.
No, there's a difference
Joe,
between Batman killing people and Batman not saving the civilians. Like,
it's not a difference. I hate that. No, it's
how
not
is
a
that not a
difference.
difference? There's a huge difference between me
Whether
going
you kick
and
someone
fucking
off of a building or you just throw some shit at them and kill them directly, it's still the same thing.
no,
You're still
no,
fucking killing
no. I'm
someone.
talking about the difference between
quit
uh
fighting.
Ba-
What about Martha?
Batman 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 ki-
I
kicks
tried that
somebody
line, still sounds
Batman kicks
terrible.
somebody off of a building compared to Batman doesn't stop the bomb from going off and people get murdered by a villain. Those are the differences that I'm talking about, guy.
Why are
Like,
you guys my new people? Ah,
you're
I
lucky
love you guys. I like you guys. You're funny.
because
Jesus.
we just fucking come out here and we fucking speak the truth.
Yeah.
Except for
Yeah,
Zod.
we
He
just
sh-
It's
Zod,
all Zod. It's all his fault.
Zod shills the truth.
Yeah, Zod. It was all your fault. Damn it.
But I would like to say though, seriously,
Lay down,
No.
Jane.
I do love this fucking movie, but
Why?
It's getting late.
yeah, it's getting fucking late.
We've
I
talked
got
about the Batman
my
for
hat.
5
That's what she
hours.
said. That's what she said.
I mean, Matt didn't talk about the Batman for 5 hours, but he was
I
here
didn't
for a
get a
lot of it.
chance to
Are you
talk. I didn't
fucking
get a
kidding
chance.
me, Wookiee Supremacy? Like,
I didn't
this
get a
might be
chance
the
to
longest
talk about
fucking
this
stream
film.
I ever did, and
Yeah.
you still get here right at the end. Are you mumbling in the background, Matt?
I didn't get a chance to talk about this film.
Fucking hell. Okay, we're gonna do a rapid fire segment, man. I know it's not your strong suit, but we're gonna try it anyways. Real quick. 1 out of 10. What did you think about the Batmobile?
Whose choice is it right now?
Fucking okay. Okay. So
Is it Mr.
one.
Zod's?
Nope. It's your choice,
My
man.
rankings of the Batman film.
No.
Which Batman?
The Batmobile. We're
The
just. I'm
Batmobile.
asking, like your
Oh,
like,
the current day.
the 10 would be a perfect Batmobile, and then 1 would be the Oscar Mayer hot dog mobile.
Blow that piece of junk out of the sky!
What the fuck is happening?
I'm sorry. I saw Luke. I saw Luke Skywalker in the X-wing, and
It's not. He's not actually there. It's not. It's just an apparition. It's just an apparition, Matt. It's just an apparition.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw Luke Skywalker, and I give this.
Hold on.
I give it an 8.5 out of 10 before I blow this
8.5
piece
for
of
the
junk
Batmobile.
out of the sky.
8.5 for the Batmobile. Finally made it to it.
I'm
Great
sorry.
rapid fire segment of all time.
I'm sorry. I'm disrupting your meeting with
No.
Mr. Zod and
You said
everyone
you wanted.
else.
You said
I'm
you
trying
wanted
to talk
to
about
talk
Luke
about the
Skywalker
Batman.
and Ray
You said
Skywalker.
you said you
A
wanted
very
to talk
important
about Bruce Wayne.
conversation.
Bruce Wayne.
Yeah. Who's
Bruce
she?
Wayne.
Who's she?
What did you
Bruce Wayne.
1 through 10? What did you think about Catwoman?
Catwoman. Who's he?
She proper
Who's-
pronouns. We talked about this. Fucking hell.
I'm
Did
from
HR not talk to you?
I'm from the First Order. I don't know this. I'm sorry. Luke Skywalker is in my mind. I'm trying to get him on my mind. So
Catwoman.
What was the question again?
1 through 10. Well, just your quick, rapid fire thoughts. Just looking for a number. 10 is the greatest Catwoman. She is star of the fucking show. Number 1 is she's the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
Definitely Anne Hathaway. Yes, she's very nice.
No, not
I
the
agree with
Bale
this.
Whammon, not the Bale Catwoman.
Anne Hathaway.
No, the Black Catwoman.
No, Anne Hathaway.
No. I need a number on the Black Catwoman.
A number 3, a combination of 3 and 4.
3.5. Okay, a 34. 34.
Oh yes.
34 for Zoe Kravitz. It is.
Combination 3 and 4.
Okay, we just 2 more. We're looking for 2 more numbers. Okay, so the main character of the movie.
Okay.
1 through 10. What did you think about the Batman, the character?
Robert Pattinson. Robert Pattinson, sparkly guy.
The Batman that sparkles. He talks real
Oh, Twilight Boy.
as Batman.
Ray, quit texting me right now. I'm trying to
No.
respond to her guest. Ray,
Women.
quit. Yeah, whammon. Oh, Ray, I don't care. Get your nails done. Do it or whatever.
No, Zod fell into that trap. Don't say that.
yeah.
They'll tell him
All
you
right,
said sure. He definitely never
all right.
watched that episode.
So I'm getting rankings on sparkly guy as
Bruce
Batman.
Wayne. Bruce Wayne. One
Bruce
through
Wayne.
10. 1 through 10. Bruce
Okay,
Wayne.
I'll give him
When he's
an 8.
wearing the cowl. When he's suited up though.
I give him an 8.
You give him an yeah, that's like a real answer.
Yes, I give him an 8. He did a good job, even though
Okay,
he's sparkly.
let's see if we can keep this train rolling. So for the movie 1 through 10, what did
The
you think about
movie.
the Batman?
Well, I like the fact that it was very
Son of a
dark and
bitch. We had a good thing going there for a second.
I like the fact that it had like red colors
We
in
tried,
it.
everybody.
And I like the fact that it was very dour,
But
and I like the fact that there's a lot of black and red in it. And I like the
they
fact
had
that
colors, definitely.
Yeah, I like the fact
took,
that Catwoman
but
was
if
black.
you if you
Catwoman's
took black and
and-
red, if you took black
and
and
I
red
like,
and you mixed them, if you mix
Commissioner
them
Gordon was
expertly,
black.
do
Commissioner Gordon was
you
black,
get
so I
a
like
number
that.
1 through 10?
Mr. Gordon was black, and Catwoman was
He
black.
was. Yep, lots of the diversity is deep.
Yes.
Martinez was Mexican.
Yes. And I like the black, and then we had red from my lightsaber, and red hues.
No, they
and
didn't
red
let.
from the night.
They didn't. No
and red
sabers.
From the nightclubs. Red
Matt,
from the nightclubs.
Matt, just 1 through 10. 1 through.
They were everywhere.
Matt. I'm getting the feeling that you didn't watch the Batman.
PB, do you ever go out to the nightclubs? Like, I mean, there's a lot of red.
Fucking hell, Matt.
Baby, I'm just fucking tired. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking tears. Way to commit to it. Can I just say, Kim, that was fucking magical. Way to commit.
That's gonna be a highlight, and it's gonna be why we don't let Matt onto the bridge.
All right. All right, PB. All right,
What's up?
PB. I'm trying to dedicate myself to Sue.
No, rapid fire's over now, man.
Rapid fires. That's what she said.
You know what rapid fire means, because you do not.
I don't know. The only rapid fire I come to is you. You're my new ray of sunshine. Forget Ray Skywalker. You're my new ray.
Yeah, no, that's an arc reactor. It's definitely an arc reactor.
You may be a nobody, but you're a nobody to me.
That's
But you're
that's definitely some words that you said to me.
PB, you're my nobody. You're not a nobody to me.
I'm just nobody to everyone else.
No, you're my nobody.
To somebody.
You're a nobody to me.
To somebody.
You're my nobody.
To Matt. Janie Davis says Zoe Kravitz is Catwoman? I thought he was talking about Halle Berry again. Told ya he sounds like... Wait, what? He sounds like me. I sound like her?
Hey, TB, you may be a nobody to everyone else, but you're not a nobody to me.
Right. Well, according to nobody, son of a bitch.
That's right. I got him. Dude, I got him. Oh, yeah, I got him. All right.
You've
I'm
won this round, Matt.
I won your heart.
No. That's fault. That's a on a scale of 1 to 10. That's a 0.
Whatever. I was searching for the words, but I couldn't find them. You may be a nobody to them, but you're not a nobody to me.
That's not better.
Oh my god.
Whatever,
Matt,
PB. Whatever.
you may be somebody to them, but you're nobody to me.
No, I said you may be a nobody to them, but you're not a nobody to me.
That's what I said.
No, it's not.
Is that not what I said?
I'm just wondering how I became the normal fucking person on the panel.
It's a miracle. It's a cold day, and you became the normal person on the panel because we've been streaming for 5 hours.
Whatever, PB.
So we made it. We finally made it down to your sea level, and that's why the Batman gets a 6.5.
Oh, Jesus. No,
I mean,
that's
okay,
fine.
so hold on. So
hours about the Batman.
if you gave it 8,
Oh my God.
Zod gave it 8.5. You said 8.5.
Yeah.
I give an 8.
You gave it an 8. So then I gave it a 6.5. What's that math come out to?
Well, I'd say about a
16.
solid 7.5.
16 plus 6 is 22. 23 divided by 3 is a number.
Probably an 8.
It's a 7 something. See, there's
8?
no way that our 3 scores could average out to 8 if mine.
What did you give it,
6.5.
PB? What did you give it?
6.5.
6. So it'd
Passing.
probably be 7.5 ish.
Let's
Probably.
pull ye old calculator out.
It'd probably be like a C, an average score.
7.6 repeating.
So
Oh,
that's
7.6.
that's a C.
I mean,
So-
let's round up though and say 7.6.
Oh, what's up, Chillmonger?
What's up, Chill? 6.5.
Chillmonger.
Well,
I would have invited you on, but I didn't set the rules for streaming about Batman. Purp did.
PB,
You could have went on his stream, though.
No, PB, thanks for having me on, bro. I appreciate it. This is this is one of the funnest streams I've had in a while. Like, Mr. Zod's always awesome, but PB, you're awesome, dude. Thanks for having me on, man.
Well, yeah, I got to talk about the Batman with people, and what better people than Dark Lord
No,
of the Galaxy.
No, like like legitimate. It was a good conversation. So, like, I know you rank it lower. I know he ranks it higher. I kind of more so in the middle, but a good conversation though.
Yeah. I think.
What number do you give it? 1 through 10, Chillmonger? He heard me clearly.
I like
Go
Chill.
ahead.
Like, I think we all came up with pretty different but reasonable excuses for why we didn't like what we.
Oh, he gave it
See,
around
I'm
a
not
9.
quite
Like,
at
okay.
a 9.
Like, to put it this way, it's a 6.5, but it also ranks at number 4.
Yeah, for him. So yeah, I mean,
Like, I would put it at number 4 because, I mean, there might definitely be moments where I like Ben Affleck's Batman better, or his Bruce Wayne better for sure, because I don't see Bruce
PB, I
Wayne.
agree with you. I think Ben Affleck, like, if he was given the chance and he
suffers from
had a solo
movies.
film, He would have been the best Batman of all time. I'm just gonna put it out there. If he would have
he
got
had
the
a chance.
no,
Put him
like
in
if
this
he
movie.
would have, he would have
I
done
mean,
better
it would
than
have been
Robert
difficult to
Pattinson.
year one because you're supposed to have a younger guy, so it'd been a little weird. Ooh,
They could
Chillmonger says
easily,
9.
dude. He has a baby face. They could easily made him look younger. I'm not
Oh
doubting it.
yeah,
The
they
dude's
could make
built.
him look younger.
No,
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
made
hold
him
on,
look
crap.
older in this film.
Do I sound
Um,
crackly to you?
no. I think that he would have did a great and check this out on HBO Max. Batman Dark Knight Returns. Like, I think they should have went more with that story for him, because in Dark Knight Returns he's 55 in that. So I think Ben would have done better if they did like a
So
Dark Knight Returns arc.
I
the
think
Nolan trilogy is at the top, and it's still at the top, and nobody
it
is
is still.
like all 3 of them are at the top for me. And it goes The Dark Knight, Batman Begins, and then The Dark Knight Rises, and then this movie. And
I
then
agree.
and then probably
89, 91 for me, and then 89.
interesting. I'm a sucker for Val Kilmer.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah, I have forever, actually. I know this is a really fucking hot take, and a lot of people disagree, but after like Nolan, I would have for the old Batmans forever.
I mean,
And
what
then
sucks
Returns.
sorry. What sucks is that you have like the Nolan trilogy up at the top, and then all of the rest of them, yeah, the rankings go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I mean, other than the bat nipples at the bottom, because yeah, it's definitely still at the bottom. Like I'll watch Justice League before I'll watch that movie.
Yeah,
So
I
that one is
I
at
think
the
that's a
bottom.
good.
All of those movies are packed so closely together with how they're rated, but you still got to rank them. You know what I mean?
I think
Yeah.
to be honest, I think that with Nolan, with the start of what Reeves is doing, with even some of Schumacher stuff, like like his first one, not fucking bat nipples, but like with Forever, and then you have Burton and all of them. I think there comes a point where you're not really calling them bad. You're calling them more of like which ones are
For
slightly
those,
better to you. It's not really quality you're questioning as much as it is, okay, well, the story doesn't do this for me, so it's
Okay,
not
well,
like
they need
here.
to, if this is
I
going to be a trilogy, they need to hurry up and make these fucking movies so that we can make the Batman Beyond trilogy before Michael Keaton fucking dies.
I think what Mr. Zod is saying is like your choice, like your genre or like your taste in film as far as Batman. Do I think Val Kilmer was a bad Bruce Wayne? No. Do I think what's his face? Bat Nipples was a bad Batman? Yes, but was he a good Bruce Wayne? Who's the actor, right? I'm thinking
George
of
Clooney.
George Clooney.
George Clooney was the best Bruce Wayne, whatever, most charismatic, right? But he wasn't a good Batman. And the
It
suit
depends.
and everything, the
Mm,
costuming was bad. So there was good elements of all these, like which we have brought up, but it's in which way they execute all these things, right? The bat nipples were obviously a mistake, right? Some of the costuming for like Nightwing or whatever with Val Kilmer, and then we had the other guy come around, looked great, but they didn't execute it. They're like, as far as like when they went on with the series, it was too comic booky at the time in the 90s. When we brought in like Mr. Freeze and all that, he's like had the lines just like just chill and stuff like that. We weren't ready for it. We weren't ready for that time stuff. If we would have brought this stuff the later like past 2000, because like a lot of people will forget, like the hero genre didn't become like more normalized until the later 2000s, right? To 2012s, where we got the Avengers, we got Man of Steel, and we were pushing it on. So
right. It didn't become mainstream, like, for as big as Spider-Man 2 is, and as great a movie as it
that
is.
was a preface for all of that stuff. Like Spider-Man
That happened
2
in
was
2003?
yeah, dude. Like Spider and X-Men. You can't forget about X-Men. X-Men really started
No,
it too.
X-Men is right up there. It is the 1A trilogy that began the big
They showed
wave of
you don't.
superhero movies.
They showed you didn't have to have like every like solo hero film to build up to like every hero combined to make a trilogy. They had the
Fucking
formula.
A.
But, yep. So yeah, go ahead, man. What you were
Like,
saying, TV or
you
something?
could just make a Justice League movie. Like, I wonder how that would do. Like, for as well as Avengers did, and everybody would say, well, you had all the characters and you built up to the story. I was like, okay, well, what if we took the exact opposite route? And we're like, okay, everybody's established. They are peak character. And we're just going to make a Justice League movie right fucking now. Who the fuck wouldn't want to see that? Because that's what fucking the goddamn cartoon is. And that's one
That's
of the
what it
best
is, man.
cartoons I ever seen.
Justice League Unlimited and like
Fucking
dude, this is
hell.
dope comics, dude. This is a dope comic, dude. Hell yeah.
Like, imagine translating, like, obviously you can't do the entire fucking story, but just do a story here, a story there, like translating the scope of it onto the screen. Like, you had all the characters. You don't, when you have the Justice League, you don't need to build up the Justice League. Like, they weren't the Justice League is not the Avengers. The Justice League all have name recognition.
Yeah.
The only character in the Avengers that has name recognition is the Hulk. At least in the Avengers that they had in this iteration. He was the only one. He's the only mainstream fucking character, because people be like, who fuck is Iron Man? Like, I don't know who the fuck Iron Man. I never heard of Black Widow.
I mean,
Hawkeye?
Spider-Man.
Well, I mean, most of the people, when you say fucking Thor, they'd be like, oh yeah, Norse God of Thunder. And they're like, well, kind of.
Yeah, Thor's a secondary character. Like Spider-Man's the big OG, whatever. Like Spider-Man is the big character. Like Batman and Superman. Spider-Man's the only character.
See, Captain
like,
America is Captain America.
Yeah, Captain America, of course.
He's on the cusp of mainstream. Like,
yeah, but Spider-Man is the big OG.
Like,
Spider-Man
if you're talking about Marvel, you have Hulk and Spider-Man. They are the Batman and Superman as far as name recognition of Marvel. They are their heroes. Because then after that, it's X-Men Fantastic Four.
Yeah. Yeah, because everybody knows the fucking X-Men. Like,
right.
Yeah,
you might not know a single. Right. You might not know a single X-Men, but you'll be like, yeah, X-Men, mutants.
Everyone knows who Wolverine is. Wolverine is just, I will argue Wolverine is just as famous as Spider-Man and Superman. Or Batman.
I'd actually put Wolverine.
He's definitely not. Like, Hulk is mainstream famous mostly because he had mostly because of his TV show from the 70s. Like, that's why he's mainstream famous, because people could just turn on their regular fucking TV and he was on network TV and they're like, oh, we're watching the Hulk. But if we're talking individual character, like, anytime that you ever do or see a list of comic book characters, it always goes Superman, Batman, or Batman, Superman, Spider-Man.
Yeah, and then
every time.
Wolverine.
So he might be close, because I don't know. I never make it past.
I think it's close.
Like, the Olympics just got done with. Nobody cares who came in fourth.
Yeah, that's true. It's Ricky Bobby. He ain't first or last, but like,
That's right.
no, yeah. But like, like Magneto is creeping on there, and there's other characters, but like,
Oh, they're
obviously,
definitely,
yeah.
and they're only becoming more and more mainstream as we go along.
But
Like,
you're talking
I
about
looked
like the
up
most popular characters.
right. I looked up the number before, and it said that it made 128 million domestic and 120 million overseas. So it's at 248 million, and the budget was somewhere between 185 and 200 million. So let's say that they spent roughly 300 million total, and if you get back 60% of the box office, they need to hit what 500 million to hit a break even point, and they're
Do
halfway
you
to
know
the
what
break
the
even
biggest?
point in a weekend.
Yeah, halfway in a weekend. That's fucking
Isn't the biggest
phenomenal.
show
Good.
on CW right now Superman and Lois?
Oh, probably.
Janie Davis, don't take this the wrong way, but have you read my name? Fuck Superman.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
but
Whatever,
Superman is
Zod.
number one.
Whatever,
wearing a
Zod.
wearing a fucking Batman suit.
I know I'm a little
I
confused
know,
right now,
right?
but
No, this is like it's very fruition because like it's very telling to what people want to watch. Like because it's like a nice combination of things. It's progressive, but it's to the core elements of what the character is. So
there we go. I
Janie
had to
Davis
change that
says,
into
I
my
feel like comic book movies actually made comic book fans even more marginalized because everyone knows the characters, but now they think they know what you're saying, and you're talking it weirdly too far, and you're taking it weirdly too far. Something is wrong with the end of that message, and I feel like
no, I think I know what you're
and
saying.
you're
You're
taking
taking
it
it
weirdly
into
too far. I think it's supposed to be taking, not talking.
talking it really too far. It's up to interpretation, but thanks for commenting in.
We've been
That's what I would
talking.
say.
We've been talking for too long, so we need to end the stream. You got the extensive fucking review, and
It's sorry, it's my fault.
it is, well, I mean, this is a good thing. It's good. It's nice to have a nice conversation about the show and have multiple
I'm
points of
sorry.
view.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
I had to come from I was taking a break from my Supreme Leader
you got
content,
anything you want
and
to plug there,
so
Matt?
I had to come there. Hold on. Well, I came here to visit my friends before I joined the
Okay,
First
that's
Order,
good enough, Matt. Yep,
Mr.
that's good to
Zod.
hear from you, Mister Zod. Mister Zod. Anything you want to plug?
yes. Yes, I would like to plug on Tuesday. I will have Killjoy Jake over at my channel to do yet another in-depth breakdown where I'll defend my position on this movie.
I guess you're gonna have to. I assume
But
Killjoy Jake agrees with me.
well, yeah, mainly then. Yeah, but it's fine. It's fine. Every now and again, there comes a movie. It's like the fucking people who love Black Panther. I'll never understand you, but I understand your passion
I only
for
like it.
shitty things. But yeah, had a fun time. This was great.
Yeah.
I've never laughed
Anybody?
harder than you
Fucking hell.
questioning
I
me.
asked if you had anything to plug, not like to share your emotions.
I'm well against sentimental, whatever.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, Mr. Zod is here now. The Batman finally left. So, this has been an extensive review about the greatest superhero movie that's in theaters right now, even if I only gave it a 6.5. There are many other ones out. Eternals was trash.
Oh
And
yeah.
for anybody who's watching this later, I can't believe that you actually made it to this late in the fucking video. Say something special down in the chat, like, you know the thing. You know the thing. And there's one thing that I can tell you for sure. The Batman discussion continues.